I can barely remember this place. Is this my cheese? Is this my cheese? Is this my cube?
Cheese.
It must be. This is where the cheese lives. Hi! Oh my goodness.
Caseri.
These are crazy numbers that I'm seeing here. What is going on? Thank you very much for the resub, Xia. How's it been 28 months? Devnal, thank you so much as well. Holy crap, 29 months. What on earth? What is this? And thank you very much, Maka, as well. Also 29 months. What is happening? Why are people sticking around so long? What is this? I very much appreciate it. I don't think I deserve it, but thank you anyway. Hi, welcome.
Jeez.
I can barely see anything with all this cheese on my face. Cab!
Yuki, is it really? I believe so. Believe me. I can't believe it's not bubble. Oxen.
I don't know, is it actually me? I'm not sure. Holy crap. What is going on? I can barely even see the water effect. I heard it though. Thank you what is... Cabbage, thank you extremely much for the resub. Welcome in Slysad and Rudy Cat as well. Oh my goodness, I recognize the name Rudy Cat. Hi, welcome. Is this a was there some coordination with this? Is this a joint raid? Thank you very much. Welcome both of you. Hi. How are you doing? If this was completely independent, then that's an amazing coincidence. Hi. Welcome both of you. I very much appreciate it. Welcome everybody. Hi. Collab? Okay, nice. That makes sense. Hi.
Kaiser.
Wait. Code vein? Hold on. Wait. I'm in Slysod. But hi. Welcome. Hi everybody. Hi. Why am I getting so much cheese thrown at me? What is this? Hello. Hi. I've literally just started streaming, so this is perfect timing. Hi, both of you. How are your streams? Let me shout you both out. I'm gonna see what you're both up to. Stop! I can barely. Okay, hold on. Me reading the rest of the chat. Well, me reading the rest of the chat and doing the redeems and stuff will have to wait for a bit. I must...
Cheese?
I must not cheese. I must shout out those who have just been kind enough to grace me with a raid. Stop!
Oi, jeez.
Hold on. Let's see what this side was up to. Okay, this is getting head pats immediately for heterochromia alone. We're back to try the Hellfire Knight once more. Oh, right, the game is named Code Vein. I thought you meant you were collabing with someone named Code Vein. I was like, wait, but the other raid wasn't by someone named... Stop! I'd not heard of the game, I'm sorry. This is just proving my ignorance. Well, I'm guessing that I'm going to shout out Rooty Cat and it'll be Code Vein again, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because it gives me an
opportunity to give head pats. I'm very sorry, Raiders. My stream has just begun and this chaos always happens at the start. I'm sorry. I can't type the name correctly. How did I type Rooty card? Try again, Yuke. Try again. Oh, I can't see the... Oh my god. I can't... Okay, hold on. Shush. Let me cancel that shout out. I'm going to give a proper shout out once I can actually see... Once the lights are back on in my room.
And
oh my goodness.
1.5 years done.
1.5 years? Holy. Thank you very much, Asento, as well. Oh my goodness.
Okay, alright, the lights are back on. Now I can do the shout out and actually see to give head pats. I swear, I nearly tried Rooty card again. God, what is wrong with me? There we are. Oh, there you are. Now I can see you. Hi. Head pat. Code Vein number 16? Holy crap. You've been playing this for a while. Code Vein. I don't recognize this at all. Looks very stylish though. Yeah, I can... Okay. I'm back. Hi. Anime Souls? I see. I'm gonna be honest, I'd kind of forgotten about the chaos that happens at the beginning. I'm also gonna be honest, my voice is already hurting because this is like more than I've spoken in like a week already. Anyway, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome in Arch Universe! And Mugatek, and Phi, and Fox! And X! Wait, let me try again. X! And Devnal! And I'm gonna have to take my hand off the reverb button because I can't scroll to see everybody else, such as Erin! Thank you very much for the resub. These numbers are crazy, what the hell? Thank you very much. Oh, my frame rate is dropping. Nice. Don't worry, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. It just does this sometimes. It slacks every now and then, like me apparently. Welcome in, and how are you doing? Welcome. Welcome in, Chaos and Meatloaf. She's here. Apparently she's here. I assume you're referring to me rather than just because, you know, you typed them before and then was there. Oh my goodness, I've got hype chest and an open button spamming my screen. I can't view the people. It's her very own cheese. My very own cheese. Hi. Welcome in Jokeber as well. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome in Yuki as well. Hi. Getting there. Catching up. Nekarate indeed. Hi, Everest, I guess? Everest? Avarice, possibly. Hi. Welcome. Ancestor, hi, welcome. I'm sorry, I'm coming down now. The chaos is starting to calm down. Hi, Nova. Thank you very much for the resub as well. Welcome. Hi. So I hope that your DLC bosses be hard. Ah, that's why Fox is talking about DLC. DLC bosses be hard in Code Vein. Well, I hope you managed. Hope you managed to teach the boss a lesson. Cheese. Like cheese. Don't tell anyone it's a private lesson. Cheese. Thank you very much for the resub, Nova, and thank you very much for the resub, Nine as well. Hi. Welcome. What is happening? This is crazy. Hi. Welcome everybody. A photo digitized human VTuber. Sorry, I'm just reading the shout out thing for Sleside. I'm slowly catching up with my own flipping chat log. Nuge as well. Welcome. Hi. Scrolling past the part where I tried to shout out a Rooty card, which doesn't seem to exist. Thank you for the Pat's dedication as well. Welcome in, dedication. Catching up. Nearly caught up now. Code Veins is what you get when you've been coding non-stop for 48 hours. Oh no, is it like RSI where you've been typing when you've been diving for too long? Choo-choo indeed. Wait, was the scam train activated? It was! Holy crap, level 3 scam train. Thank you very much. Hi. Welcome in, dedication. Okay, now I'm gonna catch up on the redeems. It's been a little while. I'm scrolling. Okay, why cheese? Where are we? There were nyans from me 52 minutes ago. That's how long it took for me to set up a brownie. Those are my test ones. The kidneys have been saved, don't worry, Yuki. The kidneys were saved immediately before I started streaming. Thank you for the Pats, Phi and X. Hydration from Nuge 6 minutes ago. Alright, I have some hot chocolate here. I'm gonna hydrate. And this is hot chocolate that's made only from the hot water, so yeah. It's invisible though, I don't have a model for it, so it's invisible. You'll just see me drinking from my hand, but here we go. Or from nothing, since it's not tracking anymore. Oh my god, it's been so long that it's starting to get cool. It's no longer super hot and burning my mouth anymore, which is probably a good thing. Spray the uke. Why was I sprayed by Devnal? What the hell? It was you who sprayed me. I can't believe that. And why were you spraying me? What the? Scrolling. And there's a beep hatted from Fox. Ah, sorry. Hey, what the? You're spraying my back due to the timing. Now I've got a wet back, damn it. Now I'm sitting back in my invisible chair, which you can't see. Oh, don't look there, it's clipping, it's horrible. Pats for the Fox. Also a nyan.
It takes a sip, so small, so neat the hot chocolate, rich and warmly sweet.
Yeah.
A tiny pause, a thoughtful blink. Then one more sip before she thinks. Her tail sways once, her eyes twitch twice. A cozy glow lights up her eyes.
Aww.
A little sigh, soft delight, warmth and joy on a winter's night.
Aww. Thank you very much, Nidge. What a cozy poem that was. What the hell? Thank you. Also, I have to do a for the fox. There you go. Wet pats? No. The pats didn't get on my hand. Don't worry. I didn't spill hot chocolate on it. Not this time. You didn't see it. Hi. Clean front and back. Ah, I see. It's very hard for me to do the squinty eyes because it's really wanting them to only be open or closed. That's due to a setting on the VT face that I changed because I was just constantly looking drunk before when my eyes were actually meant to be fully open. So I was like, no. Allow my eyes to be open, please. This music is kind of loud, as it usually is when I begin, so I'm just going to nudge it down a little bit. She's using your floofy hair to wipe out. No, what are you talking about? That was what? That was I was licking the hot chocolate off my hand. That's all. Don't worry, Fox. Not your tail this time. Not this time. I understand why you've thought that though, right? Because I do often maybe I'm a little whatever the word is, inclined to do the licks of the tails. Licking the tail is important. Anyway, yeah, hi. Hello everybody. I'm sorry that it's been so long. I finally feel like I've possibly got enough energy to do a stream. Oh my goodness. That's a good emote, Nuge. It turns around, it does the lick, and then it turns back again. I was just say, wasn't me. Nice, I approve. Need more lick emotes. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of want to tone down my hyper energy slightly at the moment. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. What is more Mlem emotes? Yes, I need more Mlem emotes. Well, this one's actually named Mlem. I realized that for the first time earlier today, that this one's actually named Mlem. The one that's floating past my ear right now. Also, when I typed Mlem, this one showed up. And Mlem sort of looks so cursed. But I didn't even see the tail. I was so just stuck looking at the licking one as it was floating past. Was there a tail? Did a tail float past as well? I didn't see it. I guess it did. I was entranced. Equally amazed and in horror at it. I'm gonna have a little bit more of this hot chocolate, which is invisible. But don't worry, there is indeed some yuan juice for when that runs out. Alright. So it is great. Wait, was that you? It was you who drew that. Good job, Yugen. Curseness level thoroughly achieved. So what I was thinking of doing today is showing off some of the stuff that I was working on while, oh my goodness me. Holy crap, look at them all. Look at them all. That dance one, what the hell? Wow. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nice, you used up over half the capacity of my streaming setup's ability to show different emotes on screen at the same time. I've been adding lots of gated friends. And a few more to come. I look forward to seeing them. Yeah, so today I was thinking of, I kind of want to pat that crying gator though. Are you gonna like, by the way, because when I look at your avatar right now, it's like, it doesn't look like an alligator. I'm sorry. But, is it gonna become one? I'm curious. It's fine either way. I have 657. Wow, that's almost 567. Or 765. So yeah, while I was away, on some nights, especially recent nights, I felt like I had enough energy to be working on some things. 658. That is true. Oh my god, you can see me fiddling with like this bit of kitchen towel. What the hell? Okay, maybe not when I'm being so crazy. Hi Mike, thank you for the pats. Thank you for the pats, Homsy, and welcome in Mike. Welcome in both of you actually. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. You forgot your avatar was on here. Pat. She's already yuking. Hi Cabbage! Hi! So yeah, I don't know why. It's been on my mind, I guess, on and off for like a long time. But finally, recently, I just started to remake a thing that I made a long time ago. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little nervous to be streaming about this on twitch.television.tuvalu right now. With the like AI extremists in both directions, and both ends of the extreme for and extreme against. However, I've been finding this kind of stuff fascinating since before companies were exploiting other people's stuff to make a quick buck. And it's actually it's kind of sad that that's now what people think of when they hear this stuff. But anyway, so a long time ago, I think this was 2020, possibly. I made a little thing in TensorFlow, which is a machine learning library in Python, that was designed to like take in basically I tried to make a thing. I thought it'd be really cool. Okay, hang on. I need to back up even further actually. Hang on. This requires levels upon levels of explanation and backstory. It's always fun to hear explorations in them. Oh, thank you. So a long time ago, this is a thing I've never actually shown on stream, and I can't right now because it's not on this computer. And I'm actually not sure if it would work on this computer. It probably would. I don't think there are any like things that need to be installed. But it's not on here at the moment. Anyway, so I made a little thing. This was actually in VB flipping ages ago. It was designed to like take in slices. Well, it was designed to take in like 1 pixel wide images, and you might think, what the fuck kind of thing can you put in 1 pixel wide? There'll be anything useful. And the answer is slices of an audio spectrogram. Now I'm gonna load up Audacity to show this. I'm gonna go through the entire backstory here. There's nothing you can do to stop it except for watching someone else's stream, which is, kind of easy actually. Anyway, possibly even a wise idea, dare I say. Okay, let me just see if I can record this. Hi Avers. Sorry, wait, I've already said that. Sorry, I thought it was a different name for a sec, then I remembered. I'm sorry, my memory's terrible. Okay, I'm gonna press the button now. Boop. Is there anything I can do to keep it going even longer? I don't know. Slice my notes. Kind of. Thank you for the pats. I'm sorry. Also, enjoy your dinner, Edie Cat. Thank you very much for the rain again. Yeah, please take care of yourself. Both of you. Both of you. Raiders included as well, as in like those who came along. So yeah, if I press R right now, then it starts recording from the wrong sound device, and you see absolutely nothing. One sec, let me set up Audacity correctly. Boop. Now if I press record, ta-da! There is some stuff appearing. It's hearing me kind of quietly, apparently, which is a bit strange. Anyway, this is one way to visualize it. What's this going to play back on actually? Is it going to play back on the correct device? Let me see if you hear this. You do not hear it. Man, maybe I should have set stuff up before I started streaming, huh? Record. Ta-da! There you are. Now you hear it. Anyway. Here's one way that you can visualize it. It's called a spectrogram. And, yeah, basically going across and from left to right is time, in the same way. There is some stuff appearing. And bottom to top are the different frequencies, and how dark this is how strong that frequency is. I mean, just because this one has a light background, it makes more sense in my head actually if you have it kind of inverted colors. Hold on, let me just take a screenshot. Paint, paste, invert. There. This makes more sense to me. Because, you know, black is like 0 brightness and white is full brightness. Man, this yellow text on black looks kind of nice. Or should I say cream on grey? But close enough, I guess. Anyway, so if you were to take a slice of that at any moment in time, like this tiny little bit, you could just make like a 1 pixel wide image, and that tells you like how loud each frequency was at that exact moment in time. And if you just keep on running a whole bunch of slices through it one at a time, then it's like you're stepping through time, one slice at a time. Hi, Freedyvan, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, that is. Hold on. Let me do it again. Actually sounds almost nice. Depends if your brain works in subtractive or additive. Yeah, true. I'm gonna have a little bit more of this hot chocolate. I'm sorry, it's just sitting in front of me, tempting me. And so that first program I made, I ended up training it to tell what chord of music was playing, not the key, because the key of the music requires like some kind of memory about what chords have played and what notes have played over time, and that first neural net was just looking at a single snapshot. It had no memory. All it did was take one moment in time. And it's like, okay, what can you tell me about that one moment in time? And it would just make an output, and it would be like, sounds kind of like it's playing an E minor chord or something. So that was the first thing I made. I just trained it to tell what chord it's playing. I probably should show that on stream sometime. It's not super easily showable because the way you use it is kind of multiple steps, and I need to modify the source code to make it work with different files and stuff because there's a load of hard-coded things. Anyway, so yeah, it's not super easy to show on this computer at this time, but maybe if I install Visual Basic again on this computer. I think it's difficult on Windows 10 nowadays. Thank you for the pads, Freedyvan. Slice them a time, yes. Oh no, Long, you don't need the clock. And then, fast forward in time, several years, and I was like, what is this newfangled TensorFlow? It wasn't that newfangled at the time. Well, I guess it was not super old, actually. And so I was like, that's incredibly complicated. My brain does not know how to do any of that stuff. Let's not do any of that. I can't possibly do it. And then I stumbled upon a Python library called Keras, which is like a wrapper around TensorFlow that makes it easier to do things. And you can just type with one-liners, just type in a single line, and it just adds like a layer to a neural network and stuff, and it makes it much easier. And so I ended up making a thing in TensorFlow, which is a Python library, via Keras, which is a thing to make it easier for noobs. I think it's at the expense of some performance, probably. And that took in like not just like a single slice, but it took in a little bit more. It took in something that was more like this. It's hearing me. It's hearing me. It's hearing me. So like about 1.5 seconds, I think it took in. Oh my god, I actually almost selected 1.5 seconds. So that's long enough for it to not just say that something is playing at some pitch or something right now, but it's like, we can actually get some idea of like how sound is changing over time. And that's that thing I trained to try to tell me, like, to try to identify what voice was speaking or what language the voice was speaking. And that worked quite well. It was far from perfect, but it was cool enough, you know, because what I always like to do when I'm making these things is, the thing that I find the most fascinating is like how a neural network can learn to like represent something, like what's going on inside, like these are like black boxes typically pictured like that, right? You put something in and something magically comes out, but like there's no magic here. There's like an actual representation and there's actual maths going on. And so like in these things that I made, the cool part to me was visualizing the internals. And so I I can probably jump forward to what I've been doing the last week now, because then I can actually show you visuals, because basically I've been trying to remake that program that I made in TensorFlow, which stopped working like a couple of weeks after I made it, probably, because TensorFlow likes to be updated every week and completely deprecate things and change how functions work and change dependencies, and then you have to use a specific version of the dependencies, and anyone who's ever used Python knows this kind of dependency hell, and it sucks. And I didn't know about
It's been almost 2 decades.
It has been almost 2 decades. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Liquid Kate. Cake. Liquid Kate? That's a mix of Liquid Cat and Liquid Cake. Hi. Liquid Kate and Liquid Cake. Oh no. I'm sorry. Hi. Welcome, Liquid Cake. If that hasn't made you want to leave, I'm not sure what will. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the resub. Hi. I appreciate you being here. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry for myself. As in, like, I'm sorry that I am myself and that you have to put up with me. Anyway, hi. Yeah, anyone who's ever used Python and stuff probably knows about the dependency hell that is very much easy to get stuck in. And I didn't know anything about Python environments at the time, so yeah. I was just installing these packages in like the main Python installation thing, and then obviously if I ever changed one thing, then all my other projects broke. So yeah, nowadays I know about Python environments. Basically an entire separate installation of Python, kinda, right? Has its own set of libraries. You can even have its own Python version in the different environments. For all intents and purposes, the only thing that stays the same is the command prompt. And then it's using a different Python interpreter and everything in the different environments. And anyway, that way you can just make an environment for one project, and you can never change it again as long as it works, or you can just upgrade bits and bobs and not have to worry about breaking different projects if the dependencies of different projects change. Anyway, okay. So yeah, nowadays I use Miniconda, which is a small version of Anaconda, which is a huge bloated Python environment, which comes with like loads of libraries and stuff. Anyway, needs to say there's a relevant XKCD for machine learning related stuff, 1838. I'm guessing that is going to be, if the output isn't right, you just keep stirring it a while until it looks right. Pretty much. You need to remember to install a 2 GB machine learning library into every VM too. Yeah. Okay. People might think like a cake is exaggerating here. That is not an exaggeration at all. 2 GB is not an exaggeration. I kind of want to demonstrate that now, but I'm a little scared that it'll knock out my stream, but I'm going to give it a try anyway, just to demonstrate how ridiculous this is. So let's Conda create a new environment called Stupid Bloat. I assume that, wait, I may have just actually nuked my entire own P2. Ah, shit, I've probably just nuked my entire... Oh, well, I think I've just nuked this environment. Thankfully, I have another environment that is almost identical, so we'll use that one instead. I had no idea that if you create an environment while you're inside an environment, it actually replaces your current environment. That's weird. Let me just see if it actually has nuked this environment. One sec. Probably has. Oh, yeah, there isn't even Python installed in this Python environment. Why is it possible to make a Python environment that doesn't have Python installed? Anyway, let me just get out of here. And let's instead conda activate own pt. Not 2, just the first version. Oh well. Open pt2, rest in peace. I have to install a... something's going to be slightly different. Shit, something's slightly different in this version. I think it's Torch Summary is not installed. So... yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to change to OpenPT now, because Visual Studio Code is saying nothing exists in OpenPT2 anymore, because I just fucking wiped it! Hey, you know what? As a test of this new internet provider that I'm on right now, should I try setting up OpenPT2 again? And then that will demonstrate the fact that that'll demonstrate the fact that that it literally is 2 gigabytes. Who needs Python in their project? Who needs Python in their Python project? Apparently not me. Anyway, thankfully I have a text file for quickly being able to set up the thing again. Look, it's this. Ta-da! Hopefully I just need to execute this, and magically everything will work. So let's try doing that. Okay, one sec. Let's create a new version of OpenPT2, actually with Python installed this time. This is gonna have to download Python, but Python's tiny. That shouldn't knock down my stream. Alright, nice. Maybe Python, maybe I already had that cached actually. Hey, you know what? Maybe it has all of these other things cached as well, and it doesn't need to re-download them. Do you like my joke? Do you like my joke that Python is actually going to not re-download gigabytes and gigabytes? Pip is not installed. What the fuck? Oh. Wait, that's actually weird. However, I'm hoping that it isn't here. Anyway, welcome in, Hucken. Welcome, welcome. It doesn't, right? Let's find out. Let's find out. If it isn't and my stream goes down, you know why, okay? Don't worry, my stream will come back up. Ta-da! It's 2.5 gigabytes. It's not 2 gigabytes, it's 2.5. Also, my stream is up! Oh my god. Okay, so I'm on a new ISP now. Oh, this is awesome! Okay, if this had been my previous ISP, my stream would be down now. Wow, this new ISP can actually handle it. Oh, this is awesome! So yeah, part of the reason why I hadn't streamed in a while is because my previous ISP stopped working entirely, and the only way to activate them, my stream is no longer down bad. Yeah! My stream, this is awesome. Okay, I have never experienced this in my life. This is the first time I've ever had an ISP where I can max out the download connection without ruining the upload. This is, okay, you know what? I'm actually kind of glad that I accidentally wiped out this Python installation, this Python environment, because I never would have known that this was the case anymore if I hadn't done this. This is so cool! Anyway, I'm actually really happy about this. Thank you very much for the sub, Avaris. Hi, welcome. And welcome in Uncle Cat Sims as well. Cat Stims, not Cat Sims, Cat Stims. Hi, welcome. 3 months in advance as well. Holy, thank you very much. Thank you for the faith. Anyway, here's how the connection is doing right now. The connection is actually faster than this, which is probably why it's not killed by my upload. Sorry, why it doesn't kill my upload. It's just that I currently am using a 100 megabit switch, I think, so it's like, there's the bottleneck. But anyway, we'll wait for this to install, and while it's installing I can actually show you some of the results that I've already got from this project. Fromage. Because I've got a whole load of PNGs saved. This font is satisfying to read? Thank you! Like this font up there? Or the font on this screen that's disappeared? This one. The one above? I did try to choose a font, or like at least a size for a font that was, oh, the timeline, okay. For the streaming setup, I tried to make sure to choose a size that is visible even down at 480p. I don't know if this font's going to be visible. Hey!
Jeez.
Why? Wiped my data and had to download gigabytes of all my stuff. Absolutely elated! Look, this is as good as the Python experience is going to get, okay? Thank you for the plus check, Huckett. You're impressed I have a 100 megabit switch, really? Really? I feel like 1 gigabit is almost the minimum that's expected nowadays. Oh wait, you're impressed that it's limited by that. It's old, okay? I've had it for a little while.
Yeah.
I've had it with my previous computer. My previous computer that was made like 10 or 11 years before my current computer. You're in a cheese throwing mood. Oh man. Stop!
Cheese.
I'm actually kind of glad that I do have a 100 megabit right now, because if I had a higher one, then I would truly be maxing out the ISP, and then my stream probably would have gone down. Anyway, hi. How do I escape all the AI doom posting? I don't know. This is part... you know what? I mentioned this at the beginning. I can't actually see you through this cheese, but I mentioned this in the beginning. I'm a little bit worried about streaming this topic. Because of the extremists on both ends. Both ends are ridiculous. I am neither someone who's gonna destroy the world, and I'm also not somebody who's going to like create this utopian future. This is relax. It's just a little bit of maths. It's just a bit of fun. Anyway, I've heard from people working in ML that Anaconda just sucks and there's no reason to really use it. It is huge. Okay, I'm so impressed that while it's doing all this stuff, it's not killing my my stream right now. I keep on glancing down there at OBS.
Yes, I'm expecting the connection to die. Hi, Owl. Welcome. How are you doing? I think it worries people who are just getting out of college and expecting employment. I guess so. Hold on, I need to take another sip of this.
Toast.
No, another sip of this hot chocolate. 1 sec. Alright, we've nearly installed everything. Now, due to dependency hell, we have to uninstall the wrong version of NumPy that Torch installed, install a lower version of NumPy, and then hopefully things will work.
Alright. Wait, we're all good. It's all installed. The environment is back, and my stream didn't even go down. We are living in the future. Okay, also, nyam. For the video, hi. You're vibing? I'm glad. How did Doom go? Did you have to stop because of the... Wait, are you still streaming playing Doom? How foolish of me to think that you're in this stream when you're not also doing your own stream. Are you still streaming? Anyway, you finished? Okay. Oh, that one as well. Yeah, people need to chill just a little bit. But, I mean, the media is not really helping. On both ends. I need to, take both people and move them apart from each other and just be like, look, relax, chill. This is a chill stream. I'm not a company that's, using, exploiting other people and then charging for access to a model that costs billions of dollars to train. And I'm also, wait, what's the other end? Something. Anyway, why cheers? I keep on missing somebody. I keep on meaning to say something. Tano, yeah, hi Tano. What's happening today? Well, hopefully I'm about to be able to show it. Want AI to make cat girls. Man, imagine if you could imagine something genetically engineered something. Is it okay if I do very naughty things to those who sell severely overpriced potentiometers? I know what you're referring to because you're talking about it in the car. But are those things? Don't they drive the headlights up and down as well? So this is referring to a conversation that was happening in my Discord. AI making cat girls or cat girls making AI? Ah, that's kind of true actually. Although I really hate the phrase AI so incredibly much. It literally means nothing / everything. The problem is it means so many different things, therefore it means nothing. It depends on current _decade as to what it means, and it basically just tends to always mean something that wows investors. That's basically what it means, right? Something that looks advanced. Anyway. Something does something. No flappy lights on a opal. Thank you for the sub, thanks. Hi, 3 resub. 3! Oh no, I'm ending the stream if you're gonna use that as an excuse to give me money. How you doing, Bix? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it is a neural network. That's what I've always called them. Anyway, allow me to show you what I've been making the past like couple of months. Computer turned off like 2 more times and I gave up. Oh my god, 2 more times? It already happened twice when I was watching. Ah, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Al. Very sorry. We did appear to be having a struggle with Doom, didn't it? Voice is very soothing. Thank you. My voice, I wish my voice was more soothed right now because it's a little bit in pain because this is the first stream I've done in a little while and it's it's not used to me talking so much. Crypto fever times. There was Tale of Brewery who added a blockchain to their name and got a load of investment from nowhere. It's exactly like blockchain. It's another one of those words. What are the other words? I remember when Ajax was the word. Now you never hear about Ajax. What the fuck was Ajax? I just remember it was a stupid hype word for like 3 months before everybody moved on to the next stupid hype thing. Anyway. Cloud computing, oh my god. Ajax is an XML schema system. Oh my god, I regret asking. I'm already confused. Big data. Why? Okay, I got a question. Why is the term big data not considered like a super bad thing? Because normally when you put big something, it's a bad thing, right? Like big pharmaceutical, big GPU industry, big nyan juice. Like, why is big oil, big cat girl? Maybe a little bit big. This is as big as I can get on my screen right now. Never mind, I was hoping I could get bigger. So why is big data not considered like one of those? Anyway, flash or bust. Sure, your cat is fat as hell? Well, I'm not your cat. Maybe for this stream I am. Sorry, I'm clipping really loudly. What is thick data? Cloud computing? Ajax is a thing you use to make JavaScript talk to PHP, even though it doesn't want to. Okay, yeah, I thought it was something to do with JavaScript, but... Hi, Silly Simulator. Okay, look, shall we actually begin? I've been waffling for like so fucking long and then accidentally deleting my Python environment and then reinstalling it. Shall I actually begin the stream? My cat is looking at my visage. Aw! Hi, cat. Hi. Big nyan juice. How does that taste? It tastes like a small nyan juice. Kinda. What shenanigans am I up to today? I'm gonna show you right now! Actually, I'm gonna just double check that this still works. I'm just gonna run this off screen for a sec. You're getting a sneak preview of the code, which you've already got a sneak preview at, but this time it might actually work. Wait, why is it still complaining? Hang on a sec, why is it still complaining as if these things aren't installed? Huh? Let me just restart this. Oh god! Oh god! Help! Help! Ah! That's actually a really cool effect. I wasn't trying to do that at all. Hold on. Help! Wait, the brightness is... the brightness is invading! Help! My stream is gradually becoming white. Okay, let's reload this. We good now? Visual Studio? All good? Yeah? No problems? Let's hope it stays no problems. All good? I think we're good. We're good. We fixed it! We just turned it off and on again. Understandable though that deleting the very environment that Visual Studio Code was using while it was running messed it up. Does the juice taste like milk? It doesn't. Right, this time it tastes of Indian tonic water, low calorie, and that. Sometimes it tastes of diet lemonade, which to me tastes like grapes. It doesn't taste like lemon in the slightest, but I love grapes, so that's a good thing. Okay, let me just see if this runs off stream for a sec. What is going on? I keep on clicking the wrong thing. Python. Wait, I can just test this way around. You know what? Let's show it on screen. Let's show it on screen. Let's just see what happens, shall we? I also don't know if this does work. It might cause my computer to run at a very low frame rate. It looks like everything's working. Training hasn't quite begun yet. Wow, this is much slower than when I'm... Oh my god, it's working. Okay, it's actually properly working. Holy. My frame rate has gone lower now that it's using CUDA, but it's working. Alright. It actually works. Look at this. It did a thing. It did a thing. Anyway, I cancelled training because I don't want to be sitting waiting for that to train right now. So what the hell does this thing do? Right, what's the entire point of the program? Well, earlier on, okay, I'm a little bit scared of doing this one on stream with particular random people's voices, especially, well, it's basically just a load of famous people, and then my voice as well, not that I'm famous. That's why I list myself separately. So I was thinking of instead doing it using audio of every piece of music that I've made from commissions or for Nova's game jam. Oh, by the way, Nova's running a game jam right now. Ta-da! Over there in the Twitch chat. It's not above me, but it's in the Twitch chat. So yeah, a friend of mine is running a game jam right now. It's a thing that comes... Sorry, I was not trying to advertise for this, but this is extremely relevant to what I'm about to be showing. So, yeah, she's doing game jam, and she does this like every year. And for the game jam that she ran a couple of years ago, I made 4 pieces of music. Yeah. Anyway, it's running right now. It comes in 2 parts. The first part where you make the music sounds, backgrounds, models, and other art assets and stuff, and they all get thrown into one big pool. And then the second month, anyone can make a game using only those assets. You all share the same assets, and that's the stage it's on right now. So anyway, so I was considering training it on a load of the music that I've made, which includes all of these. So yeah, I basically should I be brave and do it with voice though rather than my music, because the voice will be so much more impressive. The music is just like a hideously inefficient detector of what song's playing. Voice is like actually complicated because there's hours of the training data and the voice sounds different all the time, so if it learns something it's actually way more impressive. So yeah, the point of the neural network is to be able to classify snippets of audio as something. That could be to tell who is speaking in a bit of audio, it could be to tell what language some voice is speaking in a bit of audio, or it could be the world's most inefficient detector of what song is currently playing. This is a tiny neural network though. All of the parameters fit in under 1 megabyte, and yeah, it's somewhere around 115k parameters. So if you go looking around like at like how big like flipping ChatGPT is and something, you'll find it like hundreds of billions of parameters, right? And you look for like the pleb models that people at home can run if they have a big enough video memory, and you'll still be finding billions of parameters. This is smaller. This is 1,000,000 times smaller. Literally 1,000,000 times smaller. Oh no, it's probably more like 100,000 times smaller actually, right? I think it's more around 100,000 times smaller. Anyway, Shazam, but shitter. kinda. If I do that. So yeah, I think it's like currently, I keep on changing the design of the neural net slightly. I think currently it's around 150k parameters. I'm trying to keep it small because firstly, that's just way more impressive if a small network can do something. And secondly, it means that I don't need to be like massively increasing the amount of training data, because the bigger the neural network is, the more training data you need to efficiently, make it learn something without just overfitting. And so yeah, so allow me to actually step through everything. Actually, allow me to quickly show a picture actually of what it can output so far, because I've been waffling for far too long, and then I'll explain how the stuff works. So currently, during the training process, every 2,000 iterations, it outputs a PNG file. And the very, very first PNG file it outputs is after it's done 0 training, 0 iterations, and it looks a little something like this. It's loaded on the wrong screen. And so on the left side here is the input. It's a little bit of a spectrogram. It's 1.5 seconds worth of audio. And down at the very bottom is representing 50 hertz, and up at the very top is representing 8 kilohertz. And the scale of this is logarithmic rather than linear, which just means that you get more detail in the low frequencies. More low frequency bands. I can show you exactly like this. So this is the speech that I recorded earlier. Let me just loop this little bit again. And this is linear, and this is logarithmic. Which actually, yeah, this is logarithmic with far too much detail in the low frequencies. Something more like that would be useful. So yeah, the previous version that I made in TensorFlow was you had to use a separate program to create the spectrogram. But now, this new version that I made in PyTorch, it does this crap by itself. You can just feed it OGG files, and it makes a spectrogram from it. And then it saves that as a PNG file, like it caches it, so that it doesn't have to remake it next time. For speed. And then during the training process, it takes a small snippet of one of the spectrograms. And when I say spectrograms, these are big. These are really, really big. Let me dive into the cache right now and show you just how big they are. Let's just take this random one. So yeah, they're quite big. That's actually not that big. Where's the really long one? This one's really, really long. Okay, yeah. This one's quite long. It's 1 pixel wide when zoomed out. It's 132,825 pixels tall. Did you know a PNG file can be in the 100,000s of pixels tall? Neither did I, but apparently it can. And when you zoom in, it's
cheese.
It's cheese,
You know.
exactly. It's stop!
Cheese.
This is too much.
Cheese.
This is too much. Hi, Omni. Welcome. How are you doing? That's a lot of cheese, and it's mostly on. Well, it's all on my face. I was going to say it's mostly on one eye, but it wasn't. It's because I had my head tilted. It slides from eye to eye as I tilt my head. So yeah, here's what comes in, and here's what comes out. Basically, one of these should light up bright yellow, and all of the others should be off to tell which voice, who spoke this bit of voice, whose voice is this? Why am I failing to speak so much? Control P, run out of paper. Oh my god, how many sheets of paper would that be if it was printed to be as wide as the sheet of paper? Should we find out? This is gonna play on my head if I don't find out. Hi Crease, white cheese. 300 pixels per inch. Okay, hold on. How big is it? 132. Okay, so it's 96 pixels wide. I can't even click to see it. It takes a while to zoom in sometimes. Anyway, so we're at 96 pixels wide, right? If 96 pixels were scaled up to the width of an A4 sheet of paper, which is 210 centimeters, I mean millimeters, not centimeters. 210 over 96. Then we'd need to scale up 132,825 by the same amount. Then we divide that by the length of a sheet of paper, which is 297 millimeters. And it would be almost 1,000 sheets of paper. 979 sheets you'd need. There you go. Quite a lot of sheets of paper. Where was I with this picture? Two reams. Maybe. I don't know how many sheets are on a ream. 500, I'd guess. Hi, Small Blockway. Welcome. And hi, Crease. Welcome. You probably want to print it on the old-style perforated leaf paper we use on Dominatrix. Oh, hell yeah. That was so satisfying. The way you could just go like, whoop, and tear it off. Like, shh. But it would often make like a whoop sound as the paper went like over each of the teeth on the little corrugated bit of plastic on the front of the printer. Anyway. So, yeah, this is the 0th iteration. Everything is completely uninitialized. So, here's how this neural network works. I'm gonna flipping go into detail here. So, we have a grid, and it looks... A grid looks a little something like this. If you've ever seen a grid, you can probably confirm that a grid tends to look a little something like this. Maybe? How do I rotate this without... Yeah, there we are. So we have a grid that looks a little something like this. And we have our like, some of these are dark. Some of these are dark. Most of them are dark. And some of them are, like, brighter and, you know, and we've got different shades of grey and stuff. And there's white as well. This is going to ruin my grid lines if I try to, like, change this now, but... Anyway, so this is our image, right? And each one of these squares is a pixel. And the way this works, the way this... Wait, why is it not appearing? All tabbing for my life and nothing's appearing. Paper goes wee. Exactly. So this is a convolutional neural net, which means that we basically have a little window called a kernel that we pass over the top of this. How can I do this? So what I'm actually using in my one is a 5x5 kernel, which is, you can just think of it as like, well, it's just another flipping, it's just another small grid. It's going to be the same size as this though, so me drawing it smaller is a really stupid idea. Let me just copy and paste a section of this. There we are. What the fuck? That didn't work. Let's do it with the background color set to black. There we are. So we have this. This is a 3x3 kernel. But all we do is the point of a kernel is there's a, you can imagine like a little number in here. And the number could be like 50%. And this one could be, let's say, 25. Maybe this one is minus 10. Maybe this is 0. Maybe this one is 70, etc. There's a number for every single one, right? Let's say there's 25. This is 50 as well. Blah, 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 blah. And these numbers are actually the things that are being learned, by the way. Maybe all of this goes in. And once these numbers have been learned, the idea is that you pass this over the image. Oh my god, did I just lose my... What is... Okay. Weird shit going on in Paint right now. Anyway, we pass this over the thing like this, and we add, say, 25% of this grey value, 0% of this grey value, 100% of this black, 75% of this black, 50, 25, blah, 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 and we add them all together. There's also a special 10th number, by the way, which is like a constant thing that we add to this. That can be negative, so we could be subtracting it, but whatever. Anyway, we end up with one value. All of this adds up to one value. And we put whatever this adds up to into a new picture. Say, here. So we've positioned this here. We've added up all of the things, and whatever it added up to, we've put here. And then we move from there over to here. And we do it all again. We add up all the stuff and we put those values into there. And then we move it over again, another one. That's making the entire screen flash orange. That's not what I'm trying to do. Anyway, so we build up another image that is like the sum of these percentages of all of these things. So basically we filter effectively this image in some way, and the filtered image is here. Bye-bye, Hakun! And that is the output of one of these kernels. And each layer of the neural network, each convolutional layer, so each layer that does this, actually has a whole bunch of these. So in my first, in this picture here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different kernels. And what you're seeing on the screen right here is the filtered version of this picture produced by all 10 of those kernels. And you can see they're like, the resultant picture kind of looks like the original, but it's been filtered in a bit of a way. So, like, in some of them, like, it looks like the horizontal lines here have been like sharpened, kind of. And then this one here, you can see like vertical lines are being exaggerated and stuff like that. But bear in mind, this is like an uninitialized network, so it's pretty much, it's completely random. Nothing useful is being done yet. And by the time we reach the end of the network, it's all just flipping gray and nothing is useful at all yet. So, yeah, that's one layer. And then you might say, well, what if we do it again? What if this is now our picture, and we have another kernel with different numbers, and we put it there, and we do the summing there, and we make another one of these that is the result of the filter on these pixels, and we build up another one like this. And that's what the second layer is. And then we do it a third time, where we run the filter on this one, these are all different numbers again, and make a third picture down here, and that's the third layer. And each time the picture gets a little bit smaller because, well, you can imagine if this is the full picture, then it's originally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pixels wide. That was random. I didn't mean to pick such a nice number. It just accidentally happened. But if we position this here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've reached the end. And there's only 8 pixels. So the picture on the next one is a little bit smaller. Yeah. There are slight technicalities to this which are kind of maybe slightly important. The size of the kernel I'm using is 5 by 5, not 3 by 3, but I'm lazy and I just wanted to draw 3. It's the same shit, just at a bigger size. And also, I'm using a small amount of padding, which means it actually starts slightly outside, like this, and just imagines that these are 0 values outside. So basically, the reason I do that is for the image to be made a little bit less small on the next layer, and so that the filter can like get a chance to look at some of those edge pixels a bit better. Because otherwise, if you have no padding, then like these values here and these values here, those ones, will never get to, no, not those ones, sorry, these ones down here will never get to see the top left pixels, because the highest it'll ever go is here. So this one never gets to see this pixel, or this pixel, or this pixel, and this, and this, and this. So I add a little bit of padding so that the kernel gets to do some work for those edge pixels as well. Anyway, basically that's everything that you need to know for how we get from here to there, to there, to there. And then finally, this last layer here is just a pile of neurons. Hello, your local sound designer here. Hi, Osborne. Welcome. Oh no. Now people, now my sound setup's going to be being critiqued. Oh no. Well, not necessarily critiqued, but scrutinized. Don't take a close look at this program, which is hugely overkill, which I'm using for processing my sound, please. Did you see that? Did you see how much work that compressor did when I just laughed so much? Anyway, hi, welcome, Osborne. My brain hurts, but I'm learning. Well, I'm glad for the second part, not the first part. Hi. It's time for the spooky sound. In completely irrelevant news, I won purple stick on the erratic deck. Very punch. Ah! Jeez! Good job, Cabbage. Good job. So yeah, this is known as in PyTorch. This is just known as a linear layer because it's just one long 1D thing. I'm like wrapping it around, so it's like, you know, making better use of the picture here. But it's basically, it doesn't care about, you know, it's not like a 2D picture. I think TensorFlow calls this a dense layer. It's just all of these neurons connect to all of the neurons in the layer before, basically. But yeah, so stuff. It's just basically, basically the way I think of it is like, it's like a paint mixing palette where you can take in the weights of all the stuff on the last layer before it by different amounts, and they'll all add up to one of these. And then finally there's connections between every one of these and every one of the alpha neurons. Anyway, that's it. I'm typing 101 on Twitch chat instead of pressing 1 to make this smaller. Thank you for all the pads, holy crap. Dense layer is also my nickname. And so yeah, basically during the training process, the neural network is adjusting all of these numbers here and all of the weights that are, let me just, actually I can just drag this onto here. And all the numbers, all of the weights between, for example, this neuron right on the end, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, etc. Because, you know, there's a connection between every one of these and every one of these. And this is basically just letting through some amount. Maybe this is letting through 25%. Maybe it's letting through minus 25%. In other words, this, when this neuron is on, it turns down the value in there. Anyway, that's basically it. And then there's one final stage that's done after you've done all the summing up, which basically, it basically squashes the value down into something sensible, a sensible value that ranges from -1 to 1 instead of, you know, possibly thousands or whatever. Anyway. Hi, Christopher. Welcome. And it's adjusting those values to try to make the answer be slightly more correct for next time. So that after 2,000, I just realized these pictures are being saved every 2,000 iterations. So after 2,000 times of doing this, we get something slightly different. It looks like this now. These have wildly changed. And basically the very first thing that the neural network has learned is that you're going to get a really crap score if you say that it's 50% this person and 50% this person and 50% this person, because that's never going to happen, right? Most of these are always 0, and only one of them should be on. So after this, the very next step, the first thing it's learned is you get a way better score if you just say it's no one than if you say it's half of everyone. So everything's turned off after the first 2,000 iterations. And some more time passes, and it starts to turn on, like just mostly just one. But it's not sure which one it is yet. We have a little bit of Tenma lighting up, we have a little bit of Gouda lighting up, and we're starting to see some like actual information from this image somehow making its way to the end. Which is really, really, really cool. Like at the beginning it was just like grey and noise, and then something that's not grey and noise, but is not really any signal coming through either. And then after 4,000 iterations, we're starting to see something coming through to the end, which is it's so cool. It's so cool. And as a little bit more time passes, we start to see that actually some of these now we're just getting like a single one lighting up. It actually we're still occasionally it's like some inputs coming in and doesn't quite know yet. In short, it's learning to analyze the spectrum image and figure out nuances in each person's speech. Basically, it's not super clear from these images what it's recording yet, what aspects it's learning yet, because all we're seeing here is like a still image, and it's a different still image for every image that it saves, which is a bit of a problem. That's something that I want to change. Basically, just every 2,000th iteration, it's like, okay, well, I'm always just receiving a random picture. Thank you very much for the follow, Monotron. Basically, every 2,000 iterations, it's just like, okay, on this random selection of things, I'm gonna store everything that's happening inside and draw it to an image. But it's random every time because it's just doing it as part of the training process. And so, it would be much cooler if it like every 2,000 iterations, it put a specific image through, the same image every time. And then we could actually make much more sense of this. Like, it would be much more relevant to be looking at this while it's training, because you'd see how you're putting in the same thing and something inside the network is changing, like, over time. Because otherwise right now it's who knows? It currently reacts like this to this image, and it reacts like this to this image. Who knows what changed in the network between these two updates, but something did. Probably, because training was still happening. So yeah, it'd be nice if we could just take a little test image and put that test image through every time. The same test image. Hi David. Welcome.
Oi, jeez.
Anyway, this is pretty cool. If we just look at this, we can start to see some differences in what these filters are doing. Like, this one here is clearly responding a lot to things that are like up and down wavy, or just basically horizontal. And then these ones here are like clearly more responding to things that are vertical. We've got these big differences in brightness with these vertical lines. I don't really know what this one's doing. Anyway, then some combinations of these come through to here. And this is where we're getting a combination of these for every one of these. Hang on, that's a slight nuance that I didn't mention. When I was dragging that window over the picture to make a filtered version, there is only one picture to drag it over when it's the input. But when we're in the second layer here, there are 10 to drag it over. And so for one of these kernels here, it's dragged over this, and it's dragged over this, and it's dragged over this, and 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 this. And there's a different set of numbers in the kernel for each one of these input channels. So basically, this kernel here is specifically different, like taking different values in that 555 kernel for this one versus this one. So maybe, if it wanted, for example, this kernel could learn to respond entirely only to this image and none of these. That'd be an extreme case. I don't think it would make any sense for it to learn that. But like, there are numbers that allow it to respond differently to these. And same on these. So by the time we reach the end, this is like getting very abstract. Like, maybe this is showing a little bit of an area up here combined with an area like down here on this one. Or you know, if this one is lighting up in a certain area and this one is lighting up in a certain area, then this one has both these ones and maybe a negative amount of this one, for example. In other words, if these two are on and this one is very strongly off, then this one turns on, and that means something to it that's useful to tell who's talking. Like, maybe there are certain aspects of someone's voice that, you know, the pitch often moves in a certain way while, like, I don't know, there's certain sibilants being spoken. I don't know. But to make it easier for me to know what changed, yes, it did. Exactly. That's all you can see at the moment. So to try to make it a bit easier to see what's going on, I want to make the input be the same every time. And eventually, this is what I'm really leading towards, I wanted to make a video. I want you to be able to give one long spectrogram, like of speech. Once you finish training this, I want you to be able to like use it if you like. By the way, this neural network is so goddamn tiny that it trains in like well less than 5 minutes. So I haven't even implemented saving the trained model yet. It's just like, it's so ridiculously fast to train because it's so tiny. But yeah, after the training is done, I want you to be able to pass an image through it that is, or I should say a sound, because it automatically makes the spectrogram from it. So you give it a sound, and it will just take like a block of the spectrogram from the very beginning and pass that through, make this frame out of it, and then pass that frame onto FFmpeg. And FFmpeg is something that can make, well, it's like a Swiss Army knife for audio and video, and I could use FFmpeg to relatively easily convert a sequence of these pictures into a video, but rather than having to save them to disk, I can pipe these images straight into FFmpeg so that we don't have like a bunch of temp files on disk. So yeah, that's something I did in the previous TensorFlow version as well, so it'd be nice to do that again. And then once we've done that first frame, we just like move that little chunk window along a little bit in the spectrum, just a little bit, just like 1 pixel across. So now we're like 1 pixel into the sound, run it through again, pass that on to FFmpeg, and there's frame 2 of our video. Move on a little bit further, run it through the network, pass it through to FFmpeg, and we'll just do that for the whole audio file, and we'll end up with a video where this smoothly scrolls left to right, or right to left, and hopefully then, we can actually really see patterns appearing here as the voice starts and stops making certain sounds, as stuff changes over time. Because I reckon this is learning stuff about how stuff changes over time that will be very cool to see, and we can't.
Call him a python.
That python, that is a python. Hi. Hi, joking. But yeah, I reckon there's like cool stuff to be seen that we're just completely blind to currently, because we're just seeing these random arbitrary snapshots with no relationship to each other. And maybe when we get a proper video of it, we could actually see something in particular lighting up, maybe like for certain sounds as they scroll across, which I think would be so cool. Anyway, so yeah, also pretty cool is if we look so far at some images where the same neuron is used for both. Let's do me. So on this frame, I assume it's me talking. I'm assuming it's me talking because the loss gets very low, so it seems that it's doing the correct job. But yeah, here's a frame my eye light up, which is 106,000, and there's another one, 118. If I get both of these up. Okay, so I can now click this button. Wait, this is kind of annoying actually. I can now click, which button is it? This button. To overlay this image here on top of this image here. And the really cool thing is, so these are two different things going in. You can see there, like the spectrum on the left is so different, wildly different, and like clearly saying two very different things. But by the time it's reached the end, look at this here. Look at this. How the neurons in this dense layer are activating. They're so similar between them. Look at that. Like only a few of those neurons are like getting a bit dimmer or a bit brighter. A lot of them are staying the same, which is so cool to me. So it's like by the time it's reached here, it's clearly filtered out something about my voice that is just like, yeah, that's Yukieved. That's me. Isn't that cool? And if you compare it to some other voice, like a Japanese voice actress, like there wildly changes. And his going between a female and male voice, and they're changing a lot as well. So I think that's really, really cool already, but it'll be even cooler when it's a video. And it'll also be cool to see how that last layer, like, hopefully just warps only very slowly and slightly as it's going through one voice. I can make a test file that's like a bunch of different voices, one after the other, so that we could see everything like go whoop once a different voice starts speaking, hopefully. Anyway, this pixel text of Yuka is saying, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Oh my god. I do say that quite often, huh? Well, the training data that I'm using for my own voice that I've given it is a bunch of segments from all of the training data that I've given to train for the RoboYuke voice. So we can actually dive into the audio here that is being used. If I get to the correct folder. Which is easier said than done. Here it is. Oh my goodness. Stu! Hi! Welcome. I actually don't need to, thank you for the pads. I actually don't need to save the kidneys right now. I do need to posture check though. And I do need to, there you go. Not yet real-time visualization. Oh, you know what? That would be the holy grail. I'd need to learn about how to process like audio live from a sound card in Python though. Should be possible though, right? That gets to the kind of, once it gets like hardware specific like that, that's the kind of stuff that I expect will be, you know, easily possible on Linux and difficult on Windows. It just smells to me a little bit like the kind of thing that Python is going to suck with on Windows. I don't know why. I just feel like it feels like the kind of thing I've been burned by in the past. I haven't tried to do specifically audio stuff like that in the past, but anyway. Hi, by the way, hi Colin, welcome. So yeah, if we just dive into this, this here is all just audio that's been used for training RoboUke. Anyway, so that's just me reading all kinds of stuff from Steam reviews to people's Twitch bios to I think Wikipedia articles, and that was all used for training the RoboUke TTS voice that is then run through a filter when it's actually played on Unity. I was going to say, just send the output of some pulse audio command line tool into a pipe and you're done. Oh! We couldn't hear the sound. Oh, shit. Hold on. Right, the audio device is wrong. Having just said about stuff, just audio, something not working. Okay, it should be correct now. Oh my god, it's so quiet now. Holy crap. No, okay, it's Mom. Be here if you're an adult. Emotes and other works are from these amazing artists, and Toast is a part of a tradition. Oh my god, I'm trying to stop my background music. Stop! It may be incorporated in a full breakfast or eaten with beans. Their implant research. Fucking my mom wishes. Wait, what? I don't remember saying. Wait, what? Hang on. Wait, what was that? Speaks. I just flipping skipped to a part where I was saying fucking something or other. What the hell was I reading? That wouldn't have been from someone's Twitch bio. The fuck was I reading? Oh man, I want to dive into the transcriptions now to see what I was saying. Doing my new art piece at the gallery this month. The solution is simple. Get the Yuga challenges with a new season every 3 months. Oh, and enumeration members. Anyway, there you go. A whole bunch of crap. Windows be like what you can do. Windows be like what you can do stuff.
Okay.
Yes. Although, actually, you know what? I probably could use FFmpeg on Windows to send out audio from an audio device as well, and then pipe that into Python. That seems incredibly amateur hour, but whatever. I'm already piping stuff into FFmpeg. Why not pipe stuff out of it as well? I'm getting hot. I'm taking off my cardigan.
The cheese on the blockchain.
Wait, why didn't she say blockchain correctly?
The cheese on the blockchain.
The blockchain. I see why she said that. Just connect your audio out into the audio in on the motherboard. But Python? Oh my goodness. Alright, so what we're doing currently, if anyone's interested, is this is the entire program. Da-da! Ha ha ha! So we load the data first. The data is these files in a folder: OGG, FLAC, MP3, and WAV. And for each one, we want to get a MEL spectrogram, that is basically the logarithmic spectrogram, and the labels for that one. And the labels are basically... Okay, hold on, where's the folder again? So for example here, for this one, useful labels might be this, where voice equals this, language equals this, and there's like a lot of this for the different ones. There's a concept of labels, and at the top you can like specify. So a label is like a something equals something, a key equals a value label, string. And you can specify which keys you want, and it'll look in the file name for, like, it'll separate by spaces, and then for each word it'll look to see if there's an equals in it. If there is, the left side is the key, and the right side is the value, and that becomes a label. Anyway. I'm kind of rushing through a bunch of things, I'm sorry. Where are we? So it does that. Where is it? Where's the load? Oh, here it is. And once we're inside this function that's meant to load it, we actually look to see if a PNG already exists in the cache. Thank you for the pad send in. And if a PNG exists, we load it from the PNG instead. Otherwise, we load the audio and then we resample it to a lower sample rate, and we get the mel spectrogram of it, and we get it into the range, blah, 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 blah. And we also cache it. Okay, so once we've got that, we basically set up the model itself. And then we do this, which is where all of the, basically everything actually happens. I think that's where it happens. Yeah, it is. I have been absolutely putting so many comments in this, so hopefully it will be easy to explain it, but I guess now we find out if it is. Yeah, I do like this song as well, Cabbage. So yeah, here's the thing. If you're trying to classify things into their own, well, classes, well, if you're trying to classify audio into like one of a bunch of different classes, as in like the different voices, you ideally want to be presenting the same number of samples to the neural network overall. If you're presenting it with like 9,000 examples of my voice and only 1,000 examples of someone else's voice, then there's not a lot of incentive for the neural net to learn about those 1,000 different things, because 9 times out of 10 is going to get the reward if it just says it's my voice. So like for the best results, what I do is I make a bunch of bins, if you like, one bin for each different voice, and into that bin I place all of the spectrograms that belong to that voice. So you can have different audios of the same voice, and their spectrum will get put into the bin for that voice. That's what this section is. And we do a little bit of other stuff for each bin, because we need to know how long each bit of audio is. Yeah, and the total length and stuff. And then where is this? Building an epoch of training data. Building an epoch of training data. Ah, right. That's in a separate function. Delegation. Put them in the bin. Don't you want to know? I do. Also, has Twitch's thingy changed? Because I don't remember ever seeing a thing spin like this. This is the first time I've actually seen a spinny thing in my Twitch chat. I know it's not working above. Anyway, then we pull a certain number from each bin, basically. So that we have the same number for each, even if we... Yeah. Yeah, basically. Basically that. We try to just take a random chunk from anywhere along that entire audio. And yeah, we do that the same number of times for each bin. And once we've got that stuff, we move it onto the GPU. And once it's on the GPU, a lot of stuff becomes so much faster. Oh my goodness, holy crap. Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Dankenstein. Welcome, Dr. Dankenstein, as well. Holy. Congrats to Blauconical, Freudnim, Shy Assistant VT, Diablo, Secrets Past, ZELKAID, Brighton, Malphon, Zemdo, Bikison, and Glurky. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Cannibal. Welcome, welcome. Hi. How are you doing, Dr. Dank? As well. I was luck mode for the first hour or so, and I'm just getting caught up. But is there an end goal with this other than classifying voices? Nope, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is just a thing that I thought would be really cool to see the internals of while it's working. I just was like, huh, what would it look like if a neural network can tell, oh, this must be this person saying something, or this must be this person. I'm like trying to visualize stuff. Oh, I don't know if you saw any of the visualizations. There, this stuff. I still feel embarrassed about the LED discussion. Don't worry about it. Aww, pat. Don't worry about that. Anyway, so once we've... Oh yeah, also one more thing. whenever we're dealing with PyTorch, it always wants to work with tensors, and this word scared me for a long time. I was like, what the fuck is a tensor? What is this? This is all above my head. And then I realized that essentially, although technically probably not true in the mathematical perspective, in the mathematical sense of the word, basically, when these libraries talk about a tensor, they just mean an array. It's just an array. It's just a goddamn array. And they're trying to use fancy words. It's just a multi-dimensional array. Hi, Aaron. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome. Been playing Avowed. That's another game I don't know. I don't know any games. I'm sorry for being so terrible. It'd be a matrix. Oh, okay. I mean, you can have a 1D array in here as well. Can you have a 1D matrix? Would that even be a matrix in the mathematical definition? Tints! Thank you very much! Welcome. Oh, you can? It would still be 1D. Interesting. A 1 by n, where n can be 1? Oh yeah, right. And 1 by 1 would just be a single value, right? Thank you very much for the sub tension. How are you doing? You arrive. A box with variables, with lines normal to each face. I guess, but it can be more than 3D. If you put the bloop bloop around it, it's a matrix. Okay. Noted. Also. Yeah. For the Anna coded. Welcome in, Anna. Hi. So yeah, after this point, we move stuff to the GPU. Actually, I want to show you something which is amazing. So I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm just going to run it exactly the same way, but I'm going to, instead of doing it on the GPU, do it on the CPU. In other words, instead of having the stuff stored in VRAM, it's going to be stored in normal RAM. And it's going to be like executed. All the operations are going to be done on the CPU. Rather than on the GPU. Whereas if they were done on the GPU, a lot of stuff would be done in parallel. Because I just want to show you how much slower this part is. Which I guess I should explain first. I'm going to rename square brackets to blub blub. Blub blub? Is that what I said? Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Anna. Tensors are an abstraction over the concept of vectors, matrices, and higher dimension. Oh, okay. So, is it pretty much the mathematical name for array then? Because I feel like an array is also an abstraction over vectors and matrices, right? Is it just like what they're called in general in maths? Whereas like in code, they're often just called arrays? At least once you get down to the low level, it's stored as arrays. Tensors are elements of vectors space. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is getting very mathematical. Tensor is a more complicated array. Okay. Well, thankfully, you only need to think of them as arrays for all of the stuff that I've been doing so far, at least. In specifically with PyTorch, I'm saying. Thank you for the pats. Okay, so to get more bang for our buck, to get more out of our training data, I augment the training data, which just means do some kind of messing up of the training data in such a way that is not so great as to be unrecognizable. So for example, hang on, let's just actually record something. So this, and if I just do the same again, but we make a new track. I don't know the shortcut to make a new track. Okay. But what if we generate a bit of noise behind it? Okay, so if you were to hear this, okay, that's actually quite a lot of noise. This, you'd still recognize that it's me saying nyan, right? Even though it's technically a different sound to nyan. So yeah, there you go. Now you've got two pieces of training data from the same nyan. Congratulations, you've doubled the amount of stuff. Not really, it's yeah, but basically doing that can make the neural net more tolerant to noise and more actually learning the more important things about the training data rather than learning from bits of noise or something that are present in some training data but not other. So we just put a whole kind of random noise over all of it, and it's like, bam. Now the only thing that's sort of remaining is the important stuff, and now any small amounts of background noise I really drowned out by the bigger one. And there's a couple of other things I do as well. I basically do a thing to fade... you know what? I shouldn't have exited SD. There's a couple more things that I also do. Effectively, I low pass and high pass it. Let's just record this again. So we've got this. And sometimes, 50% of the time actually, I do what's effectively a low pass or a high pass. So it'll be a little something like this sometimes. So that's like sounding much tinnier. Or this. So it's more muffled. So yeah, there's things that where I use the word gradient here. It's not gradient in the machine learning sense to do with like the backpropagation. That's not that kind of gradient. It's gradient in like the graphical sense, like a fade from black to white, basically. Where the black to white is used as a let me just slow down Photoshop. This is way easier to explain on Photoshop. Holy, what am I doing? I've got access to programs that can make this easy to understand. Free nyans, what a bargain. I know, right? You're gonna get another one right now. Nyan. So we have here a spectrogram. It's very blurry, but we have one. So here's a bit. And sometimes I'll make a new layer that is this, and I'll apply that as a multiplier of whatever's behind it. So basically we'll fade out the bottom area, and the randomness is by how much we fade it out by and in which direction it's going, because sometimes we fade out the top instead of the bottom. So that's literally what I do. I literally make a bitmap that is like a gradient, and we do that randomly for half of the training data. And we add a little bit of noise to some after doing the fade as well, so then the fade doesn't fade away the noise. And that's the stuff that's done. If you're talking about PyTorch and other AI frameworks, then tensors really are just multi-dimensional arrays with multiplication operations defined. I see. A huge number of operations are defined as well. Although multiply is literally what we're using right there. Oh my god. Yes. And afterwards, once we've finished doing this stuff, which quietens a lot, we normalize it in the mathematical sense. We for each little spectrogram, we scale it so that the maximum value is 1 and the minimum value is 0. Actually, we just scale it so the maximum value is 1 and 0 is 0. Yeah, and then we start the training. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. 6 months of the key Duke.
Aw, thank you very much. Hi, Astatin. Welcome. How are you doing? Thank you for the resub. Also, know you don't you're not allowed to call someone cute when you're cute yourself, right? That's how it works, right? Wait, oh my god, I didn't realize there's a hydration from Siri 20 minutes ago. Okay, hold on, I'm doing it now. I'm doing it. This is Nyan juice now. This is the first Nyan juice of the day, so I'm gonna. It's still quite full, so let me. Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, I deserve that one. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Okay, second hydration. There you go. Posture has been checked as well. Demon has been exercised, whatever, one of those two things. And finally, pats for the tense. I feel like the cuties should have extra permission to call people cute. I guess. Yukiro cats drink twice. I feel like this is a reference to something. Pretty much. I can't drag this, pretty much. It looks different when I mouse over it, so you'll just have to look closely at that, I guess. Take a close look at that FFZ hyper. Sekiro shadows die twice. Cats drink twice. Cats live nice. Nine times. Anyway, let me just quickly add. Okay, you know what? Text is up here, and text is down there. I think there's probably also a print in each of these that I can certainly do this. So the reason I keep on shuffling after each of these augmentations is because for efficiency, to make this work quickly, we want to apply it to only a quarter of the things. So I literally just do it to the first quarter rather than choose, you know, thousands of random numbers and then do it to each of those individually. It's faster to do it to the first quarter of the training data in one big batch and then just shuffle. And this is ludicrously. This is like revoltingly fast on the GPU. Like it's just like, you know, there's a few stages of fastness. You know, some things you're like, oh, that was a little faster than expected. That was nice. Some things are like, whoa, what the hell? You just that was ludicrously fast. And some things you tell us to do it and it's like done, and you're like, excuse me, but. What the fuck? That shouldn't be possible. And so this one's in that category, in that last category. It's like, what? That's disgusting. Why is technology like what? Stop. So let me just show you that actually. I'm just going to change it so that we will get it printing this for each one of the shuffles. Before we just assume it's a bug and it got skipped. Yes, not an exaggeration. So I'm going to keep these settings the same for a moment. It's going to be very slow on the CPU, but let's do it anyway. That's not a hash. This is a hash. So this is on the CPU. So you'll be able to see each of these steps happening now. Watch this. So one sec, you'll see when we get to it. It's loading everything in. It's building the epoch. This is a bit slow, especially when I'm streaming apparently. Once this is done, it'll be doing the augmenting. So there's shuffling. The first shuffle, there's the next shuffle. And then it's doing augmenting. There's another shuffle. There's another shuffle. And you know, between each of these is like some augmenting happening as well. Okay, so that's the speed up on the CPU, okay? That was on the CPU. Now let's put this on the GPU. And we'll do the same thing again. So the GPU has a bit of overhead here where it has to initialize CUDA, which the CPU didn't. Okay, so now I build the epoch. This is still done on the CPU, unfortunately, and immediately after this is the augmenting. That was it. It was just like, it just spat those lines out in like probably 1 or 2 frames of my stream. That's just like, that's, what? Excuse me? Why is, huh? And between each of these, it's like doing the augmentation as well, where it's generating noise for some of them and generating the fades, all at different amplitudes for some of them. It's like, okay, how is that technologically possible? What is... Anyway, I have verified that it is actually working, because as Liquid Cake says, it is the kind of thing where you just think, well, clearly it didn't do anything. But no, it literally just did. It literally just applied noise and random fades and stuff to approximately, whatever, 12,000 times 16, 50% of that, plus 50% of that, plus a quarter of that, plus a fifth of that. Images, like what? Anyway, the difference of having 8 to 16 versus 4,000. Yeah. Hi, hello, welcome. I am, so we just, Known feel when doing shaded programming. Ah, I see. You're used to it. Apply Manoy, scribbling as best as she can. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, hi, hello. Let me see. What I'm doing today is I'm basically catching everybody up on the stuff that I've been playing around with in Python and PyTorch for the past week, I guess. Mostly week. Some machine learning stuff. So yeah, and then eventually hopefully I'll do a little bit of work on it as well. But that's asking a lot. Where the hell am I? Do train. Okay, yeah, so we augment everything. Wow, that's disgusting. I hope you didn't hear that. I know you did. Anyway, but then we optimize the contrast. We split it into batches, which is basically no work. It's just we tell it, hey, I know that I made like 10,000 times 16 images. Now just pretend that there's like an extra array index on the far end. You don't need to adjust how stuff is stored in memory at all. Just pretend now that there's an extra index on the far end. And this is 1/16 of the size, and yeah, so anyway, so that's basically splitting it. And then we change it so the spectrogram ranges from -1 to 1, because that's another slight technicality, detail about how the model works. That little function that is done once you've summed up all of the values from the previous neurons to make the value that goes into the next neuron, that little thing that scales everything from -1 to 1 is tanh, the mathematical operation tanh. So we do that on the training data first as well. Or we don't do tanh, but we scale it into the -1 to 1 range first, because that's like the natural range that the neural net operates in. So if the data you're putting in and the data you want to come out are also ranging from -1 to 1, then like everything is just going to like naturally be using taking full advantage of the full range of data values that can be stored. And then it's just this little loop. We pass in, we grab 16 bits from the training data of what it should look like, of what it's, we grab 16 examples of something coming in, and we grab 16 what the value of the output should be for those 16 things. We put the 16 things through the network. We see how...
Each went on a holiday. It's just come back. Now it's 10x.
Damn, as soon as I stop the music, it stops. Stops the TTS. I'm sorry, hold on, I'm sorry, Dank. I see you did the cabbage. So then we have an example of what it should look like, and we have what it actually looked like, and we work out the error. And then this is the magic secret sauce where I don't actually need to know how it does the backpropagation, but it does it, which adjusts all of the weights to be a little bit better next time. And so yeah, we're actually presenting 16 different things, and it adjusts based on the average errors over the 16 things, if I'm not mistaken. And then we decide whether we want to draw the internals if the number of times that we've updated so far is a multiple of 2000. That's why we're getting an image for every 2000 iterations of training. And we're also just printing a line in the console if it's for every 100 lines. Every 100 iterations, sorry. Like you can see there. And that's basically. And the part where I draw stuff, I'm super, super proud of the part where it's drawing things. So this innocuous looking line here, draw neurons. Oh boy. It took me 3 nights to get this working how I wanted it. Thank you very much for the follow. Faust Sanity. I'm gonna go with that. It's not you. I already coded today and lost too many brain cells. Oh no. Pat. So yeah, this is gonna need to... I actually need to split some things out of this into a separate function. Right now it's all one function, but it's gonna have to be split. But yeah, this is one long ass function. That whole thing was the function. There's a lot to it. But basically all of this part down to down to here, all of this part is it's working out automatically. Okay, so let's go back to one of these pictures. Hold on. Here. It's working out how to lay out everything on the whole frame, basically. It's working out based on the size and number of these output channels of this convolutional thing. How many columns and rows should be drawn in, and how much it should be upscaled by, and then where it should be positioned horizontally and where it should be positioned vertically, and then the same for all of these, and then like how, you know, it tries to keep the spacing between the layers the same and all this stuff. And I did this because the first time I made the program like this in TensorFlow, rather than Torch, it was really annoying whenever I wanted to make a small tweak to the network. Like maybe I just wanted to increase this one to have this layer to have 2 more channels or something, or maybe I wanted to add a layer, or heaven forbid remove a layer. I had to then completely change the code that draws stuff to handle that. But this just automatically handles any combination of any sizes of conv 2D layers and dense layers. So that's what I've coded support for so far. But I would just need to update this function if I ever want to add a different type of layer. Not if I want to tweak or add or remove any of these types of layers. So yeah, it's same for this. It sort of changes how wide or tall each of these little neurons is based on how many outputs there are. The only hard-coded things are how wide this is and how far from the left side this should be. Or from the right side this should be, to make enough space for these. I could change that. I could make it measure the width in text of the longest tag and use that to push it that far in from the right-hand side. And also the scaling up of this is hard-coded as well. Because I always want to be able to see this nice and clearly. But also not have it stupidly big. Anyway, and then everything else is just worked out. So it works out, it chooses, what are you doing here? Choosing a size and number of rows and columns for each layer. This part here is kind of gross. It's a bit brute forcey. We just try different devices until we find one that the number of channels divides into, and then that's how many columns and we make it, and so that we can have the same number of rows in each column and stuff. And now that we know the size, we'll draw every layer out, choose a position, etc. And then things. And this is all done on the GPU here, which is really nice. Basically using Torch operations while the stuff is still on the GPU. And only at the very end here do we finally pull the frame off the GPU and onto the CPU. Because the last part of the drawing of the frame needs to be done in OpenCV instead, because I don't know a nice, efficient way to draw a line in Torch. Although, I guess I could just make... Yeah, it's actually not good. It wouldn't be that hard. But also I don't know how to draw text. I'm not going to about to implement my own way to draw text in Torch. So that's done in OpenCV. And honestly, the drawing of text and stuff only needs to be done once at the very beginning. Right now, we draw the entire frame from scratch every single time. But eventually, I'd like to just have a background frame that we reset to every time we're drawing a new frame. And that background frame will have the surrounding rectangles already drawn and the text on the right-hand side already drawn. And that's just the clean slate that we revert it to every time we draw a new frame. Just to save time, we don't have to draw this text for every single frame. Can use a separate drawing thing. A separate drawing thing. OpenCV is the separate drawing thing that I'm using. But it can't operate on tensors in GPU land. So I have to move it off at that point. I have to move it off anyway when I want to save it to a PNG file, of course, because, the GPU drivers can't save a PNG file themselves. So it has to somehow end up in normal memory to be passed to the PNG encoder, which I'm already using OpenCV to do. So that's why I'm using text for that. MATLAB. Oh no! Please no. Please not MATLAB. Please no. I have absolute flipping PTSD from attempting to install MATLAB for some things in the past, and I couldn't get that to work at all, and it just seems like so bloated and so many dependencies. Mind you, here I am talking about PyTorch, which is 2.5 gigabytes to download, so perhaps bloated is maybe the wrong word? Maybe bloated in different ways? Bloated in dependencies, question mark? I don't know. Mad lad. Anyway. I doubt that MATLAB, I doubt that anything except for PyTorch can operate on PyTorch tensors in GPU land, so maybe I'll make little functions to draw the lines of a rectangle. But yeah.
Pretty kitty, soft and bright, whiskers twitching in the light. Tail that sways, so full of grace, every move a perfect pace. Ears that perk, eyes that gleam, like a vision from a dream. So sweet, so true, pretty kitty, that is you.
No, you. Thank you for the pats, Ninja, and the poem. Thank you for the poem. TFTP, thanks for the pats, but in Nuja's case it would be thanks for the poem.
Mew.
It is funny how she says mew rather than meow as well. Review just skipped every... Wait, what did I... Hang on, okay, fine, she skipped something? Right, let me read it. Pretty kitty, soft and bright, whiskers twitching in the light, tail this way, so full of grace, every move above your face. Here's a perk, eyes a gleam. Like a vision from a dream, every glance so sweet. Oh, she skipped every... Wow, she skipped every glance, huh? Ah! Oh well. Excuse me.
Mew.
Yeah, that's how she says it, Mocha. Also, hi, Mocha. I don't remember if I said hi already. I probably did. My memory is dead already. Anyway, that's how things be currently. So, I think what I want to do... Oh my god, thank you for the pants nude as well. I think what I want to do is... What's the thing I want to do next? I'm gonna be honest, getting a video output would be really cool. But in order to get a video output, I need to be able to feed it an image, a specific image to do all this stuff with. And for that to be done efficiently, I'm gonna want to move the setup stuff outside, like the layout and stuff, so it just sets up the layout of how things will be positioned and scaled outside this function, so it's done once. Yeah, let's do it that way. Also, you know what we should also do? Give pads to Aston. Wait, I'm trying to go to this view, not that. Yep, there we are. Pads for the Ast. Pew. Okay, so all of this stuff, and maybe a couple of other things, are going to need to be moved outside this function, which is not great, because that means global. But it's much better than executing them for every single frame we draw instead of just the one frame. Pyglet, which is clearly meant to be pronounced Piglet, so now it's Piton to draw in real time onto a window. That would be pretty interesting. I mean, I'm guessing it could also just show a bitmap, so I wouldn't need to like rewrite all of this code. I could just like say, hey, this is the bitmap, show it on the screen now. Thank you for the hydration and the posture check. I'm gonna have to go into quiet mode soon as well. It's 10 PM. And I've just finally gone through everything that I've done so far. I really don't want to use Pygame. I have a bad experience with that. but I have used it in the past. Okay, so let's move a lot of this stuff outside here. This might be disgusting, but I might have to write global this. Put it all in a single object. But then, okay, yeah, then I could do global as single object. But then this, this equals that object. I don't use a dictionary, which I feel like is going to be the next suggestion. So, yeah, one of those two things, I guess. I'll probably put this into the draw neurons init. Maybe not even make it global, just pass it as an argument. I guess. I think I want to set stuff up in init. Thank you for the follow, Nicola. So I still don't understand how Python decides to make stuff work globally and when it decides to not make it work globally. I think whenever I do something equals blub blub, it doesn't work globally, but if I try to access the inside of this, it does work globally. I will never understand that properly, because sometimes it will just access global things just fine and modify them, and sometimes it won't modify them. What other things do I need? Layer pause as well. This is going to need to be stored elsewhere. Let's initialize all this stuff at the top. I think that's the only place that's used. Why is my caps lock on? What is happening? Why am I screaming? You can put global as a keyword. Yes. I had to do that here, back when I was doing accelerators equals blub blub. But then I changed it to accelerators.clear, and I probably don't need to do the blub blub anymore. I probably don't need to do global anymore. If you assign a name something, you can also change its visibility within that scope. If you mutate an existing thing, change is visible where the variable is. Mutate an existing thing. So doing equals blub blub would be mutating it, but doing .clear or .append is not mutating it? Question mark? Also, hi Finuki. Welcome. Blub 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 is not defined. Oh no. Hold on, I have to make Roby read this. Hold on. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go into quiet mode now, actually. Which, for anyone who doesn't know, people are gonna be trying to sleep in the room behind me very shortly, because the time is that. So yeah, I have to change some settings and become quieter, which will actually be louder for you, like this. No, I can change how I speak and also quieten the music, and then hopefully you can still hear me. This music is far too hype. Relax. Chill. Chill a little. If you have a global foo and you say foo.append, everyone will see that. If you say foo equals that, that isn't changed. Unless you use the global keyword. Okay, so once again, the programming language is making it harder by hiding the abstraction of, or the concept of pointers. It's if your axis, so, you know, in that case it would be like if whenever you're assigning a thing, in that case it would be like you have a pointer to the foo array, and you can like modify variables inside the foo array. But if you create a new foo array, which is where like in C you'd need to pass it as like a star array, you can't change it because it's only being passed like star array, right? Note that the term tensor does not carry the same meaning. The meaning of the word machine learning is only superficially related to— oh my god, okay. Tensors in PyTorch are simply multidimensional arrays. Okay, thank you, Stu. Nice. Isn't everything in Python a pointer? I have no idea. It depends on the scope where the variable was defined. Hi, Kerion. Or Kerion. Kerion. Did you hear the crack? Hear my crack. Why did I just jump to a new place? Just keeping a lookout for the things that I need to change and set. I think I only need to set these and these and these. Basically everything near the top. These need to be set up. And after that, everything that we need to know is stored in here, basically. And these, we don't need to remember these, actually. I think we don't need to remember that, or that, or that, or that. We do need to remember that for when we're drawing a frame. We need to know what size it is. We don't need to remember the margins. Remembering these would be good. Although we could just get len of this again, I guess. Still yanning it up, are we? Are we? Backslash. Ah, yeah. Right, yeah, for backslashes here, really, yeah. I didn't see and yeah, I honestly just see them as backslashes. Honestly. This is the font I've used. Well, even before I used it, I had it in the Japanese locale, so since Windows XP. Like 20 years, question mark? Alright, let's move these. Let's move all of this actually, and then do the blah 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 global something. Oh, I'm gonna make a backup before I do this. This is a lot of code being moved around. Found what I was looking for. libtorch is a thing using Python. Using PyTorch, but from C++ instead. That's very interesting. That sounds interesting. I might have to try that sometime. C++ though. Rather than C. Alright, let's take all this mess. Oh, okay, that's a bit much actually. This needs to get moved. Prepare for a load of errors. Boop. Now we'll put this into... Let's put this into a function called... I'm so flipping C-brained that I'm wanting to put this before this function, even though it doesn't need to be put before it. Let's call this draw neurons in it. I guess this should be called init draw layout, I guess. Boop. I'm gonna need to global everything that we set in here, right? That we want to access from outside. Or we can put it into one object, yeah. Or we can put it in one object. Been doing C++ at work a bit recently, and I have to say I too am more comfortable in C. I see. There are a few things from C++ I wish C had, like namespaces. You even use your OpenGL knowledge to draw the things. Oh my god. That would be much slower. I don't know how to do it in any fast way, I should say. All of the transformations. Essentially... yeah, stuff. Essentially I'm like preparing a lot of things in one operation with the current code that I feel like there'd be a lot of overhead of me calling multiple OpenGL things if I were trying to do it in OpenGL. I don't know. Okay, let's make some of these things global, I guess. Do I really want these all global? Do I want them global? I do want them global. I don't have to type the equals blah 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 blah. Or all of these things equals the global object. Okay, what do we need? We need frame W, frame H. Oh god, I just pasted the entire thing twice. Frame W, frame H. I'll group them like this. We don't need any of the rest. We need this. We need this. We need this. We need this. This is like changing every time. Wait, because I'm typing global here, the errors are disappearing from here, right? Like it's able to access this, but not this now. So I don't actually need to define these globally? Just having something here that says global makes these things exist at the global scope rather than just your sorry, where is it? I've lost it. Just having the globals here makes them exist in the global scope, even? Not just like that you want to access them globally, but it creates them by the look of it. This is a thing I didn't know at all about Python. What the hell? This is weird. So to know everything that exists globally, you have to look inside every single function. You can't just look in the global layer. At the global level, sorry. Okay, now it's just num layers. Oh, example in. Needs to be used as well. That's interesting. Example in. Where is that used? Oh, right. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Okay, so we... This is annoying. Add input examples to list of layer activation. Okay, I'm gonna change this to be done inside the main draw thing, and I'm gonna add... Oh shit, but I can't do that yet. Oh, this sucks. We do need to have an example of what the input is. We could work this out for ourselves. But we still wouldn't know what type it is. Oh, mind you, we're just manually saying that it's that, actually. So we could automatically work this out for ourselves. We already know this, we know this. So do we actually... Can we just make a dummy example in? I think we can just make a dummy example in. This is okay. This is kind of nasty. What's happening now? So, essentially, for all this stuff below that's going to look through the layers and work out how to position them, it needs to be able to access the input. PyTorch does not give you an easy way to access the input like it gives you a way to access the... Wait. I think it does actually. I think it does actually. I think it does. I think I need to set up a hook for input to the layer rather than just output. No, that wouldn't work, would it? That wouldn't work exactly. Why do you assign them in that function? Do you modify those once in a while and just reassign them always to make sure? No, I set them once in here and then they need to be accessed from a different function, the one that actually does the drawing. That's gonna do it, like draw many frames. Because we only want the layout to be done once. Because the layers aren't gonna change size and shape, which are basically the same thing, over one run of this software. Oh my goodness, psych! Psych! Hi, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome. Why am I being mentioned? Hi, Psychic, welcome. Lattice Raid, oh my goodness. Snipes, hi, Yoon, welcome. Nova, hi again. What was the Lattice up to? Psychic Cheese. Psychic Cheese. That's your new name. Don't call No Skin Man at 3 AM prank gone wrong. Okay, I think this might be taking the title from the different stream because it's not showing what you're streaming. But Pat. What were you up to? No Skin. Wait, was it actually No Skin? Wait, how's it able... Why is it...
Format.
Why is the plane, the little plaque, the little thing I was holding up, saying no skin, but it wasn't saying no skin on the thingy that went up there?
Käse.
Super meat boy? What, psychic salad? Psychic meat boy? Question mark? Super salad? Well, super salad kind of works actually. What is no skin? It sounds a little bit scary. Welcome. Hi everybody. We're in the process of refactoring, yay! Everybody's favorite, some code for drawing the internals of cool stuff that happens within a neural network while it tries to learn how to tell different voices apart. So I'm trying to change the code that draws that to be better so that it can eventually make a video instead of still images. Soup or salad? Oh my god. Why not both? Just give her a little bit of both. The no skin man had indeed no skin. He was very unhappy about it. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't really like to be without skin as well. Unless it's a really hot day, then sometimes I do wish I could remove my skin. Roguelite, turn-based, combat, eldritch, psychological horror game. That's a lot of tags. I get the psychological horror part. 1 sec. Okay, I had to make a noise. Thank you for the pad, Soon. Thank you for the hydration, Soon. Is this gonna be it? It is! It's a flush! A royal flush? I'm not royal. Well, thank you very much for the hydration, the positive check, and the saving kidneys, and for the raid psychic. Yuki Hima. Okay, I am going to be right back and I will try to save the kidneys. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm sorry to disappear as soon as I've been raided, but Stewie has made sure that I save my kidneys. So hey, Psych, since you just finished the stream, maybe you should also save the kidneys. Yeah. Friendly reminder to everybody to take care of themselves, take care of their body, pay attention. Like go to the toilet if you need to, drink, eat, rest if you can. Okay, I will be right back. Gonna do an eat and alright, enjoy the consumption of food. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gone. Wait, I'm not here yet. Hi, I'm here now. Hi! I'm back. Yes! Hi, Yui. Welcome. Welcome back, thank you. My chair is so noisy. I'm like trying to really not move much to avoid it making so much noise, but it still makes noise sometimes. Where was I? Here. Yeah, so for the sake of setting stuff up, I need to... Oh man, this sucks. I need to do this thingy here, both for setting up the drawing layout and stuff, and also for actually drawing it later, not just working out where to draw it and how to draw it. Hi, bro, thank you. I'm having to be quiet right now because people are sleeping. Normally I'm less quiet. Oh my goodness, Nova's Nova is licking the N line. Okay, so this part here, where I add the input, per batch instead of fake blah blah blah. What am I?
You are gay. That's okay. Time is too short to be an Opa Boogie Biggie. The last one didn't really rhyme. Couldn't find the time. Gayik is great. All love, no hate.
Aww. Thank you, City Rover. Thank you for the kind poem. Have a nice sleep, Lick. Thank you for hanging out. What is example in originally then? So normally it's like the batch, the channel, the X. Oh, that's okay. Right, the channel. I'm gonna put in brackets 1. There, this is okay. I see what's happening. Why do we need to do this for the input but not for the... Oh, because it was...
I forget about this redeem, and I can talk. I like this redeem. Yuk yuk, mew yuk.
Mew yuk. Why did she say mew? Yeah, she struggled with that question mark, didn't she, City Robo? What the hell? That was weird. Pretty weird. But yes, you can. You can, Yun. So I was just laughing at the mute. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can, rather than me having to manually add this example data thingy that gets passed in to the list of acts. The acts are the activations. These are just the values that are on the neurons at the end. Rather than me having to do that manually, here, I'm gonna see if I can set up a hook, a PyTorch hook, to happen when the layer is fed in.
Nyan 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 nyan.
Oh my goodness.
Nyan. Nyan nyan.
Nyan nyan.
Gang signs, exclamation point, question mark. Hey. John Madden, John Madden.
Hey. 999 999 999. Muke is just Long Yuke's attempt to say me Yuke. Ah, that's pretty cute, actually. Okay, I'm actually gonna slightly turn down the streaming setup volume just a bit now because I'm being quieter apparently. Well, I am. It still works though. In fact, I've turned down so slightly that it probably won't even be noticeably quieter. Okay, so how do we do this? Register forward hook, register forward hook. Register forward hook already gives you the input actually. So, actually, all I need to do is... Okay, so what this does is, before it draws a single frame, currently this only happens before a single frame, and then this gets called after it's drawn a single frame. I can change this to happen when it's drawing a single frame, before it draws, many frames, and then it draws the many frames, then it just calls this once after many frames. But what it does is, what does this come, oh yeah, right. For each of the modules, which is the layers in the neural network, You can download the Moon-based alpha TTS. It's called Deck Talk. I have that already. But I'm not using it on my streaming setup. For each of the layers, it gets the name of the layer and a reference to like the layer itself, that where you can, you know, actually, so you can do things with it. It looks to see if it is a max pooling 2D layer or a linear layer, which means this is like the special, thank you for the pad spray, this is the special, like dense layer, just a bunch of neurons, and this is a little layer that I actually sneak in after each convolutional layer, which shrinks it down a little bit. Let me show you what the actual layout of the network is. We have the first convolution, and then shrink a bit. The next one, shrink a bit. The third one, shrink a bit. And then we just take whatever the output of this is and make it one long flat thing so that we can feed it like across every other thingy, whatever. Feed every one of these neurons into every one of these and stuff, which is the linear one. And then the output finally is just however many output neurons there are. One for each voice. That's the definition of the whole network. What is this weird ass hard-coded thing? I shouldn't even be having these in here anymore. I mean, I'm not even using these anyway, so... I don't think any of those are being used. Was this one even being used? That one was not even being used. But this is not even being used either. What? None of this crap is used. I think. Set alpha. Yeah, nothing was using any of those things. That was a copy and paste left over from the TensorFlow, not the TensorFlow, a different PyTorch thing that I made. Sorry, I'm kind of gradually working stuff out as I go along now. Anyway, so what we do is for each of these layers, whether it's one of those or one of those, we register a hook, basically a callback function that we tell PyTorch to call every time that layer like executes. And so every time, and thankfully this happens in order, in the correct order. So we set up these callbacks, and what gets executed is this. Every time that the layer executes, that a layer executes, what happens is we grab the type of the layer, which is either going to be this or this, and so we know how to deal with it later. We grab the name of the layer, which really I should actually be drawing. I think I should be drawing the name of the layer on the image that we create. I'm not doing that yet. I did do that on the old TensorFlow version. And then this here is the activations, the values of all of the neurons. And then we add it to this list called acts latest, and this is what we reference in the function that actually draws things. This is where we get all the values to draw from. And then that function to draw everything is called after the neural net has run a value all the way through itself. So by that point, this has had all of the layers that we want to draw added to it. But what I'm thinking is, what I kind of want to do is, if this is the very first layer, which we can tell by seeing if this is empty or not, then we want to add a special kind of fake thing before this real layer, before this one, and that is going to be the input. Because the input is not really a layer, it's stuff that we're just putting into it. There's no way that we can tell PyTorch to like add this special layer. The output is a real layer. The input is not a real layer. So I want to sort of, if this is the first layer, add like a fake input layer, which I'm currently doing. Here. But I don't really want to be doing it here. So let's try doing it here instead. If act's latest, or the length of act's latest is 0. Oops. So if this is the very first callback, first internal layer, i.e. for the first internal layer. Yeah, no, that makes sense. The very first callback of, well, let's just rename this. If this is the callback for the first internal layer, then first add a fake layer that is the input, because input isn't really a layer. Let's see if we can do this. So we're gonna say, what's the stuff we need? We need all this stuff. Actually, let me just grab the code that already does it. Maybe I should add that. Okay, so yeah, okay. So the input is this. I need to be careful to not actually modify this, because this is kind of cool, but the... actually, by this point, the layer is already executed, so I guess it doesn't matter if I modify the input, but you can also modify the output. So you can actually set up a callback for the layer to call once it's executed. And it will give you what its input was and what its output was. I assume this actually works. I haven't tried accessing this yet. This certainly works. And then you can actually have your callback modify the output before it goes into the next layer, which is pretty cool. And not something that I want to do. So example in is going to be the current input. Blah 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 blah. And then we insert. What is this X latest to insert? New X latest. What is this 0 thing? Oh, that's inserting it at the very first position. Okay, we don't need to use insert anymore because it's empty at this point, so we can just append. I'm putting spaces there because it makes it easier for me to see. We pretend, so here we're putting the type, but here we're just pretending that the type is this, so that we draw it correctly as like a 2D thing. And then the name, we're just setting it to lay in, and then the values are this. I guess I need to do the detach thing at this point. Actually, I might need to do dot detach in the first place. Act as if the... Yeah, actually, I think this is... Yeah. Add to... Let's just say... Grab whatever the input to this layer was, and the shape should be example in batch, and timestamp, and frac. Then we insert a fake one there, because this is a grayscale image with only one channel. We just pretend that this is one channel, because the way that the Conv2D's outputs work is each
Take
one.
a look.
Oh my goodness!
It's a uke. There she is typing on her computer. Tappity tap.
I'm trying. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. But yeah, each one of these little things here is a different channel of the Conv2D output. So you can imagine this is like red, green, blue, but then there's also a whole bunch of other ones. It's a channel in that sense of the word channel. And because this is only a grayscale image, we just pretend that, sure, it's just like a Conv2D output, but it only has one channel, and then our code that handles the drawing of the Conv2D things will be able to draw the input just fine. It's just like that, but there's only one channel. And testing. Twitch is willing to cooperate. Nice! Good job, Twitch. Hi, Retro Boy. Ayuk. Okay, one sec. I have to blow my nose. My nose is being very silly. Maybe not very silly, but it is starting to get silly. I've had my one season where it's not silly, so yeah, it's beginning. Add as first item in list of neuron activations. Pretending that it's a max pull 2D layer output with only one channel. The nose bloop. I have to show this for the stream archive. That's amazing.
Look out, you get sneezing.
Wait. There you go. Thank you very much, Fox, for the resub. Hope the fox is alright. Or he's gonna freak out before a sneeze. Yep.
Sneeze moments.
Sneeze moment. Okay, let's see if that works. We should no longer need the code that adds it here. Note now done in the hook. Callback for the first inner layer. I actually want to print the shape of this. I want to make sure that I'm understanding this. Print shape of, or let's say, adding fake input as fake first layer shape before plus string example example in dot shape, and then after we reshaped it, shape after. Okay, I want to make sure that we're actually the data's in the correct like format and shape. A shape is just how the array is dimensioned. So there are 4 dimensions of this array. Pat fox. Wow, I've never seen these. I've never been able to see these bouncing like this before. For the very first time in Meisaka's chat today on her stream, I saw these animations, the FFZ modifiers. I've never seen them work in my own chat. I swear I've changed nothing and it's just suddenly working. Maybe I need to just keep on not streaming and more things will start working. Thank you for the hydration and the posture check again, Stu. That's crazy that much time is finished already. Gone already. That was the quietest clap I've ever heard from my setup. Thank you for the pats, Faf. Hi, Faf. Oh no, the computer's trying too hard. Pat camp. my god. I'm seeing how my streaming setup's texting is broken your message. FF said hi pup. How's I read it with hi pup? Oh, that's the end of derp. Hi pup. Hi pup, how are you doing? How do you them internets are flowing? And they are! I was even able to download like my whole Python environment while streaming and my connection did not go down. This is not a thing I've ever been able to do before in my life. I've never been able to effectively max out the download speed without the upload dying. Truly, we are living in 2025. Is it 25? Yeah, it is. Hi, pup. Hang on, let me do it. There you go. Great ad, is it 25? Wait, why is... I'm never going to remember that I was talking about the year 2025. Anyway, right now the linter is saying that this code makes sense, but as Python is very loose with everything, that's no guarantee that it'll actually run properly. So should we see if it does? I think we should see if it does. We need to call this function to initialize the drawing positions first. For a start, let's call it directly from this function, so that it is called every time. Just, you know, as a direct replacement for what's there currently. And then afterwards we'll try moving it outside there and then see if it keeps working over multiple frames. What the fuck, it's cute! What is that modifier? Jam. Nice. Can't believe there's still only 12 quotes. Okay, let's try executing it and see what happens. Is this back on the GPU? It is. I'm gonna change some of these things now to just be 100. Let's make that 2. And just do it on the CPU because it's faster if the... Doing it on CPU is faster than doing it on the GPU if the amount of data is smaller. Because you don't have the overhead of initializing CUDA. So if we're not testing things, it's kind of useful to test it on CPU first and just set it to a tiny data size. Where is that? Draw, layout, okay, here. Boop, run. Run for your life. Oh yeah, I also like to remove the amount, or reduce the amount of training data. I should have done that first. Oh, right, nice. Grab whatever the input is. Tuple object has no attribute detach. Tuple? What the fuck? What is... okay. What is that then? It's been given as a tuple. Let's see what's inside that tuple. Let's do... So this is executing. This area is executing, which is nice. But this is not a tensor as I thought it would be. It's actually a tuple, so... which is weird. Let's just print a string of cur inputs. Also, let me just massively decrease the amount of stuff that's going in. We won't do every single voice. We'll just do... sure, Gouda, you can be my test dummy. Sounds very weird out of context, but anyway. Let's run it and see what happens. Yeah. What the... Okay. This is an enormous array. Wait, what? This is just a...
Turns out it's really pretty slow emulating an IBM PC on the one with 6502. I wonder why.
Really pretty slow emulating an IBM PC. On the one that has 6502. That sounds like quite the challenge. Even if it Ouroboros when it mistakes his tail for a mouse. Or an int! No! Okay, fine, cabbage. In 2025 you can play Tetris inside an IBM PC. Inside a NES. What? Inside of Animal Crossing for the GameCube. Inside Dolphin Emulator. What the fuck? No, you use. You use. That's amazing, Retro. Also, somewhat horrifying. Beef PC? Okay, so for some reason we have exactly what we want, but it's inside a tuple. And the only thing inside the tuple is this. Huh? Why? I think, anyway. Let's make sure that... Yeah, that's it, right? Oh, hang on, wait. There's this as well. There's this little thing on the end. So there's two things in a tuple. There's this enormous array that is the input, and then there's this little thingy here. A function. Yes, there's just casually a function sitting inside the tuple. Okay, let's just grab the first thing then, which is the data apparently. So this is actually not a tuple, this is a tuple where the second thing is the torch tensor and the first thing is... Oh no, the first thing is a torch tensor and the second thing is... Second thing is grad and square fin equals blah. What is that? Let me print the type of it. You don't strictly need to put this here, but it just helps me know what it is. As you can see, if it's wrong, it doesn't really make any difference at all. It's basically a comment by any other name. The Python ignores this completely, but it's for my own use. Okay, so let's see what the type of 0 is. That should be a tensor. And let's see what the type of 1 is. That should be some kind of function. I don't know what it is. Type of 0 is this. Type of 1 is this. Tell me, oh mighty Python, what are these things? Tuple index out of range. What? Huh? Wait, what do you mean out of range? Was it not... Huh? I thought there were two things in here. What? Alright, let's print the length of the current input. How many things really are inside this tuple? 1. I didn't add any extra text, this is 1. Okay, so it's one thing. But it doesn't have a detachment. Okay, what's the type of it then? Is it not a tensor? String, type, co-input. Huh? Okay. So it's a length of 1, it's, okay. Okay. Let's just grab whatever the first thing is. Co-input 0. Now what is it? So we're looking at the first thing inside the tuple now. A length of 2. And it is a tensor. Wait, length of 2? What the fuck? Oh, right. Okay, yeah, because... yeah, okay. Because there's a batch size of 2, and then inside that is this, and inside that is this, and inside that is this. Okay. Well, there's our tensor. That's what we need. So I guess it's already in usable format. We don't have to do a detach. It's literally just this. Okay, current input is this then, right? We can get rid of this, and this, and this. That makes the code smaller. Don't quite understand why that works, but it does. Why are you such a cutie? I must know. I don't know why you. Well, you say you're not. Okay, what happens now? Shape before is 2, 10. What the fuck? What do you mean 10? Thank you for the pants. What do you mean? What do you mean 10? Huh? So this here is the... Wait, what is this? This This is not correct at all. This is not my input size. My input size should be printed somewhere. Not sure where. There, my input size should be 96 tall and 42 wide because there are 42 pixels per second. 96 by 42. But it's actually 94 by 61. Or 61 by 94. What the fuck? This is not my input. Ah, this sucks. This input is not like the actual raw input. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm gonna have to have a look at how to access the actual input into the network because I don't know what this is. Hi, cool cutting cat. I am doing some machine learning in Python, yes. Whilst we're clapping, here's some applause for your computer words, thank you. I'm seriously playing Tetris inside of an IBM. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Inside the Yak simulator, running at 64 times speed. Holy crap. Also, hi, welcome, cool cutting cat. Thank you for the lurk. I mean, the machine learning part is kind of done. I'm trying to. It's more working on the visualization part. But I've reached a part where I need to have a search online for PyTorch. Get model input, I guess. That's true. I actually only need the model. No, I actually need the data, don't I? How do I get the model input? The actual model input, the actual input, not just the shape of it. Zip.
Let's see UX, YX, MyX.
Yes. I'm gonna say yes. This is all just talking about shit, okay. It's like a hook, right? I'm sending hooks input and output on backward hook. No, I don't want it to be on the backward. Forward pass hook to get weights multiplied by input. No, I just want the input. Using forward hooks to extract intermediate layer outputs. I'm already doing that. I just want the input at the very beginning at this point. I just want the input. Just the input. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. PyTorch get model input. Forward hook. Let's look at this, I guess. Have a nice sleep, Mocha Mocha. How the arguments of register forward hook and register backwards hook operate when the function is called. So this is just kind of doing the same thing that I'm doing. I'm getting a reference to the layer name and the layer in everything. And they're looking to they're looking to see if it's a certain other type of layer. And they're setting up a callback for that. Both during the forward pass and the backward pass, which is only happens during training. Cheese moo? I mean cheers. Wait, what? Computer indeed. Yeah, I know that it's called. What is the input though? Register forward hook. Let's. What? https://register_forward_hook. I don't think this link's gonna work. Okay. That's weird. What is this input? This input is so weird. It's almost like it's the input, like with the. I don't know. It's almost like the input after something's been changed, as necessary for feeding it into the conv2d thingy. What is going on here? What is going on? PyTorch forward hook. So here's the... Oh, we get rid of the nonsense on the left if we zoom in far enough. That's nice. Should do that more often. And the search on the left is actually useful. Is there not like a... The hook will be executed before specific modules, blah 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 blah. Wait, this hook will be executed before? Not quite sure what that means. This is register forward hook, is it not? Oh! Wait, register module forward hook or just register forward hook? Wait, what? Okay, I didn't realize there are two different things. What am I using? Register forward hook. Wait, can I just do this on the entire model? Rather than just this layer? Can I like set up a hook on the entire model? And get its input? Oh god, that might mean I can get its output as well. That would be confusing. Oh, that would also mean that it comes last. Oh, this is going to be vile if that's the case. But anyway, let's see what happens. A model dot register. Oh no, there is a register forward hook. Okay. So the reason why I'm saying oh no is because I can set up a hook on the entire model. But I know that the hook has input and output. So that must mean that it runs through the entire model before it actually does the callback. So we're going to get the callbacks for all of the intermediate layers, and at the very end we're going to get the callback for the entire model, now that it has the entire output for it, of course. And I only want the input for it, and I kind of want the input before everything else. But if I can correctly determine that this is the callback for the entire model, I could just insert that at the beginning of the list, and like the rest of the code would be none the wiser. Forward hook. That's a nice set of emotes. What the hell? Why does this look so satisfying? Gotta run again? Just wanted to drop in for a headbutt. Thank you very much for the headbutt. Bye bye. It's such a cute Cyber Kaida emote. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know she was crying. Oh. No. She's not Cyber Kaida. No cyber crying. Alright, let's try setting up a hook for the entire goddamn thing. Register. I can't time. Register for forward hook. The hook will be called every time after forward has computed an output, you see. So that'll have to happen last. What is pre-hook? The hook will be called every time before forward is invoked. Ah! Wait, that sounds like what I want. Wait, why did it mean before? Okay, whatever. So once, what does it do? And thank you for the pats. What kind of hook does it need? It wants... This is such a mess, man. Okay, what does it look like on here? Can I have an example of what the code for an event handler should look like? Oh my god, let's just search online. So this is the register mod. No, register module's not what I want. Register for underscore forward hook. Register? Why is any register module forward hook? Register forward hook? Wait, is this not a thing in the version? Hang on a second. Let's change it to 2.0. Just what I'm using. Register. Forward hook. Oh my god. Okay, here we are. Does it have an example? Okay, it has an example. Okay, it has an example. Grad input, grad output. But okay, so let's see what register forward pre-hook looks like. Register forward pre-hook. Wait, what was the other option? Script module. Okay, that's not what I want. Okay, and this gets called with... Ah, it's still got the input and the output. How is it possibly gonna have output if it hasn't executed yet? What the... Wait, gradients with respect to... Wait, that's not the actual... Wait, what? What? I'm not sure this is what I want, actually. I feel like I'm getting in the way of my head right now, but let's just see what happens, I guess. Let's just set it up in the same way. We'll do the hook thingy. Dot append the model itself. And oh no, it's think of the iteration other than a sec. Append this dot register blah 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 blah. And then this one's the this. I don't know if this is gonna do what I wanted to do at all, but let's find out. That's a real shame actually that we can't save. Model pre-act. I don't know what it is. Let's find out. Let me remove all of this mess from before because none of this works. Blah, 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 blah. The new thing, the input, we don't really know what it is. We also don't really care. Okay, so this should only happen once. We don't care about the length. I guess we don't really care about this either, because this shouldn't be happening once. So I can just do this directly, I think. We don't need this weird wrapper around this entire thing. I think I can just do this directly. Let's just see what happens if I try. Act new. Oh, it's the indentation is off. Let's hydrate. My posture is just poor. No! Please check it and then correct it. I pressed the wrong button, now I gotta wait for the entire layout to change. It's coming back, I promise. Here it is. Done. The type of the layer. I'm gonna change this to the hard-coded thingy that is torch and then dot next to MacBuilder. Blah blah blah. And we want core input, but core input is Let's just... You know what? Let's get rid of all of this. Let's just see if this works. Pre-hook. And we'll just print out whatever this is. Plus string of this. Input. String of this. I don't understand how I can possibly have an output, but whatever, we'll just print that. We'll see if this even works. And this should automatically get removed because it's being added to hook handles, and we remove everything in hook handles during this uninit. So as long as it has a dot remove, I hope so. Returns. A handler can be used to remove by calling handle.remove. Okay, good. Good. That should work, at least. Well, let's see what the hell this does. We're trying to set up a hook here. Let's see if we get the hook and when we get the hook. Let's just also make it print the other hook so that we can see where this happens in relation to these. Okay, let's see what happens. Oop. Camel case. Register forward pre-hook, missing one required argument's hook. Oh yeah, right. Oops. I think it's just that, right? Nice! We did nothing at all. We got these hooks, we didn't get the pre-hook. Look at this layer. This one, 1, 2, 3, the dense one, and the output. We don't have the input because the input is no layer. That's what I'm trying to do this in the first place. So this is doing nothing, apparently. Can I do that for the first... Oh my god, I think I know what it is. Okay, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know why the input that we looked at before was so weird. Because that was the output of the... Oh my god, okay. Oh, I think I know what it is. Snake case. This is Pascal case that I'm using. But what I'm actually getting is these ones, the max pooling. So that happens after this has already happened. I want the input to this layer, which is the very first layer. I was getting the input to this layer out of habit because that's what I'm actually getting for everything else. Okay. So this is what I need. The very first one of these is what I need. Which I guess I can just do by testing if the name is lay1, which is a little bit gross. If I ever change that name, it's not gonna work anymore, but let's just make sure that the first layer is always called lay1, I guess. Which I guess is not a terrible assumption. But I could also just look at what the first layer actually is, instead of being silly. Okay, I think I know why that wasn't working. Fuck this pre-hook thing, we don't need to use it. She says while cautiously commenting this out just in case she does actually need it. Okay, how are we gonna know? So here we're looking to see if it's this or this. Let's just make a boolean which is have used first layer, which is false, so first. And as soon as we've done this, we set it to true. But if not, well, let's rename this actually. Need first layer. So it's gonna be true by default. Otherwise I'm gonna have to be not all the time. If need first layer, we'll do things and then we'll set it to false. And what we'll do here, this is where we register our special hook. The special hook. You know what? I think we should also pass a special thing here that says whether we want the input or not. Is input. Let's just call it is input, and that's a boolean as well. And if the is input, then we'll do something which I haven't set up yet. Otherwise, we'll do what we're currently doing, which is this. Continue can I be used in a loop. Can I use break here? I cannot. What random placeholder word can I use here? A equals 1! Sure, amazing. I love Python. If we need the first layer, then we're going to do this. Register a hook on this first layer. And the is input is going to be true this time. Otherwise, it's going to be false. Yeah. Let's also print this is input thing. Okay. Is what the? Sorry. Here on my desk. Is input is input. Blah 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 blah. Print the rest as well. For now we won't actually grab it yet because, you know, I need to work out. Let's see if the input is even correct. Okay, let's see if we get the callbacks as we expect. After having done this, we should continue. That is, move on to the next layer. I'll add comments if this all works. Let's see if it works. We should now get 6 hooks. Oh, we don't even... Local variable code module reference before assignment. True! True! We should actually do this first. Keep it like that. Okay, we've got the hooks. We still don't have the input. What the fuck? 1, 2, still only these 5. Why is our first... Why are we not getting an input? If need first layer, which we do by default, then whatever the first module is, we register a forward hook. Blah 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 blah. We should always do this. What? Oh, wait, it would surely crash here actually if it really did this. But we're not even seeing any errors. What the fuck? Why are we not? Wait, it shouldn't. So, huh? Why are we only getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? This is weird, isn't it? Still a forward hook, the same type. Maybe I should print out what the name of this actually is. Maybe this is not really the first layer. Maybe this is some weird thing. First layer is apparently plus string, or current name's already a string, so let's just print that. What do you mean first layer? Nothing. What the fuck? What do you mean first layer nothingness? What? Ah! Let me put quotes around it to see if it's actually just like blank or something. first layer is literally nothing. Well, maybe let's ignore it if it doesn't even have a name. Should we do that? I think we should do that if it doesn't even have a name. If... okay, so if the... if... well, we got layers, it's just the first one is one with no name. Hi, Blam, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. 3-0. What is happening to time? Thank you so much. Hi. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna summon the Snake Guardian. Oh wait, it's a pep, not a pop. Ha! Ha ha! 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 Ha ha ha! Okay, if the current name is blank, we'll just continue. Ignore. What the... Oh, I love case-sensitive languages. Continue, continue, continue! And of course they all mean different things, depending on how angry you are. Let's see what happens now. Okay, nice! We found lay 1. Nice. So just by ignoring empty ones, or no-named ones, we eventually reach the first one of lay 1. Okay, this is good. This is good! And look, we got the error because we tried to print the thing that we didn't set, which is good. That means the hook is actually being called. Nice. Okay, so we've successfully set up a hook for the real first layer. We're getting there. It's happening. Big 3-0. Yeah! Congrats or slash go commiseration. Also, hi Uma Kiwi. Shrek would be disappointed. Does Shrek like layers? There are layers with no name before lay 1. Question mark, exclamation mark, not explanation mark. I'd like an explanation. Just ignore any of these unnamed layers. Okay, so now I found a layer and we set up a hook, blah 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 blah. Alright, now we have... we'll do whatever I did before again. Let's find out what the shape is of this input, which should be our actual real input this time. So yeah, let's do it all again. Print input hook, exclamation mark. Or let's just say hook for input layer, or for first layer, because the input is no layer. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to get around. Cur input space. Yeah. Let's just see what it is as a string. It's probably a tensor again, right? I don't know. I mean a tuple again. Prepare for spam. Okay, there wasn't that much spam. It was just this. And it's within brackets again. Does that mean it's a tuple again, or is it not? I'm guessing it is, because you wouldn't normally see a thing ending like this. So I'm guessing it's a tuple with only one thing in it. Why? I don't know. I shouldn't modify the input here either. So say example in equals co input 0. Now, jeez! Wait, jeez! Oh my goodness! Really? Already? I thought I just went. I've achieved nothing since. Well, I have actually achieved. I've finally achieved a callback for the first layer, but I'll do Save with the Kiddies soon. Psych. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see what the type of this is. The string type of this. Do we get a tensor? Class torch tensor. Nice. Okay. Okay. Moment of truth. If I get the shape of this, do we get the right shape? Reminder: the correct shape would be 2 because that's the batch size, comma. Something 96. I forget. 43 maybe. 42. 4296 or maybe 9642. I'm not sure which way around it'll be, but we should get those numbers. 2, comma, and then those numbers. Let's see what happens. Shape for input shape. Oh, right, that's not a function, that's a property. Okay, it's 2, 1, 63, 96. 96 is correct. Oh, wait. Wait, this is correct. This is just how many pixels per second there are. And we've got 2 seconds of input, so 42 times 1.5 is 63. Okay, I need to change this here. I need to change this somewhere, I think. Oh, wait, never mind, there it is. Input height, 96 frequencies. Width, 1.5 seconds times 42 pixels per second equals 63 time steps. Okay, this. Oh, we found our input. We found our input. Okay, we finally got our input, and it even has this here. This here is the channel that I was having to fake inserting before. It's already there. Okay. So we should just be able to add this to the list of activations at the very beginning. Also, this hook for the first layer happened before any of the other ones. So this is perfect. We're getting our callback at the correct point in time relative to the other callbacks. And the data that we have access to is already the exact data that we need. So I should just be able to slap this into the array of activations, and then the drawing code, the initialization drawing code should just work. And then the drawing code should just work. Are you messing with Longyu's brain? Nah, this isn't Longyu's brain. Things working? Things looking super promising. I'm gonna do this and see if it works, because this should be quick to test because everything's already as we need it, and if it works, I'll save the kidneys, and if it doesn't work, I'll save the kidneys. Thank you for the hydration, Stu. And then when I come back, I'll add all the comments. If it works. Obviously, if it doesn't, I'll change it until it does, and then I'll add the comments. Okay, where's the main hook? Oh, this is the main hook. Okay, so the activations, let's actually set them up properly. The activations are going to be, we'll pretend that this is torch, hello? Oh my goodness, it's not. Hello? There we are. Torch, oh my god, fucking, Expool 2D, we'll pretend it's that. The layer name is layer name, that's already the correct name. We verified that by printing it up here. And finally, the activations are cur input. Yeah, it's just cur input, right? I think it's just cur input. Let's see if it works. And then it'll be appended to the list. Let's see if it works. I don't know if I need to detach or not. Anyway. Yes, do it. Tuple has an object. What? Tuple object has no attribute shape. Oh, whoops. Sorry. This. Oh my god! It just works! Okay, it's working. Help, it did the thing. Okay, let's look at the image that it wrote. So here are our images. This one was most recently modified at 2330. That's right now. Does it look correct? Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay, as a reminder, it should look like this. The layout should look like this. However, we have access to the input layer, which is very nice. It would appear that the function that's meant to be setting up the layout stuff has not properly set up the layout. But we do have access to the beginning. It is printing all layers. Something's wrong. What is it? Looks like the sizes are correct. It's just the positioning that's wrong, actually. Yeah, it's drawing this at a huge size. That's a problem. And then that's messing up the positioning of everything else. Yeah, that's the only problem. It's drawing this one huge. That's the only problem. Okay. Alright, that's all we need to fix. Alright, I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to save the kidneys. Hi, Archip. Not Longyuk. What are we? Neural networking then? Snake tail generated? No, this is not a generative network at all. It should be one of the least controversial types of neural network. It's just trying to classify things. You give it a little bit of a spectrogram, which is a representation of audio, and that is of 1.5 seconds of speech, and it tries to say who is speaking. Right now it can only be Gouda or Gouda, so anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to save the kidneys, and then I'll try to fix why that input layer is being drawn at a huge size. Pew. You didn't see that. Hi. While I was gone, I worked out why there was a problem. The problem is because the special code the special case code that says looks to see whether this is the input layer or not, looks to see if the name is lay in. But the name of the first layer is lay 1, not lay in. So I'll just make it be called lay in, and then it should just work. Hot dog or not hot dog? Yes, I would have hot dog. I would have hot dog. Every voice is either Gouda or not Gouda. Nope, every voice is either Gouda. Full stop. There are no voices that are not Gouda, so this neural network is absolutely pointless. It's got 100 and something thousand parameters, all just to output a constant 0. I'm headed to, or 1 I should say. I am headed to a nap before work, but now I might have to go through this storm when I wake up. I hope you're able to at least get some nice rest because it's a storm and like you feel comfy in bed and cozy. Have a nice rest, folks. So I'm not saying much, I'm here in spirit. No worries, no worries. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everybody is lurking. And everybody is talking. You have become Gouda. Oh, what are these? Ah, what is that face? Those eyes look cool though. What is this person? Skitters the moth. Wait, that sounds cute, what the hell? Hold on. I'll have to check this person out later. Let's move this to a different window actually. Oh my god, they're live right now. Let me add this to this window instead. If they raid someone, it's gonna be confusing to me because there's suddenly gonna be a voice playing. Okay. Dog, but not hot. Hi, Sleepy. Welcome, welcome. Moth sniped, yes. Sniped by the moth. Okay, this should work. Yeah, let's run it and see if it works now. We should get a file that looks a lot better. In fact, I should be able to get the image up and have it update in real time. when this happens. So can I have this up but not properly up? I wonder if that thumbnail will update when this runs.
Lactose-filled
Wait,
dairy product.
Let's see if it changes. See if it changes. Does it change? It changed! Okay, it looks great. So now it looks like this. Previously, the other layers look like this. Okay, the layout's exactly the same, just obviously the number of neurons is different on the output. Nice! Nice! Fucking done it! So hopefully, hi Wanoxin, welcome. Hopefully this, I can now also just output many frames in a row now without having to do this setup every time. And you know what? I might as well make the background, like the background of the bitmap where the text down the right hand side is written. There. I might as well make a separate bitmap where there's that text down the side and also the outer rectangles around everything. I can't do the inner lines because they're drawn over the top of things. There's actually not a gap between those separate things, which would be nice, but would make it more of a pain in the ass and a little bit slower to draw. Thank you for the posture check though, Wanoxin. I don't know if that reference landed. It's from Silicon Valley where they make an app that can tell hot dogs from not hot dogs. Oh! Of course they do. Of course they do. I did not know that though. I like the Chihuahua or Muffin meme though, which is related. Okie dokie, let's remove some of this debugging text and add some comments. Yeah. If we've not yet found the first layer, which is a conv 2D, or let's say e.g. a conv 2D before a max call 2D needed for getting input. Save, or let's say set up a callback for this for when this first layer executes in forward direction. We no longer need to, we are no longer looking for the first layer, and critically, crucially, don't continue to deal with this layer any further. True, if we've not yet added or found first or truly, or whatever, first layer in network needed for getting input to entire model. Okay, we don't need to print that anymore or this anymore. If this is the callback, or if this callback is being called from first layer in model, we actually care about its input, not its output. Input is stored in a tensor, in a tuple of length 1 for some reason. So let me just correct this signature actually to say that this is a tuple with a torch tensor inside it. Is it a lowercase tuple or capital? Nope, lowercase. It recognizes it, but it doesn't put a squiggly line under it, but it doesn't color it in a fun way. Act as if this layer is a... Well, pretend act is going to be a bit confusing because we're already using the word act short for activation. Pretend if this layer... Pretend that this layer is the output of a... hang on. PyTorch array. Well, every time instead of the word tensor in my comments, I'm always calling it PyTorch array because it's so much easier to get my head around. Which is stored in there for some reason. Shape of array is end batch 1. Which way around is it? And then the time and then frequency. Index time, index in frequency. Okay. Pretend that this layer is the output of a maxpool 2D layer. So that it can be drawn in the same way in draw neurons main. Let's see this one. Alright, that should... Well, that isn't. That isn't. So now this inner draw thing... Oh, right. Let's see if we can move some of this drawing where we do the rectangles and the labels. Which an area I've been neglecting with comments, actually. Let's see if we can move that into the inner frame thing, because that only needs to be done once. And then we can move the frame image somewhere else. Ah, this... I'm gonna need to rename this from frame image to like frame front, and then we'll have a frame back as well, which will be the default thing. Where we've just got the rectangles and the text. Let's rename this. Let's maybe name it frame image F and frame image B for front and back. So this... Actually, let's call it frame image back, I guess. Screw it, I'll keep this name the same. It's the main one. So when we draw this, we're gonna make an image that's black by default. And then we're gonna convert that. That's gonna be in CPU land. And then we're gonna convert that. So the way we're doing it now is we're drawing all the stuff in GPU land with like PyTorch commands. And then at the end, we're moving that into RAM, into CPU land. And OpenCV is drawing its rectangles and text. But we're actually going to do the opposite. We're going to start drawing the rectangles and text in CPU land and then convert that whole thing into a tensor in GPU land, which can then be like ludicrously quickly set to... Well, actually, we'll just begin by doing this. Rather than doing this, we'll actually begin by saying frame back equals... Sorry, frame img equals frame back, which doesn't exist yet, but it will. So instead of initializing it from all zeros, we'll initialize it from frame back. And now we just need to set up frame back, right? So frame back is going to be stuff that this does. Not this part, not the separating grid lines, so not this part, but just this part, the rectangle, rather than the lines and the text. So I'm going to move that into this part where we're initializing the layout. Let me just add a comment here. So this prepares size / scale / position lists, and also draws frame img back which is the rect/text used on every frame as blank canvas. Sure. Thank you for the pants, Cab. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of pats. Create frame img back. Oh my god, the hyper patting, help! Help! That's a lot of pants. An image that every frame is built up, is built on top of. This contains rectangles around that surround where each layer will be drawn. And the text to the right of each output neuron. Okay. Oop. Word. I mean, sorry, I forgot what was on the clipboard. I just pasted the entire thing again. So frame img back. That's gonna be initialized from. Let's make it a numpy array. np dot. How do you do this again? Oh, zeros. Yeah. I think this works exactly the same as torch dot zeros. Wherever that is. Here. Thanks to the hydration, Stu. That's crazy. This time is flying right now. Friendly reminder to stay hydrated. Hashtag not sponsored by Nyan Juice. Not yet. But it's going to be np for numpy.zeros instead, and the data type is going to be... Oh, that's a good point. I guess we'll just make a 32-bit float. And then we can convert from a when we convert from a numpy array to a torch tensor, we can specify a new data type that it gets converted to. Because this is being done with numpy, so it's in CPU land anyway, it's not being done by PyTorch on the GPU, and NumPy doesn't natively, or CPUs don't natively support 16-bit floats. So NumPy has to just use 32-bit floats and then convert to 16-bit internally anyway, so it's going to be a float 32 at some point anyway, so might as well do this. So this is a 2D NumPy array that likes a BGR image, blue, green, red. The video frame scale is 0 to 1, not -1 to 1. Okay. Okay, so we're dealing with frame img back at this point. I'm gonna have to global this as well. Let's put it there. Let's do find and replace it. We want frame img to become frame img back. Blech. Ah! What's happening? Frame img back. Can I... the whole word thingy? Where's the matching... there it is, this one. Okay, we'll replace that and that, and we don't care about any of this part actually, that can all go. And that. Alright, that should be in. Frame img back. This actually might already work. What are we referring to? We're referring to these things which are already stored. We're drawing onto frame img back, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I think this will work. We just need to, after we've done this, store it into torch thingy. I'm kind of surprised. Wait a minute, why is this... hang on a second. Why is this working, actually? We've not made this on the correct device. Because we haven't specified device? I'm pretty sure this is still being made on the CPU, so I'm kind of surprised that when we try to copy into the frame image the activations, I'm kind of surprised that the activation is on the correct device. Is it because when we do fold, we're creating a brand new tensor and the device, no, that's not a thing. Device, no, it's not a thing. Can we see which device it's on just by querying like something property of actcar.device? Is that a thing we can look at? Yes, it is. Okay, this will be interesting to look at. Actcar is on device speech marks plus this as a string. What is going on? Well, open speech mark, close bracket, speech mark, this. Huh? Oh, I didn't flip and close it there. She's in the why does it seem much being stage? I know! It looks like a lot of them only support conversions. Wait, what? Some CPUs do support this. Oh, okay. I know NumPy only supports the Float 16 though. At least when I was looking around, I was seeing issues where people were talking about that. It weren't really issues, but I think I saw them in issues in GitHub and definitely on... Yeah. It's the best place to look for coding related stuff. Heck. Oh my god. Stack Overflow. Okay, so that's on that device. And FrameImg is definitely not on that device because we made it from the zeros, unless it just magically knows to put it on the GPU now. But I don't like magic like that, so I'm going to explicitly put it on the GPU and see if that causes it any problems, because before we were not, and now we are. Okay, convert the NumPy array frame array to a PyTorch one, now on the GPU, now, yeah, if GPU is being used. So for that we ought to say FrameImg back equals torch.tensor FrameImg back, and the device is torch device, and then to get it to the correct data type dot the 2. Yes, torch, wait, net data type, right? Yeah. So on the correct device, in the correct format. So this is either float 16 or float 32. I don't think I touched on that, but I made it so that you can configure this. You can specify well, it automatically chooses float 16 if you're using CUDA, or if you're not using CPU. Otherwise it uses torch.float32, because when you're using the CPU rather than GPU, convolutional layers in PyTorch don't work on float 16 things. It's not implemented for CPU. Just kind of funny. Or not really, so that's why it forces 32-bit if I'm using CPU. Anyway, let's... yeah, ready for use in draw neurons init. No, draw neurons main. And I'll put a little comment here as well. Start basing the frame the background image set up in draw neurons init. Contains recs and text. And then down here, we no longer need to do this stuff. So we need to, where are we? Use OpenCV to draw separating grid lines. If this layer is this, or if this layer is yes. Is that how I did it before? Yeah. So we don't need to do this anymore. But we do need to do literally everything else. I think. Do we still need that? Yeah, let's use down there. We obviously need the position. We need the color. Yeah, everything else needs to happen. We don't need to draw the labels anymore though. So you can go bye-bye. Alright. Let's run it. I'm expecting a crash, and I'm also wanting it to print what data type something is. What? NumPy.nd array. Object has no attribute CPU. Where is this? Frame image back equals frame image back dot CPU. The fuck? Why am I doing that? Yeah. Oh! Oops. Right. That was copy and paste mistake. Infected mushroom? Infect my mushroom. Yes. Ah! It's on CPU! What the? I think it is infected mushroom, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. There you are. I usually have this view up, but because I'm working with a lot of small text that I can't easily make bigger, I am putting on this view to give anyone the best chance of being able to read anything. So this is on the CPU by this point. What the fuck? Why is it on the CPU? Why is it on the CPU? What the fuck? Is it moved onto the CPU in the callback? The hook function? When I call detach, is that moving it into CPU land? Let's do a little, let's print what the device is before and after the detach. Dot device. So, what am I doing? Hook device before plus this. And then afterwards, let's just print this. Which I believe is still a tensor, so it should still have a device property. That's a bit of a shame actually, if that moves it off the GPU. Ah, what the hell? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Of course it's on the CPU right now. Ah, I'm training in CPU mode. Okay, now let's move over to CUDA. Man. The tail! Oh my god. That is so cute. I like to imagine that if some music plays, the tail just starts doing this. That's so cute. Okay, right, we're gonna have a little bit of a longer setup now. And it's mostly not because of the increase in data size that I did. It's because of initializing CUDA, which is doing now. Oh, nice, okay. Okay, nice! So legacy constructor expects device type CPU, but device type CUDA was passed. Wait, what? Legacy constructor? Wait, how do I do it nowadays then? That's legacy? Okay, nice. The detaching does not move it off the GPU. That's good. We can remove that then. Where's the... I don't know. Where is the... There. Okay, we don't need to be printing that anymore. That's interesting. Then this... This part here is... Huh. It's very weird. Legacy constructor, okay. Dot... From NumPy exists as well. Maybe I should use this. Well, this really doesn't even give you an option to set the device. Okay, but let's just do that then. And then how do we set the... Is it .2? Can .2 also mirror to a device? Wait, ready? Oh, it can! It can, okay, so .2 can change the device and the data type. That's kinda nice. Okay. I'll just explicitly put them both. Device equals torch device. Alright, alright. Give it another go. Oh my god, cabbage. The emote game is so strong. Okay, it's running. That's interesting. The act cur ends up on CUDA and everything else is therefore done on CUDA. Because we're printing that by the time we've done everything and it's still on CUDA by the end of that. Where are we printing it? Somewhere around here, right? There. Okay. Now I shouldn't bump the music up slightly because this is a bit of a jam, even though it's almost finished. This, I wanted to mouse over to show it better, but it's, you know, doesn't apply the effect when I do that. This is what, oh my god, this sucked when I had to do it this way. Use OpenCV to scale up. Finally move the array from VRAM to RAM because I don't know how to scale up an image with PyTorch. That's no longer the case. I know how to now. Oh my god. My top color is changing through the color spectrum. Blue, green, red. Blue, green, red. It's not in view. Blue, green, red. Wait, why is Kreese running away? Oh, it's Doohoo, actually. But it's drawn by Kreese. Arrive and leave. Wait, you can use both arrive and leave? What the hell? I pity anyone who's wanting to implement this. Or Meisaka didn't you? PyTorch 1. Of the correct data type and in VRAM if CUDA is being used. Ready for use in blah 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 blah. Alright, well that's it. That should just be it. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much for the resub, Bex. Ah, jeez. Egoist. Hi. Cat! Hi, Cat! Thank you for the pats. Thank you for the cat. Thank you very much for the resub, Cat. Egoist, sorry. And why am I being sprayed, Cat? What the f... Hi, Cat. How are you doing? Why? Why am I being sprayed? What did I do? What did I do wrong? Oh god. Can't believe she's laughing at me. Cat, look. Oh, it's on the wrong screen. Actually, I'm not sure if you'll be interested, but... I'm gonna show you anyway. Wow, 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 wow. There we are. This is what it looks like when I just made a noise. Wow, 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 wow. Anyway. So this view of some speech is... Oh my fucking wrong window. Oh my god, it actually looks like a wave. That's amazing. So yeah, some speech goes in here, on the left side. This is just like a blue or cyan version of what I just showed you. And after some time, blah 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 blah, some stuff gets done to the picture. This is literally just a picture, as far as Python cares. things happen, and then things happen to those pictures, and then things happen to those pictures, and the pixels of those pixels, I can't speak, the pixels of these pictures, I just actually spat really badly on my keyboard, that's gross. Get mixed together, okay, yeah, it's actually necessary. And then at the end it can work out who's speaking sometimes. Anyway. Don't worry, I have not trained on you. But yeah, this is a super, this is like the look inside a super tiny neural network. And it's just trying to work out who's speaking. It doesn't generate anything, any voice. My ear is suddenly ringing really loudly. What is going on? My ear, what's happening? Yes, these pixels sound like you. Exactly, that's what it's doing. That's literally what it's doing. Why is my ear not stopping ringing? Anyway, hi cat. Yeah, so I'm super happy with that. I want to change it so that it can like, record a really long thing that goes on for like, I don't know, like a long time, more than just 1.5 seconds. And then have it make a video where that little thing scrolls across and you can see the output changing instead of it just being a still image. That's what I'm gonna try to do. Maybe now? Question mark?
Cheese.
Cheese. Hello? Anyone there? Yeah, that's what it's doing. That is what it's doing, cabbage. What is this super tiny thing?
Ost.
Why? Why?
The models.
I'm happy that you could stop by for my first stream in fucking ages, cat. Because I got many points. Oh my god. But there are other redeems. This is when I get yeeted by cat. I'm calling it now. Fucking ages. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I took a nap and it turned out to be a full sleep. Well, I'm glad that you're able to get some sleep. I know you probably don't want to at this time, but holy crap, I would hold on to that. No, it's night. It is night. It's just gone 12. Oh my god. I've been streaming for 4 hours already. What the? Hey, that's not illegal. I'm allowed to stream for 4 hours if I want to. Time for sleep too? This time it's personal? Question mark? Thank you for the hydration and the posture check, Stu. No, yeet, thanks. But why jail? Why is there no super...
Cheese.
There is super cheese. There's not actually. Why is there no super duper expensive redeem? So what else can we do? Oh, there is no, sorry.
Oh man!
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Cheese it.
I was getting ready to run, but I didn't.
Cheddar!
I don't know what a super expensive redeem should do. I don't think anything I can think of is worth that much. I did want to do like a scanner redeem where like a scanner sort of scans down from top to bottom and like freezes me in position as it goes. I couldn't work out how to do that though. I was trying some very cursed combination of some kind of shader and camera feedback thingy in Unity, and I couldn't get it working.
Cheese.
It's hard to spam on mobile. It's easier for me. On desktop, it's like you gotta scroll past those stupid little power-up things now and stuff. I could send 1,000 technically. Your finger would get tired though. I'm safe because I know that your finger would get tired. Thank you for the pants cab. I would accept waste your points as an option. I just want to flex my wealth. wait, I can't nyan. Okay, I'm gonna try it nyan.
Juustoa.
Nyan. Ah! Hi, Ottilie. Welcome. What the? Oh, I guess you're trying to get the cheese off. I'll just assume that you're trying to get the cheese off and nothing else. Why? Okay, I'm saying this spinning yuki, and I'm like, it looks like my hair has been shaped into a triangular hat. Why does it make my hair look so square and spiky? What are you? Oh my. Later. But not too much later because I'm really tired. Ha. Okay, so if we're gonna do that, we need a way that we can feed something that we actually want and care about into the network instead of just it spewing out a random image that it happens to already be training on into that draw function. Oh, actually, we don't care about this or this anymore. It's already all stored inside here. We don't need to pass in the input or the output. It's all done. So when we call this, we can make this way simpler. And we're only passing in this number here because this is what it uses as the file name. That's all. Oh no, now cat's spewing out stuff as well. But it's blood. No. Cat, you're leaking. I'm kind of surprised that they've allowed that. I mean, I'm happy they have. Dumb Fox Respectfully. I just noticed the name of it. I thought Twitch was weird with body fluids, but I guess blood is fine. Cranberry juice. Oh, that's nice. I love cranberry and raspberry. I think it's more expensive though, unfortunately, so I don't have it very often. So right now it's just calling this. Oh, this is actually pretty cool that it's completely automatic. Okay, so the moment that we're gonna be drawing things, all we have to do is call this once. Wait, have I tested this yet? What the? Oh my god, I'm on a leash. Why am I laughing about it? Now I'm imagining a long uke on a leash. I thought this was like a really squashed long uke for a second. Leaking fluids. Oh no, it's red. Oh, it's shaking red. Ah, wait, it can do that to like normal emojis as well? What the? It's that BTTV thing is way too strong. Exclamation mark, way too strong, thank, question mark. Strength. Stonks. Okay, I think what we should maybe do is make it save the model when it's done, and then we can just load it to test running things through it. But what we should really do if we wanted to... Oh my god, you're rolling away from her. Hi, Q's. Or Kuze. I like that badge. Share the love. That's what it says if I mouse over it and it doesn't say any more details. Just share the love. Q's, okay. One day I'll remember, I'm very sorry. Seems Dia has new creatures to walk. Yeah! I'd happily take cat for walkies. Valentine's Day 2025. Ah, okay. That's a cute cat. The bouncing. Okay, so to be able to do this, to be able to put something through the neural net, it needs to be trained already, right? So I don't want to have to wait for it to train every time. I know I said like it trains in a few minutes, so you know. Alright, fuck it. It really does train super quickly. I'm not even gonna bother to do this yet. But what I should do is make it save. I should make it save every so often while it's training. I haven't done that yet. I should do that though. But actually, being able to put a picture in like a whole sound spectrogram into it and get the prediction out and stuff, this is actually useful even for training, because what you usually do when you're training a neural network is you see how it works on like a special test bit of data that it hasn't been trained on, and if it's done better than the last time you checked, you save the model, and if it keeps not doing better than like the last time you saved it, it's probably got as good as it can get, or it's starting to learn the wrong things, like overfitting, and you stop the training there. That's typically the way it's done. So actually, maybe I should just implement being able to pass something, anything through the network and get like a total loss from it, and also maybe be able to save a picture and stuff, or video or whatever. So yeah, I think I should do that. Let's do it. Let's make it its own function, which is basically going to be identical to this, but slightly different, so not actually identical. Blub blub blub. I'm going to put this one underneath. I'm going to call it what the fuck am I gonna call it? What? Run spec through network? Question mark. I don't know what to call it. Do you think I am someone with an imagination? No. Cat, I didn't realize that it was Valentine's Day on Valentine's Day until I saw people posting memes. Like the, you know, the two, like the fake Valentine's Day cards with like a silly rhyme on them and then to from, as if you're meant to fill that out yourself. Very much don't carry that. Yeah. I actually don't know anybody who cares. But that's probably because of the kind of people I hang out with. I guess they're kind of similar to me in some respects. A little less weird, maybe. Okay, so we no longer want to change anything. We don't care about the... Oh, we do actually care about that. We might care about the error. Wait. Yeah, I guess I should do this. Let's change this. We only care about comparing it to... I think we should optionally make it compare it to an ideal set of outputs. If we don't care about the outputs, then it should not do anything. Roses are red, violets are blue. I don't have enough points for Robo-Uke. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, Cabbage. Why are violets blue? Why are they not violets? Because that doesn't rhyme as well. Yeah, I wonder it. I do wonder it as well. Okay, let's pass in an input. And... should I make it give you an entire output?
I have many points. When they
Okay,
become the new global currency, our will become king.
She almost managed that line. Hi, Spike. Violet, not violent. Did I wait? Oh, you are Violet. Oh, I see. I see. For a second, I thought I must have misread something, like misspoken something. Hi, Israel. Welcome, welcome. I know. Isn't it unbelievable? I'm actually streaming. What is this? What I'm thinking of doing is making this so that you pass in like a whole spectrogram and it gives you back a whole load of outputs for the whole thing. Wait, no, that would be horribly. Hold on, that's not gonna work very well. Roses are red, violets are blue. User error detected. Exiting program. Wait. Oh, it's a blue screen? Question mark. Is it because it's blue and bouncing? It's a bounce screen of death. BSOD. Okay, here's the thing. We're passing in the neural net takes in like 1.5 seconds worth of audio, basically, right? So if the neural network was doing really, really well and we really just wanted to know who was speaking, we could like skip through that spectrogram like in 1.5 second chunks and just pass it, you know, 1.5 second chunks like this. But for the video, that would suck because, you know, it would just be sitting on this for 1.5 seconds and then it would jump to showing another frame after 1.5 seconds and then jump again. We don't want that. We want it to scroll smoothly and we want it to change for every frame. So just for the video, moving through 1 pixel at a time would actually be more fun. Maybe 2 pixels at a time because it's, what is it, it's like 44 pixels per second. We don't need 44 frames a second, that's excessive. Even for me, that's excessive. Do we just halve that down to like 22 and then that's a more sensible frame rate? Then it does a feed forward and back propagation. That, yeah, the training is already done. So this part here, this part's already done. We feed something forward and then we work out how wrong the output is compared to the corrected thing, and then it does the backward thingy. And it works out how things should be changed, and then it actually changes them. This here is only for putting stuff forward for the sake of getting an output that you save. This is like for after it's trained. I've just copy and pasted this code, so it's very much kind of for training right now. I need to change it. Fatal memory allocation failed. I forgot. Oh no! What is that emote? Emote FFZ spin. Wait, this is an FFZ emote? I am so confused by this. I'm looking at it. Emote FFZ spin. FFZ subwoofer emote effects by Sustendec with FFZ hyper applied. What is this? Even for
Roses
you?
are red,
Yes.
roses are blue, depending on their velocity relative to you.
Oh my god, she's messing up so much.
Roses are red,
Ruses are red.
roses are red,
Or Reeses? Hold on.
roses are Reeses
Reeses are
are
red.
red, roses are blue,
Roses are
depending
blue.
on their velocity relative to
Depending
you.
on their velocity relative to you. I mean, the idea of trying to get to the absolute minimum is, yeah, that's the idea behind backpropagation in general, or even just training a neural network in general, really. I guess. You're trying to make it as good as possible at something. Reese's Puffs? Thank you for the pad text here, by the way. Reese's Mooses. Okay, let's... Oh my god. Oh, that's what you mean. I think I don't massively need to save the kidneys at the moment. I think I'll do it next time. I'm gonna refund you that one. Because I also kind of want to get something done. That sounds really ungrateful, I'm sorry. Where are you? You're there. Okay, I just got onto 2 pages of redeems and it's looking very confusing. Okay, I have rejected. No, that's not even enough.
Rejected.
The redeem, which means refunded in a, if you look at it in like a glass half full rather than glass half empty kind of way, but for some reason Twitch calls it reject. The black and white. Why is black and white cursed according to the name? Oh! Somebody earlier, I might have been Liquid Cake who's now in bed, but someone earlier said that you could also draw all the weights, and yeah, I've done that in the past. In the very first one that I did, the VB one, but it's, thank you for the pats Nikodaya, but it is extremely messy. I wouldn't really work with the layout that I have here. Like, you wouldn't be able to make anything out, because like you need to draw a line from this pixel and this pixel and this pixel and this pixel, and it'll be going to, you know, all of these, and they'll all be on top of each other and stuff. Like, it's hard enough even if you just have one, like a 1D array, just one column connecting to another one column. They're already crisscrossing over each other. But here they'll be crisscrossing before it even reaches the empty space here, so I'm not even going to attempt to draw those. Draw a line, you say? Oh my god. How many times have I dragged this interview to archive this amazing emote art? Okay, I need to think of a name. Let's call it Spec. What the hell? That's a weird glitch in my audio there. What the? I thought it was the beginning of an effect being used. Spec Mel is what I called them in the past. I'll just do the same Spec Mel, which is a torch tensor. Okay, now it'll be useful if we... Okay, there's a very nice property of PyTorch, which was not the case in TensorFlow. Linux audio? Hey, at least it was just one buffer. I should have a Windows audio. Or an ASIO audio. ASTIO. There's a very nice feature of PyTorch, which TensorFlow, the other machine learning library, doesn't or didn't have. Or it was an annoyance of TensorFlow, which is not the case in PyTorch, where the network that you train is completely disconnected from what the batch size is. So during training, we're actually batching up 16 examples usually, and it runs the 16 through at the same time, and it makes 16 outputs, and then it adjusts the weights based on the average of the errors across all 16 outputs, which is faster on the GPU, and also helps avoid getting stuck in some local minima. But in TensorFlow, if you trained a network with a batch size of 16, you could only use it with a batch size of 16. You couldn't just run a single... I think that was the case anyway. There was some weirdness with trying to use a batch size, the different batch sizes. But in PyTorch, whenever you use the neural network, whether it's like in the middle of training versus after training, you just feed it a batch of however many you want. One is also allowed, and it'll just give you the corresponding number of outputs. So what we could do is feed it the inputs one at a time, even though we've trained it on 16. and it would be fractionally more efficient to, well, quite a bit more efficient, I guess, to just split up the input data into as many separate pieces as we want first, and then feed them all in and get them all out, and then just draw all the frames. But because of how we're wanting to feed in like this image, and then this image shifted over by 1 pixel, and then the image shifted over by another pixel, and another, and another, and another, and another, we'd actually have a huge amount of data that we're going to pass in, much more than the length of the spectrogram actually is. So for example, imagine we had a spectrogram that's 100 pixels wide. Actually, it's easier to do in Notepad. Let's imagine it's 10 x's wide. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And which, funnily enough, x is also Roman numeral for 10, but that's not why I chose that. Well, and imagine that we are feeding it in 5 at a time. Well, firstly, we'll feed in these, and then these, and then these, and then these, and then these. Is this... are we aligned? Oh, no, we've got one more, actually. Thank you for the pads. Which is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So if we are going to be batching these up, we'd actually be processing 30 pixels rather than 10. And this, like, you can imagine, if this were 100 wide, and we're feeding in like 50 at a time, then yeah, that's horrific. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to feed them 1 at a time, which is okay to do because batch size of 1 is allowed. Thanks for the hydration, Spoop. Also, hi, Spoopy Key. Spoopy Key, that's a fun name. Glass half obliterated. I just saw that message. Okay. So we've got a spell mectogram, a Mel spectrogram. So rather than having each batch within an epoch, let's just have each frame within the video. So the number of frames, let's calculate the number of frames first. Num frames is going to be the width of the spectrogram minus the width of the input, right? The input of the spectrogram, which is, what was it, like 62 or 63 pixels wide. I think. So if the input were 10 pixels wide and the spectrogram were 10 pixels long, that would be 1 input. Okay, we need to add 1 to that, I think. Is that right? If our input were 5 wide, sorry, if our spec were 5 long and our input were 4 wide, this would be 1 frame, and this would be the second frame. It'd be kind of nice if we could like... It would kind of be nice, wouldn't it, if we could like feed it in from the left-hand side and then let it scroll across and then like let it scroll out of the left-hand side as well. Like across the whole thing. So we need to add like another whole input's worth of silence at the end or middle. Actually, this is a good question. When we come to add the audio to it, I wonder how we should align it. Shall we align it so that what you hear is what's in the middle of the screen right now? Or shall we have it so that what you hear, as soon as you hear it, you see it start to appear on the right-hand side? That might be more sensible. But obviously the network is probably going to respond best to the stuff in the middle, because the pixels closer to the edge are sort of going to have been lost a little bit from the later layers because of the... I'm not adding padding in the convolution kernels to the edges, so the stuff in the middle is probably going to be the stuff that it can do really fancy things to. So maybe middle. Maybe I could draw like maybe maybe I could draw sort of some kind of vertical lines, like above and below this, like this. Maybe I could just like add a line, sort of. This is gonna be hard to pick this color apparently. Oh my god, just maybe I could just add a line, kinda there and there, wherever the middle is. Let's see if I just did it perfectly. No, what a surprise. And then the audio that you hear is whatever's passing through here at this moment. That would mean that we lose this audio. Which kind of sucks, doesn't it? Kind of sucks. Have a progressive visual indicator over it, moving with time. Hi, JW01. Welcome. The problem is, like, this entire thing, the contents of this window here is already going to be scrolling as that moves across. There's like more going to be sliding in from, you know, outside here. So this is already like going to be like a visual scrolling thing. It's just, how do I want that to be aligned with the audio? You know what? And eventually I'm going to be wanting this to work with real-time audio, and unfortunately I can't see into the future, so I won't be able to. When you're speaking, it's going to appear from the right-hand side immediately. So let's just make it so that what you hear when it's playing an audio file is also on the right-hand side and scrolling across. Yeah, let's just do that, I guess. So in that case, that would be like, it starts here and it scrolls across the frame. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's it. We're out of data at that point. So I don't know if I want to like insert some blank data here somehow and have that scroll across so that we get to see it pass all the way through. I'm also thinking that if I'm going to use this function for like running test data through it, not just for watching a video, but for evaluating whether the whether it's time to stop training because it's got as good as it can get, then passing a sound through it where 99% of it is blank except for one column on the right hand side is useless for testing things. So I'm thinking I might need to make another function. One that just takes the... Well, I guess that's this actually. I guess that's literally this. I was about to say a function that just takes one input and returns one output. That's literally this line. That's just that line. So I'm gonna call this scroll spec through network then. Thank you for the pads, Neil. Hi Neil, welcome. Okay, in this case, the number of frames is going to be the length of the spec mel. So dot shape 0 question mark minus the, let's call this spec num spec, what do I call it here? Timestamps. Num input times. Okay, num spec timestamps is this. And the number of frames is going to be the number of timestamps in the spectrum minus the number of timestamps in the input to the network plus 1. Because if they're identical, then that's like 1 lining up. But if they're identical, this would sum to 0. So we must need to add 1. It's the cat. It's a pretty weird one. I'm sorry, Neil. I'm a pretty weird one. So in frames in range 0 to here, I know you don't actually need to put 0, but I'm so used to for loops in every other language that I'm just putting 0. Need to draw will do this immediately. And the uninitialization will happen after everything. We don't care about end iter anymore. We don't care about this. We don't care about adjusting at the moment either. This is, you know what, I'm gonna stop trying to design this to be a function that can be used for like evaluating the model with test data, and just make it one for making a nice video. And then I'll, you know, maybe whatever the word is, I used the word earlier. Change the code around to be able to handle that other use case as well. How's the Neil doing as well? We don't care about exampling. Exampling is coming through this. Spread out. We don't really care about the output either, actually, because the output of each individual layer inside it, including the last one, is already being stored in the callback functions, and that's what's going to be drawn here. This is going to be in frame because that's going to be used for the file name. We need to run in a small chunk of the neural of the spectrogram. So, and it needs to have this extra index here for the batch. So the spec comes in with just this shape, I think. So the shape is end spec time step. I might as well call it end time step and frick. Oops. Control 0 did that? Did it? Yeah, control 0 opens this and then doesn't close it. Nice. Okay, that's the shape. We want to change, we want to take like a slice of it, basically. It's like the slice in the technical, in the Python sense, in the array slicing sense, but it's going to be 2D, not just 1D. When I say slice of a spectrogram, I imagine like the frequencies are one instant in time. Instant in time? How English? Jeez. I'm sorry for not Englishing properly. Hi, Egoist. Wait, haven't I said hi, Egoist already? I have a vague memory. Did I? Yes, I did. A slice of cheese. Okay. I see we did that. We didn't care about the example output. We actually don't have an example output. I'm gonna name this spec full because we're gonna have spec part be a slice of it, and the slice, we don't care about prediction out either. I'm gonna run this through it. This is going to be spec full. Okay, so end time step. So we're gonna want to go from whatever the current frame is to whatever the current frame is plus the number of input time steps minus 1, I think. So if the number of input time steps were 1, so that we did just want a single column, this would be 0 to 0 plus 1 minus... Oh, wait a second, I forgot that this is not the start and the end index. This is the start and the length, kind of. Or it's more like it's the start and the end minus 1. So we actually don't need to put the -1 yet, we just need this. Hi Toryu! Welcome, welcome, old how do you? Hi, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Dare I say the double. The unnecessary double that I so often say. And I never did before streaming. Run input spec through the middle forwards. Or input chunk through the middle forwards to get a prediction of the upper fluids. We don't care about prediction, but activations for middle layers are stored for drawing due to callbacks. It's a bit too wide. Sure. Of layers, all layers, all layers, even the input. Yeah, the input should be as well. Is it actually that simple? Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Is this just gonna make it draw all of our frames for the video to PNG files currently rather than output to FFmpeg? VS Code. This is Visual Studio Code. Figure. Hi. Are you okay? Welcome, welcome. My arm is clipping through myself. Hold on. During training, it's gonna be drawing all of these, and then during the creation process, it's gonna be overwriting these. I guess I could make it just not save them during training for now. Make it just not for now. Oh, we could literally just say false. Yeah, okay. And afterwards we run a spectrum through it. So we need to have loaded this spectrogram already. And this spectrogram needs to already have been put into the scale of 0 to 1, the range of 0 to 1. And I'm pretty sure that when we load it, it's not in the scale of 0 to 1. Sorry, it is in the scale of 0 to 1, but we need it in the scale of -1 to 1. We need this to put it into the 10H scale. A weird cat? Hi, Nora. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna augment the stuff that we're putting in for making a video or anything. Hi. So we need to do this first. Let's put it into the correct scale first. So we'll say spec full equals that. Spec full is assumed to have shape of end time step and fric with values in the range of 0 to 1. Scale the values to -1 to 1 range. Might as well just print that at the top. This is this. Yeah, this is it, right? This is it. Pretty sure this is it. So now in order to be able to call this, we need to have loaded a spectrogram first. How does load spec work again? Ah, this is before I wrote what it returns. Before I was writing the return types on functions. Okay, so it returns a spec mel and spec labels. Or it returns nuns. Oh well, I guess that's the same thing. I mean, is a none of type? Can you have? Oh, I don't even know. Anyway, this returns a torch tensor and a list of strings. I think that's the right syntax. It's not the right syntax. Oh yeah, right. Look at this, by the way. This is actually a mistake. Where it says use capital T tuple, you can't use capital T tuple. You have to use lowercase t tuple. The linter lied to me. Wait, why is my tuple getting colored nicely there rather than being white? It was white in some other place. Thank you for the pad 6. Oh my goodness. It's a lot of pads. I can still see them queuing up. That one was too late. Thank you. I actually saw it appear in my chat early. Oh my goodness, there's so many pads. What the hell? This is too many. I guess it was delayed and being delivered over my streams. My streaming setups. Unity setups. Connection. Speaking of which, Twitch is deprecating the way that follows and possibly some other things are being delivered to my program in April. So I'm gonna have to change a lot. I might as well just change the entire damn way that I'm doing the Twitch interaction stuff with my Unity setup. Right now I'm using a library called twitchlib.unity, which hasn't been updated for a very long time. And so yeah, once this update happens, it's gonna break the setups of everybody who's using twitchlib.unity, including mine. So I think I'm gonna switch to Alkaline's Twitch interaction library. Because I know that she made one in Rust, and then she also made wrappers, I think they're wrappers, for C# and possibly another language as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to flipping work on the Unity streaming setup again. I'd rather work on much more interesting stuff like this, but Twitch feels the need to break things like every goddamn year. Deprecate things for deprecation's sake, just so they can look busy and have job security. Yay! The tech industry. Anyway. So return those things. Wait, spec labels is a list of that, right? Spec labels, where's spec labels? Here it is, spec labels. Get wanted labels from file name. This returns a list of strings. Yeah, okay, well that's a list of strings if ever I've seen one. So this returns two things. So we're not going to care about the list of labels, but we are going to care about this torch tensor, aka PyTorch array. So we could just make a little wrapper around this. Or you know, let's just make a thing that says make cool video. And the string is gonna be the audio file name. What did I call it in the past? Audio FN or something, probably. File, just file name. Okay, I'll just call it audio file name so we know that it is for the audio. Thank you for the hydration and posture check. I'm actually gonna go and save the kidneys soon. I think the kidneys are getting desynced from the redeems, but I'm gonna do it. I do wonder how the stew has so many points. Cat stretched, posture checked, demon exorcised. What's the problem with this? Closed bracket, not closed. What? I mean, open bracket, not closed. Oh! Sorry, this is not C, is it? Not that stir is a type in C. So this is spec mel and spec labels equals that. And I don't like this because I prefer to We pass in the audio file name, and then we simply pass that spectrogram to this spec mel, and we don't care about the labels. And then we should just need to call this. I'm actually going to reduce the number of epochs for training down to something less. I reckon we don't need more than 5 to get a good, well-performing network. So, lots of 16 things as well. So, I'm calling these epochs. Normally an epoch is an entire set of the training data. You pass the entire set of training data through the network once. Oh, that's so cute, Cabbage. Enjoy your Bergma. Living your points paycheck to paycheck. Oh my god. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. So an epoch normally refers to like all of your training data being used. So how many times have you put your entire training data through it? And that's the epoch of the training. Thank you for the pants. But in this case, due to how I'm taking slices of the spectrograms, it's kind of like literally passing every possible scrolled position of every piece of training data would be, I don't know, like billions of combinations, right? Roughly? Because isn't it going to be close to the total number of the total width of all spectrograms squared? Close to that, not exactly that. That it would be squared if the input size were 1, right? Something like that. Yeah. It's going to be like the total input size multiplied by the total input size minus. Sorry, the total spectrogram width multiplied by the total spectrogram width minus the input size, in brackets. Yeah, something like that. Maybe not quite that actually, because we can't have a window go across 2 different spectrograms, but something like that. Anyway, so all that is to say that these batches are an arbitrary. The epoch size is an arbitrary number. It's the number of, but we just choose a number of iterations to treat as an epoch, and this number is that. Anyway, needless to say, we get very good results within like 5 of these because it's such a tiny network and it trains so quickly. I'm gonna change this. Let me do all voices again. Let's put none in the list by default and tell it to put all the ones with voy in there. And after we've done all that, all the training, so do train ends. When does do train end? Do train ends once we've done all epochs, and after that it does nothing. So it'll fall through to nothing. That's the end. So once we've done that, we can just do make cool video, and we can pass in an audio file name. This doesn't actually make a video. This just oh, hang on a second. This is a good point. Wait a minute. What we're doing right now is we're starting it from the far left, not the far right actually, because we're going to pass a full view of from the left side of the spectrum in at the beginning. We haven't padded the left side with blankness so that it comes in from the right side. We're putting it straight in on the left side. So this is not ideal, question mark, but whatever, we'll worry about that some other time. It is going to make for a more interesting video, I guess. Just looked it up. Typing.tuple instead of tuple seems to be necessary in older Python versions prior to version 3.9. I see. Interesting. And it seems that typing lowercase is necessary now. Maybe not. I don't know, it's just a linter. I mean, it's going to be ignored by Python anyway. Oh god. Oh god. The wrong thing. Help. Ah. I can't get rid of it. What the Get out of here. Okay, so I kind of want to pass some audio into this. I am going to take a small section of my own audio for training Roboyuk, and I'm going to choose a section that I'm pretty sure is not in the training data, which is the part of the very last... Well, no, a part of the very first one, I think. Because the way I did it is I kept like the first 15 or so minutes of each thingy, and I used that as the training data. So, thank you for the look. Have a nice, thank you. Where is my... There it is. So the training data for my Roboyuk is made up of these multiple recordings. We got 44 minutes, 1 hour 4 minutes, 32 minutes, 16 minutes. Oh, actually, yeah. Then this one, 5 minutes, and 36 minutes. And I'm sure I did not throw the entire 1 hour thing of this into there. I'm pretty sure I just took parts of it. Well, let's just throw this on. The joy of using a WAV file, I can just read straight from the disk and doesn't need to decode the whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna press play. This might be loud actually compared to me, so I'm gonna turn the volume down a bit. Teleporting around is hard as the blue circle you get does not actually show you where you're going, and I end up nowhere near it. Okay, sure, we can put that in. Why does it sound kind of different in here? What the hell? Post your own show. Well, I'm not quite sure what I was reading at this point. This is enforced at compile time, during JIT, and in some... Why does it sound different at the beginning? I wonder if like my voice was getting tighter and tighter and tighter over the course of 40 minutes non-stop talking. Obviously this is with all the silences removed, so this would have been over the course of like 2 hours or so. Before I removed all the silence and all the flipping retakes, or all the things before the retakes. Let's take something near the beginning. Or not. Whatever, this is... What is this? What is this? Looks like the start of a new sentence. Teleporting is hard. I think it was talking about... I think I was reading something about VR chat at that time. An unsafe pointer can point to an instance of an unmanaged value type that does not contain any references to garbage collected objects, array, string, or a block of stack allocated memory. Sure, that sounds like a very perfect thing to test it on, doesn't it? Technical programming stuff for testing a program that's technical. Let's export that to... where shall I put it? Test, I guess? Let's call it uktest.org. Boop, boop. There it is. An unsafe pointer. Why am I so much quieter there? Oh shit, I saved it with the volume turned down. Wait a minute, that's actually good. That reminds me that I do need to optimize the contrast as I'm sending in this. Man, I'm glad I made that mistake because I forgot that I need to do this. Optimize contrast of the spec part before we feed it in, because we're always doing that during training. So it'd be very unfair to feed it a quiet thing. Optimizing contrast should just be part of the process of using it. What's it complaining about now? Oh, where? Oh, sure. So we're gonna pass in test, uktest.org. When we do that, that should cause it to... that's actually gonna make it... Save it inside here. Just the cache for all of these. I guess it's okay as long as I remember to delete the cache. If I change this, I could also make it store like a small hash of the file as part of the file name or something, I guess, and automatically check the hash of the files before it uses them. If the hash has changed, then remake the cache. Retrain the computer to sound like you get? Nope, absolutely not. This is not a generative neural network. That is far too advanced for me. This is one that is just trying to tell who is talking. That's all. That's all. In goes a little bit of a spectrogram. It gets changed a bit and a bit more and a bit more, and then there's a collection of things, and out comes one of these things lighting up to say who's speaking. It might even work. Should we try it? Let's just try to run this make a cool video first without training it at all. So obviously this is gonna make nonsense. I just want to see if the process for feeding data through and generating frames works. So I'm gonna delete this entire folder full of images now, because I don't want to like do the whole training and then call that and see that it doesn't work. That sounds like foreshadowing. So let's just run it on a completely untrained network and see if we get our files. This will be a lot of files, won't it? Because we're stepping through one single pixel at a time. I think we should make it have an option of number of pixels to skip at a time. So right now the pixels per second is calculated. Okay, it's the 16 kHz sampler rate that we resample to divided by the FFT size over 2. So it's rounding out up to 42 pixels per second. Oh, this will actually be important to know as a float when we're trying to synchronize it, because we will need an exact frame rate when we're making the video if we wanted to synchronize with the audio, right? So where is PPS being used? It's being used here, that's why we need it to be an integer. Well, that doesn't actually make any sense because this is already an integer, so where else are we using it? Do we really need PPS to be an integer? We're printing information about it. We are printing more information about it. That's it. No, there's no reason why this can't be a float. Absolutely none. You're a float now. You're a float, Harry. Congrats on your upgrade. Wait, what was that seal? I saw it. Why am I sealing here? Seal of this. Okay, no, we don't need that. I'll put a note though. Previously wrapped in int seal. Blah blah. Okay. So now we have a more accurate PPS, pixels per second. Okay. So when we make the video, what if we want to be able to skip more than one pixel at a time? Or step more than one pixel at a time? So basically it's comma step equals something. Let's make a little variable here and call it step. What should I call it? Pix steps per frame, I guess. Equals. Let's make it 2. I don't like all these misaligned equals. Oops. Does that mean I get to go to the FPU? Yes, you will. Unless it's like Python is making some non-standard type of float, which is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So we want to step this many pixels. And actually we don't care about the pixels per second at the moment. But I'm just gonna PPS effective is gonna be PPS divided by pix steps per frame. This is gonna be important when we actually, you know what? Let's call this FPS, frames per second. Yes, that's the number of frames per second. Pixels per second divided by the number of pixel steps per frame will be the frames per second. Yeah. This is going to be useful for once we're actually making this a proper video, because the video frame rate will be this. How many pixels to slide the spectrogram left by on each, or let's say after each frame. Also, this is going to be outputting every pick steps per frame number. So in this case, we're going to get frame 0, frame 2, frame 4, frame 6. Bit silly, to be honest. Bit silly. A little bit silly. How about instead we make this the X index? Start X. And that advances num frames. It's not really num frames anymore, is it? This is num usable pixels, kind of. It's not really a good example either, actually. Num, what is this? This is num. It's the number of pixels to scroll, I guess. Num pixels to scroll, basically. I'm stepping by pixel steps per frame. Okay, that makes kind of sense with the naming convention. Oh, with the variable names. And then this index frame can just be a thing that we set to 0 here, and we increment down here. We can't do this, can we? Nah. And frame plus plus is not possible either, which is kind of annoying, but plus equals 1. Sure. Which was X left, actually. The left side of this is at that position. Okay. At this point, I think if it's gonna work, it should. There. So let's see what happens. Oh wow, we're already crashing. Tuber expected the most 1 argument, got 2. Huh? Oh, I used brackets instead of, or round brackets instead of square brackets. And now this is not colored. Okay. That explains why it was colored and it wasn't before. Okay, it's loading training data, which doesn't really need to do because it's not training. Noted. We don't need to do that if we're not training. Preparing CUDA and crashed. Unsupported operand types for minus. Num type and float. What the fuck? Huh. 10H scale do. So I'm guessing the spectrogram has come out as num type. Ah, I know why this is. I know why this is, because the load spectrogram thing doesn't load it if it doesn't contain the labels that we want to train on. But now we actually are using load spec to load a spectrogram that we are not training on. And it shouldn't care about labels, we just wanted to load it no matter what. So we don't care about this. We shouldn't do this either. We shouldn't really do anything to do with labels. This is all fine. Don't need to print that either. And we don't really need to return it either, but let's keep the return time the same. We also shouldn't be doing this, I think. I think we shouldn't be doing this. Or should we? I guess this is a safety. I guess it's a safe thing to do actually, not attempt to pass it to the network if it's too small. Yeah, that's okay, that's okay. Our test order needs to be like a longer than 1.5 seconds then. which is the current size of the network. Okay, let's make an optional parameter, which is force load. I guess always load question mark equals false. If always load is true, we'll load the spec even if its file name doesn't contain any wanted labels. Useful for when not training. Okay, so we only want to touch these labels if not always load blah 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 blah. Okay. Wait, what's the problem? Oh. And again, we only want to do this printing of this if we're not. I mean, this is debug stuff anyway. We don't really need to be printing it. It'd be a lot less spammy if we stopped doing it. We could just not do it. Let's just not do it. And at the end, this still might return none if this is too short. So let's put a test in there to see if it's actually none. If specmal is none, we'll print, and then we'll also return and do nothing. We'll print couldn't load plus audio file name I've done it again, to make a video, let's just say, yeah, of it. Maybe it's too short? Okay, let's try this again. I swear this one is named Light Sucking looks so sus. But it's the original file name was something like a light sucking flame, as in like the flame that sucks the light, but it was a Steve Mould video. It's really interesting. Something to do with sodium vapor lights. Still wasn't able to load it. What the? Oh, that's because I'm not saying yes. Force the load. Yes, do it. I should have switched off CUDA. I should have just made it do it on the CPU because I'm getting tired of having to wait for the delay here where it initializes CUDA. If this fails, I'm going to put it back to CPU. Ah! Wait, what? Oh! Oh, that's interesting. I forgot that it was like coded to load it from a specific folder. Oh, that's annoying. Alright then. That's annoying, isn't it? That's very annoying. That's annoying. Very annoying. Very annoying. We're not really gonna be able to cache it then, are we? I guess we could just not care about it if we're making a video, just not cache it. It doesn't take that long to make a spectrogram. I mean, certainly it won't take that long to make a small one that you want a video made out of. For like hours of training data, it takes a few seconds. It's almost like I want to split this out into its own function. Because this is what I really want. Rather than having to work around all these little things that I put in here for loading training data. And then ignoring the labels, while returning none for them, I guess. Actually, this will crash, won't it? Because spec labels is not yet none. Else spec labels equals none. There you go. But it's crashing before then. On this line, no. On this line? Question mark? Yes, because it's concatenating the audio directory with this file name. I almost wanted to not test to see if it's cached and just always load this. The right thing to do here is to make this its own function, isn't it? Let's delete these old things that I used to be doing. Hang on. Oh, we are. That to the correct data type, e.g. 2016, if using coda. Okay, so we are still doing that here. That other thing was left over from the previous way of trying to do it. Load spec from audio. What if I change this to load spec and labels, or change this to load spec and labels from audio? Then we don't need to do any of this. And this is going to be load spec from audio, which is going to be called by this. I'm going to change this to relative file name, and this is going to be absolute file name. This is just going to return a torch tensor, and so we don't need this test anymore, or we can't even have that test anymore because the variable doesn't exist anymore. Let's get rid of that as well. And then the loading of the... So this is the abs... Wait, yeah, this is the relative file name. Yep. File name cache is for the relative file name. So we check that. Loading audio, this, the relative file name. Okay. This part we now want to do in the absolute function. So here's when we have the absolute path. So basically we want this. Saving the spec is done as part of the loading actually, so this is a little bit tricky. It doesn't have to be, but as the comment says, I took the opportunity to save a cache here because as part of the loading, I quantize it to the 256 different values because... Actually, I don't. Do I? Yeah, I guess I do actually. This exact max value will become 1.0. Is that right? I think it's right. Question mark. Am I doing this correctly? Find the maximum value. For example, 1. Then we do 1 divided by 255. Am I doing this right? I think I might be making a mistake here, and I'm starting to wonder why the code is working, but let's see. Let's pretend the maximum value is 1. It's not, it'll be something higher. This value here is the value in the MEL spectrogram that was created from the audio file. Let's pretend it was 1. 1 divided by 255. And then here we're doing... this is correct actually. This is correct. We're dividing by a tiny number, which is going to make it larger. Yeah. So then this ranges from 0 to 25. Okay, that was really confusing me. The fact that I was dividing a number and then dividing by that tiny number. So yeah, if we divide 1 by 1 over 255, then that's the same as multiplying by 255. Okay. Good job, Pastic. You made something sound much more complicated than it is. What do I want to do now? While it's in that state, that's when we save it. We say that it is already to 0 to 255. And then we convert it to the correct type. And divide it. Really? Should probably do this, the dividing first. Wait, no, sorry. It's already integer. It's integer at this point. If we divide it, we're gonna get 0. Music. It is a banger, isn't it? I love this one. I often think that it's Infected Mushroom at first because, you know, Psytrance like, therefore must be Infected Mushroom, but it's not. It's not even like Psytrance like, it's just is it Goa? No, it's one of those fancy triplety trance like things. I don't think it's Psytrance. There are enough and zappy noises. Ian! There you go, Cap. Thank you for the pets. Okay. I guess what I could do is just only make it save if we can pass in the file name cache basically. And if the file name cache is like an empty string or none or something, then we just don't save it. Yep, let's do that. It's decided. Thank you for the pants. You are now happening here. Yep. File name audio actually needs to happen in here. This is now the absolute file name. You know what, I should show that there as well. I don't want to show this super long file name. And then we're gonna do the load spec from audio. This is just gonna be the spec mel. It's gonna be this, and its file name audio. And this extra string, which is gonna be for the file name cache. So this is the abs audio. This is called the abs file name audio question mark. And we're also gonna have an absolute file name cache colon stir, which is gonna be optional and none by default. If abs file name cache is provided, a cache PNG file of the audio will be saved to that file name. Did I update my avatar? I change it from time to time. Hi, Spreadsachirai. I don't know if I've changed it since last time. I do just like change the... I've had this magenta tinted hair for like a long time now. And then the clothes I switch back and forth between my original and the maid outfit, or even though the original clothes have changed a little bit. I just added a silly thing there, like on the chest of the blouse of the normal clothes. That was the one of the t-shirts made in TKO when I did like a community TKO thing. Oh my god, I need to do that again. Although I shouldn't really advertise it, and it should just be with specific people that I know and trust from here. I mean, that's what I did before. It was with people that I know and trust, but it still invited a bunch of people that weren't so nice in the chat. whatever. The wall of having to join the Discord server to be able to join it worked. Because I didn't really want people that I didn't know before playing and possibly getting my stream banned for drawing random crap. So we'll save spec to apps file name cache. And we're only going to do that if not, this is none. Blop blop. Then we return it at the end. Return spec mail. Put it in the wrong place. No, I didn't. Never mind. I think that's it. I think this should just work now. And then when we do the load spec from as well, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. When we do this, this now needs to be load spec and labels from audio. And this part should be the same. We don't pass true, we just pass none, nothing. Okay, that should be it. Let's see what happens. There's a lot of ways this could go wrong. I'm gonna change it back to CPU before I forget because I'm impatient and getting tired of waiting. Motion tracking seems way better. That shouldn't have changed. That shouldn't have changed. Blah. Load spec from audio. Too many values to unpack. Expected 2. That's true. This no longer does return 2. This just loads audio now, so I don't even need this. Boop. But I'm glad you. But thank you for the compliment. Range takes no keyword arguments. Really? Just okay then. I'll just put that. Sheesh. What is this? Shape 2000 595952 is invalid. Frame precise 5 blah, blah, blah. What is this? Where is this? Where is this? Optimize contrast. Ah, okay, this is assuming it's kind of annoying. Okay. This was... yeah, okay. So this was originally done just to do it, to optimize for all of the examples that I loaded. So it's just, it knows how many examples there should be based on this. It's a bit annoying. I guess I could just pass in num specs. It would be nice if we could calculate this itself though. When we do optimize contrast, that is done before we split into batches, so it's all just one long number of things. So the number of examples, so it should have a shape that's easy to deal with. The shape should be, and what's the other optimized contrast? Ah, it's for when we're running it through the network. So what the shape should be, let's, instead of hard coding it here, let's grab it from the shape, because the shape should currently be shape should be num examples, num timestamps, num frex already. So we just need to get this. But wait, you know what? When we're running it through the network, we also need to provide it with an index that is the sorry, another dimension that is the index of the each thing in a batch. Even though this is only going to be a batch of 1, we still need to have that extra dimension of with a value of 1 on the far left. So I need to do that as well. And I believe I can do that by doing spec part equals none, colon, I think. Oh wait, hold on a second, what am I doing? Equals, no, none, comma, spec part? Let me see if that works. Let's run Python. Import PyTorch. Import PyTorch spelled correctly this time. Import torch spelled correctly this time. 9. Long, yes. Okay, so let's make a tensor. In other words, an array, a PyTorch array. Torch.tensor with the values of 1, 2, 3. Here it is. Now, if we do none, comma, a, does this give us a tensor with an extra dimension around them? No. Oh, but what if we do torch.tensor none, comma, a? No, it doesn't work either. Could have sworn there was a way to do that way, but apparently not. How did I add the other dimension before? I know I can just do dot view, but I swear I did it a different way before. I thought I did anyway. Where's my drawing thing? Here we are. No, where's my drawing thing? Here. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I tried and it didn't work. What about the thing where you prepare for drawing? Where do we add the extra index thingy? Oh, we don't do that anymore either, do we? Oh, well, never mind. Okay, well, we can't do it that way and it doesn't work, so I'll just have to do dot view instead. So I'll just do... So A is this, and we need to do A dot view. Where there's 1, and then 3 in this case. And now we have the extra dimension around it, this extra set of brackets. Okay. Okay. Let's do that then. Let's do that. Number of examples. We're not gonna do it this way anymore. Get out of here. Num specs. Let's see. Num specs equals each spec dot shape 0. Twitch wanted me to join the army. Really? Is that the ad is running on my video? Are you fucking serious? Twitch, can you please kindly fuck off? Thank you. Num specs. Not that I have strong feelings or anything. I would make you think that. Okay, let's try that. Num specs 1 reshape to match each specs change for blah 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 blah. Okay. Alright, so hopefully that'll still work like before now, but without the hard-coded number of examples. So this one should still work. This one, well, not, because we need to add an extra batch dimension to this. So let's do that. So spec part dot view, as in like change how you're viewing it with the same underlying data. The shape is gonna be 1. And then the number of time steps, and then the frequency. So the number of time steps is this. And num input frex, I guess I called it. Where is it? Oh my god, just flipping show me the suggestion, please. Ah! Thank you. Oh my god, Python. Okay. Or VS Code, I should say. And an extra dimension on the left for a batch for end for the batch of length 1. so shape becomes 1 on new shape 1 and time step and frick. Oops, sorry. I need to become an airline pilot if you survive. Oh my god. I kind of rather not have discussions about this though. I know it's a joke, but so shape originally is in time step and frick. And this should now work because this is also this wouldn't have worked before, I think. Because this also wants a batch index. And this wants a batch index. So now there is a batch index. So let's see what happens if I run it. Why? Oh no, she hammered the mic. Oh boy, oh boy. Where is this? Oh, this is in the drawing code, I think. Running spec 3 network. Thank you for the pats, cannibal. Or panda. Or actual. Alright, we're getting a mistake here. Set all. Why, it was quite amazing. It's only just encountered the problem this late. Oh, I should explain why this is amazing. Because this is a very late line in the drawing code. This is like the last step of drawing before OpenCV takes over and draws the grid lines. The expanded size of the tensor, 0, well, it doesn't sound quite right, must match the existing size. The expanded size, 0. How is this 0? So I guess this is 0, right? What are we doing? What are we doing? How is... Target size is... Ah! 288. Ah, I see. So... It wants... Oh my god. Oh no, we got the squeaky sounds. Hi Luna, welcome. Yeah, new error. So for some reason, the number of time steps is 0. We're trying to squash something down into the size of 0. Why? I wonder why. We're actually still loading the training data as well, even though we don't need to. So if there was something that was accidentally being set up for it to work in the training, when training, that was still needed when using, then it should have worked. So I don't think it's that. Let's see what this even is. Oh my god, the squeaks are so loud. This is after I'm filtering it as well. The squeaks used to be much louder. Alright, let's print. Let's do some printing. Whip out the printer. Are we loading the spectrum? Oh yeah, here we are. We're not showing an error, so... Okay, let's print some things. Print... Specfuls shape is string specful.shape. And then let's also print the spec parts shape before resizing the reshaping it. Before spec parts and after. So what I want this to be is 1, some number there that is, you know, not 0, and some number there. Wait, I wonder if this is to do with me changing that pixels per second to float, because that's related to time steps. Let's see what happens. Let's see what shape we're actually getting. Print ma. Oh wait, it works. It's just having a problem at the very last one. What the hell? It's actually, wait, are we getting images? Oh my god, we're getting images. Wait, it's working. What the fuck? Okay, so we should see this scrolling across. Oh no. Oh no. first frame looks good. Second frame's looking a bit overcrowded. By the time we get to the last frame... That's a good one, and I know exactly why this is. It's because we're not clearing the list of activations after drawing each frame. Before we were only ever drawing one frame. Now we're drawing more than one frame. We need to clear out our list of neuron activations. That's not what's causing the error though. That's just messing up the frames. The error that we're seeing is something else, but let's fix that because this is important. Okay, after we've done this, we can put this here actually. Acts latest dot clear. Clear. Okay, now that the frame has been drawn. Ah, you know what? We can actually do this in a more graceful way. When we get a new... When the callback for the input arrives, that's when we can clear out the list of previous activations. Because the callback for the input neuron happens first. So let's put that in this hook. Here. Take this opportunity to clear out the list of activations from any previous frame, since this is the first layer of a new frame. Okay, this should make the images look correct at least. But we're still gonna get the error. I can really skip this loading training data. Wait, what? We're not getting the error anymore? Wait, what? Wait, that was causing the error somehow? It just finished without an error. What the fuck? I wonder if we reached some limit in PyTorch about how ridiculously ridiculous you can be. We've got our frames. Oh my fucking god, we've got a lot of frames. Let's see what it looks like. Oh my god, it's working. Oh my god. Look, it's actually scrolling across. Bear in mind, this is an untrained network, so it's not going to do anything useful with it. But holy crap, we can actually see this scrolling across, and we can see these scrolling across as well. Oh my god, this is so nice. Oh, this is so nice. Ah. I think we've got to train the network and see what it produces. I think it would be rude and frankly just silly to not see what it does. I'm sorry for spamming 196 files on this SSD, but whatever. It's a better SSD than the last one. Hopefully, they'll be able to handle the 60 megabytes being written to it without dying. Okay, let's print rendering frame plus string end frame. I really wanted to say that for every single frame though. About to render num frame. Let's just say this plus of plus str num frame with num. Oh, we actually don't know how many frames there are yet, do we? Well...
Dear, you are pretty, there's no debate. I'd say much more, but takers won't wait.
Oh no, the takers...
With every bite, I still must confess you're the true delight, the prettiest best. P. Us. Taco Tuesday.
Wait, why did she say it differently that time? Oh my god, I kind of want some now, Nuge. You're making me hungry. Also, sleep well, Hollow, and no worries, Nuge. Thank you for the claps, Cabbage and Panda there. Wait, what is that? Oh, I thought that was like a flipping dynamite stick at first. Looks a little bit like American bacon there as well. In the thumbnail. Okay, so num frames is going to be num frames is going to be the number of what is it going to be? Hold on. Ah!
Uh-oh. Why am I evil now? Just because I saw dynamite. Hi, Dijon. Welcome. I love that everything on screen is just a massive middle finger to the Pep 8 standard. Is it? Maurice. Oh yeah, right. Hold on. I probably need to name it. This is really hard to put underscores. Wait, hold on. Let me just... There we are. Truly Pythonic. I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I'm evil. What do you expect? How's the DJ doing? Welcome. Listen to my chunky mouse clicks.
Oh, it's actually just a normal mouse click. Okay, so the number of frames is going to be basically number of pixels to scroll is this pixels. Wait, isn't it just going to be the number of pixels to scroll divided by the pixel step per frame? Surely. I'm not sure if it's integer. Yeah, I guess it is. I'm only going to show this some of the time if, let's say, if in frame modulo could show it for every 50 frames, I guess. Every 50th frame, rather. Okie dokie. Oop! I removed that. Yeah, I did remove that spam. Hopefully this looks much more sensible now. Why is it still showing it? This thinks it's 196 frames as well. Oh right, because it starts on 0, right? No, actually. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on a second. wait, what? Wait. Oh, equals 0. Sorry, if the remainder of that is equal to 0. I was just doing it for any frame that was not a multiple of 50. So I guess 50 didn't get drawn. Yeah, 50 didn't get drawn. And 100 didn't get drawn. Ah! Nice. So this is actually less than this because it's 0 and it ends at the max. That's why 0 didn't get drawn. Anyway, we should have our frames now. Should we have our frames? Oh yeah, right. It's the same. I didn't train the network. What the fuck?
Shabby. Let me pat your head.
Thank you for the pet, Snooch. Let's make it train now. It should not need to train for too long. It's only gonna do 5 lots of 10,000 pictures, or 10,000 batches, I should say. Each batch having 16. Anyway, let's let it do that. I'm not gonna do that on CUDA because I'm not gonna wait for the CPU to do that. Boop. You got the wrinkly brains under that fur? Occasionally. You know, it happens occasionally. Oh my god, look at that. I truly am using a flute for this now. Alright, so this is where it is creating data from each of those bins, and here comes the training, and now my frame rate is actually not bad. Considering this. Either way, the graphics card doesn't like accurately measure the 3D usage. Apparently, since it's training, it started using this more. Let me just do a thing that might make this run faster. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, boop! That's a little bit faster, right? Yeah, it's a bit faster. Hey, I've got news! It's 20% trained already! This is a little bit silly that I'm not making a save the model though, especially since, oh, you know what, we're actually getting really good performance already. Well, not super, well, for how little we've been training, we're getting good performance. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to just do it for 2 epochs because I can't be able to wait for 5. Of course, the correct answer, the correct solution to this. The correct solution. Hi, Commodore. Okay, I will go and save the kidneys. The correct solution is to save the model and reload it rather than train it every damn time. However, I just wanted to I just want to see it do a thing. So I'm gonna make it train too. I'm so lazy that I don't
Must look that you greens doing just the educational juices.
No, don't do that. Leave the hydration as well, and the posture check, and the flipping saving, and the pads. How have you built up that many points so quickly? You had 70 something earlier. I was just hydrating my brain there. You have 20 now? Oh my god. Alright, now it's half trained. Yeah, I'm so lazy that I want to wait rather than save the model. Okay, so once this reaches 20,000, it should just start making output. There should be no output being saved. Good. Once it reaches 20,000, it should load the audio and then just start making 196 frames through a trained network. Oh my god, they're the fuck! Fuck! God damn it! Shit! I forgot to move the spectrogram that we load to the GPU. Now I gotta wait again. Fuck! I'm being bitten by my own laziness. God damn it, Yuke. Yuke, why do you do this to yourself, you idiot? Okay, where is this? The spectrum that's being loaded here. Here it is. So we could actually just say dot to device equals torch device. Please. Let me just make sure that works without training. It's probably going to be like basically not really any faster to save the images on CUDA because the slow part is the writing of the PNG files. Like actually compressing, I think. / drawing. Alright, it is rendering, I think. Yes, it is. Nice. It's about the same speed. Do they look correct? Yes, they do. Nice. Let's just do the whole thing one more time. Bye-bye, Luna. Thank you for stopping by. Did I stretch? I'm gonna stretch anyway. I'll probably end stream after this. She lied as easily as she breathed because, oh my goodness, sorry, I forgot. Sudden jump scare. I forgot I still had that loaded. But I'm probably gonna want to play around with it a bunch. I'm not sure if I want to play around with getting FFmpeg to work though. It would just be... But this is like quite a bit faster usually when I'm not streaming. Let me just do a thing that might make it run faster. I'm gonna stop the audio for a sec. Audio is gonna go... Okay, you're gonna go deaf, but it might make this faster. Yes, it is a little bit faster when I stop the SEO stuff as expected because something interrupts something. Anyway, we're half done now. Let's see if we actually get a usable output after this, or get an output. We have an output already, and like it's usable, but we didn't get one last time because I forgot to do a thing. Whenever you end stream, it will be after this. True. I'll hydrate after this as well. Sorry, save the kidneys after this as well. But I legitimately will. Please start saving the images now. Yes. I'll let it finish. I'll let it finish. I'll be patient this time. Look how little CUDA this is. What the fuck? It's almost like this is actually using the CPU rather than CUDA. It's a bit weird. Oh, it looks like I didn't unload the training data after I was done as well. It's a bit of a memory leak there. Well, not really a memory. Well, okay, whatever. Anyway, so here it is. Ta-da! Here is the first frame. It's a bit of me and it's showing that it's my voice. The CPU is doing a bunch of work rendering, no? Just the OpenCV stuff and saving the PNG files, yeah. Maybe it probably is using CUDA. It's just the, like, evaluating one single, or inferring one single batch of this is such a tiny thing that it shows up as 0. Yellow to indicate cheese. No, not that again. Remember that from Discord? So, as I press right, I'm hoping that this is obviously going to change a lot because this is the input and it's, you know, I'm saying different things all the time. This will then change a lot as well because it's based on this. Thank you for the claps. Genetic texture algorithm, thanks. And the stuff over here will also change somewhat. This will hopefully change somewhat less, and this should change very little, and this shouldn't change at all, basically. Basically, as it moves through, the concept is changing from raw audio, basically, to the concept of me. So then that shouldn't never change at the end. Anyway, I'm gonna just skip through these. Oh my god. Look, this is staying so similar. I'm just gonna hold right. Wow, this is still very visibly scrolling. The stuff on the right is not changing that much. And look at that! It's like rock solid on my voice. Actually, was there something... Yeah, there's something right around here. This neuron lights up a little bit, which is kind of funny. DRB, which is Dr. Becky, which is a YouTuber. I guess yeah, something in some of these representations sounded a bit like that or something. The essence of Uke? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a perfume. I don't. I'm joking. Hey, look at that! This is so cool! This is so cool! What the fuck? And that was trained in how long? Like maybe 2 minutes while streaming, where it's slower to train? How cool is that? Also, I'm not worried by this like flashing on and off like this. Why is it so flickery? This is a little bit suspicious. Oh, I guess because I'm stepping 2 at a time, normally it would be like things fading off and on. Like linear interpolation, kinda. Because I'm skipping. It's a little flickery, huh? Very flickery, actually. Oh, this is... Oh my god. This makes me so happy to see. There's just 2 epochs as well. Sheesh, where an epoch is an arbitrarily chosen number. But whatever. That is awesome. Yeah, perhaps not the best frick. Maybe not the best one. I don't know. Like, she can't help it, okay? That's so cool. Like, you can see that like stuff here is clearly focusing more on like something to do with horizontal things, and this one's clearly focusing more on vertical things. Frankly, I'm not sure if we need as many as 10 channels on the input at this first level. Oh, on the first input. The first inner layer. Kind of interesting here, but this bottom area is like always light on this one, and it's not on this one. Oh my fucking god, cabbage. And so I have to keep pulling this in because this needs archiving. This needs archiving. This is a flamethrower. Holy, this is a long use. This evolved a protection strategy. Something evolution something. This is so cool. I'm probably just gonna play around with this a whole bunch. I was hoping that there might be like more clear things. Oh well, I guess once the audio is going along with this, we might be able to see a sense of something moving along through this related to what I'm saying. Look at this! Look at that! There's like a big white blob moving from right to left at this point. What does that correspond with? This? Maybe? No, it's a little bit off center, isn't it? It's almost like the concept of something going down and then a new word starting. This is lighting up with... This one is kind of lighting up a lot all the time. This one's very nothingy for most of this speech. Maybe it's not super useful for me. For my voice. This lump here is very interesting. Like, it makes me wonder if I just try to make the same sound, whatever I was saying at this point. I can work out what I was saying at this point, actually, because it's a quarter of the way through the audio. Let's get the audio loaded again. It's like right around this area? Instance of an unmanaged value. It's interesting. Let's look at the spectrogram in here. Yeah, it's this part. For some reason, this part managed value is like it's lighting unmanaged value type. That's kind of like right around there that this thing's scrolling across. Isn't that interesting? It's so weird and arbitrary there. Anyway, I should also mention the reason why I was actually doing this in the first place. The reason I was making this thing to try and tell, like, just to tell a voice is, started off as me wanting to remake the, started off with me wanting to remake the, thing that I made in TensorFlow before, which kind of did the same thing. Also, I did one to train based on language. I don't have great training data here right now for that. I think I still have the training data that I had for the previous TensorFlow one on my laptop somewhere. I really hope I have it still, not just the spectrogram PNGs of it, which is made in like a slightly different way, so I can't use it for this. But the original audio files, I had quite good training data for that one for telling between English and Japanese, because I was able to label a lot of training data from Pikami back in 20... I don't know, 2020, I guess it was. She sounded a bit kind of different to how she does nowadays, or like as Henya. Am I allowed to say that? Because I'm sure nobody knows. But I don't know, everyone's voice changes over time. But yeah, obviously she's bilingual and she speaks a lot of English and a lot of Japanese. Nowadays she doesn't speak much Japanese, but on stream. But yeah, so basically it was learning. It had the same voice, and the only differences were the language being spoken, and that was really cool. That was so cool to be able to train on that. It did quite well. It wasn't perfect, but it did quite well. Does the list of voices include nobody's voice, aka silence? No, that is something the original did as well. The original was also a bit better. It had the concept of noise or background. Background could be silence, it could be actual noise, it could be like ambient sound of outside, sound of computer fan and stuff. And during training, it would randomly mix in a random part of noise as well with someone's voice. Which, you know, earlier on I showed that I am already augmenting with like artificial noise, like white noise. But the old version actually augmented with recordings of different noise as well, some of which were actual white noise, you know, pink noise and different filtered noise and stuff. But it would also have a dedicated... Oh no, it didn't have a dedicated output neuron for no noise, but it would sometimes just pass only noise and say that the output should be all neurons off. That's something that I'm not currently doing, and yeah, I do want to do that actually. Thank you for reminding me about that. I'm not going to do that tonight. That's another I feel like that's a bit harder than what I've done today. That's like a bit of another system that I need to make. But yeah, I should do that. I absolutely should do that. But the reason why I wanted to make this isn't just to remake what I did before. Although that was cool, and this is already cool in my opinion. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't call my own thing cool, but I just find it fascinating to see the inside of a neural network doing things. But what I plan to do in the future is make a so-called Siamese network architecture. Okay, here's the thing. I think I've said this before on Thank You for the Collapse. I promise I will save the kidney soon. I'm gonna end soon anyway, Stu. You know, I'm gonna refund you because I'm ending soon. I promise I will go and save the kidney soon. I just want to explain this first, because I've explained this when I was a guest gate crashing on Doohoo's stream. And also I think when I was on... I think it was just that, right? I think it was just on... Oh yeah, right, it was during the Nova's hangout times on her server. Thank you for the pats, Ghost. Also welcome in, Ghost. But, here's the thing. So, this neural network is basically hard-coded to only be able to recognize these voices. If you give it any other voices, it'll probably just think, oh, that sounds a bit like one of these people. It's certainly going to light up at least one of these, and it's going to try to light up only one of these, and if it's unsure, it's probably going to light up like 25% of one, 75% of the other, that kind of thing. It's certainly never going to light up none of them, because that was never a thing that would have given it a reward during training. So unfortunately, this is hard-coded only to recognize these voices. So what'd be cooler is if we could design a network that we didn't have to retrain if we wanted to recognize someone's voice that it was not trained on. And this is possible through a very cool concept. I first came across this concept when I saw people using neural networks for facial recognition. Obviously, someone probably wants to train a thing to recognize their own face to, like, I don't know, grant access to something, and the neural network that was trained wouldn't have been trained on their face, so they couldn't have their face hard-coded. And it would be kind of not very good security if you did have your own face hard-coded, because that would also mean that you'd need every other possible face that you should deny access to hard-coded as well. Otherwise, there's a chance it might say that one of those people it doesn't know is you just because of some, who knows, magic. So, yeah. So the way that actually worked with the facial recognition is a really cool concept. Basically, what if, instead of having an output... Thank you for the follow, Blau Koneko. What if, instead of having the outputs be these hard-coded names, you had the outputs be something more like this? Some bunch of values that you don't really care about the literal meaning of any individual neuron, but you just want that to be similar. If you feed a sample of one voice and a sample of another voice, you want this to end up similar, right? So like between this and this are really similar outputs, right? In fact, as I'm scrolling all the way across, even though it's beginning to end, this is like really kind of similar. It's not changing that much. Even though there's like a load of silence there, which is quite impressive. Some bright spark, I don't know who, came up with the concept of a Siamese network, which is called that way because during training you have two instances of the same network, like twins, and when you're training it, essentially you're training it to tell whether you present two samples to it, and you're training it to tell whether the two samples are the same voice or different voices. That's all. So you'll run a sample like a randomly chosen voice sample through the network once, and you'll make a note of these sort of outputs. By the way, you don't need this many outputs. It would work with like less. You could probably get away with like 16 or 32 or something. And this ends up being like a fingerprint of the voice, but at the start it's just nonsense, random noise, because that's, you know, neural networks are just initialized to random numbers, the weights. And then you run a second voice through it, and you know, because you're the one doing the training, you randomly choose between another sample of the same voice, you're saying something else, or a sample of a different voice of if they're saying something else. And you run that through the network. And you train the network to so that the loss goes close to... No, hang on, how does it work? You train it so that the difference between the two things is as close to 0 as possible if you fed it the same voice sample, and as different as possible if fed different voice samples. And that difference could be measured in just like sum of differences, I guess. If you were to put this, you know, if like, for example, if I take a screenshot of this, or if I just drag this into Photoshop, actually, that's a better way of doing it. Oh my god, I just clicked off the thing I need. Thank you for the follow, Shisa. Oh my god, why is it... Hang on, I'm fighting alt tab, as usual. So imagine you have this frame, and you have another frame that's this one. Then the difference between them, you can simply set this layer to subtract. Where is subtract? There. Actually, difference is probably better. There. So you can see the input is very different. This one, these are all very similar. And then on here, there are not many neurons visible because a lot of them are, the difference between them is 0. So we're seeing black. Hi. And so yeah, if you're feeding the same voice, you're trying to make this as like close to black as possible. And in the case of this, the zero difference. And if you're feeding it two different ones, then you want as much difference as possible. And over time, what you end up with is a neural network that is able to sort of tell whether whether two voices are the same or not. Or more like you end up with a neural network that understands what makes a voice based on aspects of the voice rather than what it's saying. And obviously if you're like augmenting the data nicely with like noise and fading things off at the top sometimes and at the bottom, you know, like muffling or making it sound tinny like I'm doing, then hopefully the quality of the microphone also won't play an important role in determining how the decision it makes. And it really, as much as possible, is just something about the voice. In the same way that if someone said something, you'd be able to say, oh, hey, that sounds like Nova, for example. Squares, these are the values of the neurons inside the neural network, which are basically the result of the neurons on the previous layer. So black means a value of -1 and white means a value of 1. And yeah, grey would be 0, 50% grey would be 0. But the exact meaning of this layer, we don't know, really. Which is this is the cool concept of a Siamese network, is this would be the final output of one of those networks, or could be. You probably want another layer, but it would be similarly opaque. You wouldn't know necessarily what it meant. And then, when you use it at runtime, you as a user, having fully trained it on like many different voices, many more than this, you know, like ideally hundreds, well, ideally thousands, but I don't know. And I don't think that's gonna happen with just me doing things. You as a user then, having trained this, like at runtime, if you like, you would sort of, in this example, you'd be wanting to tell who's saying something. So you'd have like a small sample of a bunch of different voices, say a small sample of my voice, and a small sample of, I don't know, Cabbage's voice. You're there in the chat, Cabbage. And you'd put a sample of my voice into the network, and you'd get a set of weird-ass values out like this. Very weird, because my voice is weird. And you'd save those values to just like a small array, and that is like a fingerprint of my voice then. And you'd run your voice or someone else's. I'm sorry, Gavin, I'm trying to make you sweat. Whoever else you're wanting to try to distinguish between, you'd run that voice through, and hopefully you'd end up with a different looking set of values because the voice is different. And then you as a user then want to actually feed it some unknown audio, right? You want like, or an audio where like the speaker is changing all the time, changing between the ones that you've made fingerprints for, these little short arrays. And basically you feed this sort of unknown audio through it, and it's obviously gonna give you a fingerprint because that's all it's been trained to do. And then you can just try to see which of the two little fingerprints that you saved it looks the most similar to, which is, it's so cool. So you just do a similar, like you can work that out in the same way as was done during training. Like you can look at the differences between each value summed together when comparing it to this image, and you could look at the differences when summed together to the other image, so one of them being like my fingerprint, one of them being Cabbage's fingerprint or whatever. And then, yeah, the idea is that the voice that is the most similar to will have the lowest difference because that's what it was trained on. And you never needed to have trained on my voice or Cabbage's voice in this example. It just learned during training to try to tell what makes any two voices sound, or any two samples sound like the same voice. And crucially, what makes them different. So that's like such a cool idea in my opinion. It's kind of turning the idea of this on its head, and it's like, well, rather than like know exactly who's speaking out of a huge list, like rather than understand the output exactly as being like one of any of these people, how about we just don't care about what the output means? Like, we don't need to understand it. We just want it to be different if the voices are different, and similar if the voices are similar. So that's actually what I'd like to do after this. Maybe I'll like clean this up a little bit and make some like make that system of being able to fade in background noise and stuff for extra resilience, and maybe I'll also make the ability for just noise for it to detect that. So that, and then during training it could also be trained to detect the concept of noise, right? If you feed any two random noise samples, it should make a similar fingerprint, and then you can just use that as an example of, oh, nobody's speaking right now. But yeah, once I've done those things, I would sort of like to try to maybe make this Siamese network architecture. It's just something I've never done before, and I'm not 100% sure of the technical details of how I would do it, but I'm quite sure that it's possible with PyTorch. And indeed, like any sort of machine learning library like that, which I guess just means TensorFlow. I just think that'd be really cool. I think I need to collect so much more data than I currently have, because you know, it's so many different voices that you'd need before I truly, you know. Thing is with neural networks, like, you need to make sure that the things you're training on cover the full sort of range of everything that you may ever throw at it during usage, right? Otherwise it's going to be so unpredictable, because the whole point of what they're doing is basically trying to fit a curve, right, to all of the stuff that it's been trained on. And if you're giving it a point that's outside the curve that it's ever been trained on, it's just going to produce nonsense. This is why I think it's ridiculous that the AI extremists who are on the "this is amazing" side of the spectrum are extremely ridiculous, because you know, like with the concept that we're suddenly going to get AGI just by training neural networks on the stuff that we already know, and suddenly it's going to do things that suddenly it's going to come up with revolutionary new concepts that we've never We've never known before. That's not how it works. You can't just get something from nothing like that. Anyway, that's my hot take. I'm sorry. When you want to feed it wouldn't you want to clean the noise out first before you feed it in? Ideally, you would have. Ideally, you want the neural network to be able to handle a noisy input. So, what I currently have is I try to make the training data for each voice as clean as possible, but then during training, I artificially add different noise, like always different noise and different like fading bits away a little bit of each sample as a way to sort of give it more examples of how this person could sound if they were just like in a slightly worse environment, or like if they were like a little bit further away from the mic or something like that. Or like maybe if they're a bit more muffled like this is still recognizable as my voice even though it's more muffled. Which is called augmentation. And during the training I add some noise randomly to some of them and fade away the top and the bottom randomly and then add a bit more noise to some of them. Because that sort of actually it's almost like I don't know, this maybe is a bit controversial. It's almost like exposing your immune system to the outside a lot, assuming you have, of course, a working immune system. Probably better not to do this if you don't have one. But you know, just in the sense of like being outside exposes yourself to a bunch of not ideal situations regarding like germs and things, right? So your immune system just has to get a bit better. In a similar way, training the neural net on like not ideal voices sort of forces it to be able to deal with it. It just sort of, if it wants to get a good score, it has to learn how to ignore the noise, basically. But yeah, crucially, this noise is added differently. How do I explain this? The same kind of noise that is, how do I explain this? The same different noise, amazing. That makes perfect sense. Is fed to all of the different input samples. So I want to make sure the input samples are clean of noise before I add noise to them, because otherwise it's likely that person's voice has a specific kind of noise. Like, if you're just recording next to your computer and your computer fan is blasting, then it could easily, and much more easily, really, learn to recognize, hey, there's a sound of a computer fan blasting, it must be you talking. And then it doesn't actually really learn about your voice at all. But on the other hand, if I have a system that can randomly add the sound of a computer fan blasting to everybody's voice, then it's like, well, this computer fan is irrelevant. This is something that doesn't give me any information about who is speaking. And so it sort of has to try to learn to ignore that, or maybe a better way of saying it is focus on something else. And that way, even if you feed it someone else's voice afterwards, after it's been trained, and there's a sound of a computer voice, it's essentially not going to pick up on the sound of the computer fan. But like at that point, when you're using it after it's been trained, it's fine for there to be noise. It shouldn't matter as much than if it were trained without having been exposed to random noise. Okay, that was almost like a literal TED talk explaining things, but I think I'm gonna end the stream now because I don't know, I'm super happy with this as it is right now, and to make it much more than this, like even to just feed this into FFmpeg to make an actual video with audio is gonna be a bit of a process. And I don't want to start that right now, with the time being 2:30. So thank you very much for the hydration and posture check. I'm not holding anything. Why am I so close to that? Move back. More so of a catch-all than for a very specific controlled setting. Yeah. I tried to... Yeah. Thank you for the posture check as well. 4 points. Holy. Okay, I will go and save the kidneys as well, as you did before. I did refund you for that. What the? My chair is very loud. My chair is breaking apparently. So is my calibration. Pat the cat. Aw, thank you. Got to study neural networks so I can understand this better. Oh, Kitco, I'm sorry. Yes, this is a convolutional neural network. Yes. It's being, rather than having pictures of like, you know, cats and cars and stuff, and it's trying to tell what type of image it is that way, it's being fed little 1.5 second long chunks of audio in the form of a spectrogram. And the spectrogram is made by this Python thing, so you just feed it audio and it'll make, you know, it'll make the same kind of spectrogram for whatever sound you feed it, so, you know, so that it matches in the same ways as it should, like as in the bottom pixel always represents 50 Hz, the top pixel always represents 8 kHz, so, you know, rather than you having to awkwardly use some separate program or try to take some screenshots of Audacity with everything aligned in the right way. Nah, you just feed it the audio. Also, yeah. For the blow. Thank you very much, Shisa. Thank you, everybody. I was super. I was really nervous to stream this. I was so scared of, like, you know, what kind of people might show up if I was doing, you know, machine learning or AI stuff, because of amazing companies that like to train on other people's stuff and then charge for access to it. Commercialized fucking... Yeah, anyway, sorry, let's not go into into a rant. But yeah, I was worried that the people with very strong feelings like that might come along as well and then lump me into the same category. And but yeah, it's actually been pretty cool. I'm not yeah, this isn't the kind of network that can generate anything anyway. This isn't like, you know, generative, as seems to be the word. Far too advanced. That's far too advanced for this. I cannot build such a system myself. And such a system from scratch would need so much training data probably. Ah, thank you very much. I think as long as it's not in the title or tags, you'll be safe. Yeah, that's why I avoided putting anything like... I almost put PyTorch. Did I put... Hang on a sec. Did I put PyTorch in the stream title? Or did I just say Python? OBS is telling me that I'm playing Voices of the Void and that my stream title is Cat Snakes Back into Deserted Observatory. I sure hope that's not my stream title. That was some time ago. What is it actually? Page is loading, it's still loading. Weird cat visualizes weird brain Python. Okay, Python. Yeah, I was too scared to even put PyTorch or machine learning, but I mean Python is still true, right? /me is working. Nice, it did work. You didn't put any emote. Can we make a Python logo, but with long ukes for the stream icon thingy? Ah, that'd be pretty cool. I don't know exactly how to do that. I've only been here for like 10 minutes, but now I want to get into neural networks too. It's... I'm gonna be honest. There is kind of... There's... the learning curve for me has mostly been getting my head around... So basically, machine learning libraries work around... Well, I said this earlier, but they work around the idea of tensors, but what they basically are is just arrays. It's not in the strict mathematical sense. as a few people have pointed out. But as far as machine learning libraries go, they literally just use the word tensor to mean array. It's an array. It's an array with a bunch of dimensions. Not even a crazy number of dimensions usually. I think I'm only ever using 4 dimensions the most. You know, we're not talking like hundreds or something. But yeah, trying to get my head around how PyTorch like which accessing of the arrays. Like if it wants something with 3 dimensions, then I can pass it an array with 4 dimensions, and it uses the index on the far left. The index of the far left dimension becomes instances of these 3 things. It's almost like bunches and bunching up of these 3 dimensions. They become treated as one object, and then it's just an array of these 3 objects and stuff. Rather than, yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it very well. That's been the biggest learning curve for me. And then sort of the PyTorch documentation is a little bit not exactly light reading, but yeah, I feel like this came together fairly quickly. I think the fact that I've done it before in TensorFlow might have helped. But I wasn't like following that code or anything. I just had in my head an idea of roughly how I wanted it to work, and sort of had to work out what functions I need in PyTorch. The thing that took me the longest, okay, let me just show you. This is kind of embarrassing. The thing that took me the longest, it took me an entire night. Was I'd already got the network like working, and I'd already got access to like the stuff on the inner layer, in inner layers. But the thing that took me the longest was working out how to change the representation of this from one long column of 10 things down to 2 columns of 5 rows. Trying to work out how to do that using PyTorch rather than just like a for loop where we like position things like tiled like that was a pain in the rectum. Anyway, there's a function called fold in PyTorch that does that I didn't know about that even existed for a long time, and then when I did learn that it existed, it didn't work in how I thought it worked, and anyway, the reason I'm basically trying to do as much as I can through PyTorch's functions is because if you use PyTorch's functions, then they're working on the data in VRAM, assuming you're using CUDA. And so it's like really, really, really fast, and it's all done on the GPU. Rather than if I actually had to use like a nested for loop in Python, and changing stuff on the CPU. That's 3 things. Nested for loop, Python, and then on the CPU. That's like so much slower. So I just kind of wanted to see it through that way. I wanted to see if I could. Eventually I was able to, but yeah. TLDR, it's I would, if you're sort of wanting to get into this sort of stuff for like, you know, rather than just like using software that other people have made, I say that, but obviously I'm using PyTorch, which is taking care of a lot of the complicated stuff behind the scenes. But if you are wanting to sort of make your own stuff, I'd recommend it. It's cool. It's I don't know, it's fun. If you find this kind of stuff interesting, then you'll probably find doing it yourself fun. Anyway, I find it fun. I just find it really cool to get a glimpse into like behind the scenes of these black boxes. That's why I like trying to visualize the internals all the time and see if I can like speculate about, oh, this looks like it's turning on when this input happens. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that's what this neuron does. Anyway, I'm gonna end now. My room is hot and I'm getting hungry. My throat needs a rest. My voice needs a rest, I should say. I need to save the kidneys. And I guess I should attempt to sleep sometime soon. After 3 months of Vulkan API, I welcome a different kind of headache. I feel like, okay, if you're already doing Vulkan stuff, you're clearly up for the, you know, I feel like you have the mental fortitude to do this kind of thing. I don't consider myself someone of great mental fortitude. I don't like that. idea of trying to do things in Vulcan. But yeah, honestly, being in a related field for graduates, always interested seeing what people do. Ah, that's pretty cool. Thank you. Wait, hang on a second. People do that. Wait, you're in a related field. Wait, I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. But thank you. I hope I can have something. What you just saw, in an even cooler state. In the future for you to see. I want to make it export a video rather than just individual PNGs, feed the frames into FFmpeg, and have FFmpeg put the original audio along with it, so that you can actually watch it play and hear the audio as it scrolls across, and not have your drive cluttered up with hundreds of PNGs. Okay, I'm ending now. I'm glad I inspired you, Blau. Have a nice Vulcan mug. I'll give it a try. I am gonna pass you on to somebody who haven't been able to raid in a little while. We're gonna give Clunk a visit. Who's been on for 7 hours, so I'm not entirely sure that he's gonna be streaming for that much longer. But here's where we're going. I almost remembered in time that the emote is just a load of the avatar is a load of L's. So I'm just padding a load of L's. But yeah, we're going to Elklonk. This cryptic stream title is Strolling Down Boulevards. Elklonk through shady lanes. On this one, we're now in Corporation Evil website. Brand new. Goods? Question mark? I swear, his stream titles are always such a fun puzzle to try to work out what the hell they're talking about. But there is an overlay text on his stream right now that says putting your shader on my screen. Oh no, it says my scream. What? I thought for a moment that it was a simple explanation of what's going on, but then it says my scream, and it's like, okay, no, this is still talking about something else. Alright. Thank you for streams. Thank you for the pats, Joggeber. Thank you, Nikodayo. Thank you, Shiso and Blau for hanging out. And Stu? And Cabbage. I'm trying to scroll to see everybody else's names, but I can't help. Okay, I gotta end. Thank you all for being here. Bye. Hi, 32123. Bye, 32123. I'm disappearing now. Bye. Oh, stream raid message can be anything you want. If you have access to this, feel free. Okay, bye.